God of Trash, Cultivation LitRPG, From Trash Tier to the Ultimate Trash. Book 4 complete. By author Noct. Chapter 201 to 225. Darren stared at Rhys's hand, and Rhys stared at Darren. Slowly, he reached out and swiped at Darren's shoulder. His hand passed right through, as he'd expect. The man was still just as immaterial as ever. Frowning, Rhys looked Darren over. "Why could I touch you?" "I don't know." "Don't ask me," Darren snapped, in what Rhys was learning was Darren's defensive tone. The man really didn't like when he didn't know something, and his first reaction was always to go on the attack. It was kind of funny, and a trashy part of Rhys wanted to keep poking his buttons to see what happened, but he held back. The Demon King was capable of disappearing whenever he liked, and the 3 straight answers were a gentleman's agreement, at the end of the day. He didn't want to piss off Darren so much that the man wouldn't uphold his end of the agreement. Rhys frowned. "Is it because I think of him as trash?" He was able to pull off some crazy stuff when he saw things as trash, but he hadn't been aware he'd been thinking of Darren as trash. He didn't like the guy, but he didn't like a lot of people that weren't trash. Not liking them didn't mean they were trash. He turned to Darren. "You're trash." "Excuse me." He swiped at Darren's shoulder, but his hand passed right through. His frown deepened. He wasn't 100% committed to seeing Darren as trash, but he'd tried, and he was pretty sure he'd know if he'd been thinking of Darren as more trash than he was right now that he was consciously trying. And, consciously trying to conceive of Darren as trash, he couldn't touch the man, so it wasn't that. "I was just testing something," Rhys said after a moment, when he realized that Darren was waiting for an explanation for being called trash and then swiped at. "Let me know when you actually intend to insult me," Darren deadpanned. "That's fair. I mean, that's most of the time, but I should definitely be clear about when I'm not intending to insult you." Rhys looked Darren up and down. "Speaking of being clear, this is not one of my questions, but do you know why I could touch you?" "No." Darren looked away. Rhys stared after him. "But you have an idea." "Of course I have an idea. I am ideas. That's all I have left." He considered for another few moments, then tried. "Is it something to do with the void? Do you want to use one of your questions?" "No." Rhys pinched his chin thoughtfully. Based Darren's evasiveness, the man also thought it was something to do with the void, though it wasn't exactly genius work to put that together. Darren was associated with the void book. Rhys had a hold to the void in his core, and he'd probably messed with the void too much by now. They were in a realm that was encased within the void, with a void trap wrapped around it that rejected people who didn't belong. The void loomed just behind the false sky, pressing in on the realm from all directions. This realm was about as connected to the void as it could be. He looked at Darren. "Could I touch you, if we were both in the void?" "You shouldn't be able to," Darren said, but he sounded a little uncertain. "No." Darren shook his head. "I might be considered an expert on the void, but that's just because no one else knows any more about the void than I do, not because I know everything about the void. I'm your best hope for finding out about the void, but I don't even understand 10% of the void." "Ah, yeah. I met a few PhDs in my time." Darren stared at him. "Are you using jargon from your homeworld because you know I won't understand it?" "Ah, you caught on." He looked at the sky overhead, then at the realm around them. He'd drawn up all the trash. He'd discovered the Empress's secret, even if he didn't fully comprehend it, or understand how to use it against her at all. He'd done everything he'd come here to do. "But there are things left to do that I didn't come here to do." He stared up at the sky and extended his mana senses, pulling the entire realm into his perception. "Hey, Darren, what happens if I dump you into the void?" "Not much. From a certain perspective, I've never left it." "Oh, interesting." Rhys tucked that little tidbit into his mind without commenting on it and continued extending his mana senses. They reached the limits of his perception, and he kept pushing, pumping mana into them to reach as far as he could. It hurt. His mana senses strained, aching somewhere behind his eyes, and his brain ached, a fierce headache instantly sparking the second he pushed past his usual limit, but he shoved all that aside and kept reaching. Further. Just a little further. Darren eyed him from the corner of his eye. Why do you ask? Oh, no reason. I just thought of a classic trashy protagonist trope that I've been sadly remiss at not replicating, all this time, Rhys said. He heard a pop from his face, and warm liquid flowed down from his eyes. You're bleeding from the eyes. Oh, is that what that was? He wiped his face and kept going. His eyes were that weak. Then he didn't need them. He burned his trash star overtime, burning down some of that mass he'd just gained, and pushed more mana into his eyes. They overloaded, sizzling and popping, but that was just weakness that the mana sought out and tore into. Weakness that he didn't need. He used what had been for the blueprint, and regrew new flesh into the holes where the mana blew out his old flesh, reforming his eyes into Tier 3 eyes, capable of seeing further and perceiving more mana than before. Momentarily, his vision winked out in his right eye, then his left, and for a long second, he saw only darkness. In the next, his vision burst back, and he saw so much more than he'd ever seen before. Every blade of grass, every tiny scrap of trash left behind in the dirt, the granules of dirt, and the empty spaces between them. Why stop there? Mana's senses weren't tied exclusively to vision. He pushed mana into his ears, his nose, his tongue, burning out, then regrowing each one as he went. He could taste the mana, hear how it sang, smell the composition of the magic flowing all around him, and he realized how much he'd been missing all this time, limiting his mana senses to what his eyes could comprehend. No longer. From this day forth, he sensed every element of the mana that existed all around them, and he would never be blind again. When all his facial senses were reforged, he turned to the final sensing organ, the biggest of them all, his skin. Rhys shoved mana into it, determined to burn it down and rebuild it. The eldest Water's brother had showed him how inadequate his skin was. He wasn't going for impenetrable skin, but if he could enhance it, strengthen it, make it harder to break through and more sensitive at the same time, he would have progressed far beyond his ordinary skin as it existed right now. Tough, but sensitive. Strong, but malleable. Soft, but powerful. I sound like a toilet paper ad. And yet, he refused to compromise. If he sounded like a toilet paper ad, so be it. He'd be tough, soft, powerful, and strong. He poured mana into his skin, so much his skin couldn't bear it, so much that it crinkled and burned like tissue paper, and still he poured more in. Weaknesses. He didn't need skin that couldn't bear this much. He was trash, he'd always been trash, and he was still trash. There was no harm in throwing out trash, to make room for what was better. Ruthlessly, he bore the pain and let his skin fall away. Blood ran down him in rivers, his past and future falling from his body in sheets. Big raw patches opened up on his body, only to be rapidly replaced the next second. He burned his trash star just as ruthlessly as he burned his body, holding nothing back. There was plenty of trash in this world. If he needed to visit an impure well, a dozen impure wells, it didn't matter. He could find more. Slowly, his skin stopped burning. Slowly, the self-inflicted wounds closed. He could feel the brush of mana against his skin, now, even when he wasn't trying, feel it in his clothes, in his shoes, in the earth between his feet. He'd been wrapped up in a warm hug of mana all this time and never realized it, but now he couldn't escape it. It was somewhat comfortable, nonetheless, like floating in a hot tub. Rhys opened his eyes. He held the entire realm in his perception, all of it, from the top to bottom, from the tiniest scrap of dirt beneath his feet to the broad expanse of false sky overhead. He let out a slow breath, and tasted his own mana as he exhaled, felt it mix with the realm's mana against his skin, smelled the strange flavor the two created, heard the song of his own breathing. He snorted to himself, then winced at the volume. I might have overdone it a bit. Darren, who'd been watching in silence this whole time, chipped in at last. There are more efficient ways of achieving the same goal. Body enhancement techniques remain a popular area of study throughout our realm, you know. Yeah, but are they trashy? Rhys asked. Darren stared at him. After a moment, he sighed. I'm sure at least one could fall within your perverse obsession. There's nothing perverse about appreciating trash, most of the time. Depends on the trash, really. He took a deep breath, giving himself a few moments to get acquainted with the realm, then turned to Darren. I'm going to be very serious right now. Will you suffer if I dump you into the void? Don't make me repeat myself. No. Excellent. Rhys flared his trash star hotter than he'd ever flared it before. Mana coursed into him. His body instantly crackled and burned, crumbling under the weight of the mana he drew even with his many modifications. He spun off enough mana to fix the worst points, but poured the rest into his task, grabbing a hold of the entire realm, not just with his mind, but with his body. It was high time he acquired his own personal secret realm. Rhys poured his mana into the small secret realm. It had been used as a trash heap for so many years that it bore the essence of trash, that it had, itself, acknowledged that it was a place for trash, a place trash belonged, and therefore, by being so worthless as to be a home for trash, had become trash itself. It spread from his feet outward, staining the earth with a filthy green-brown tinge as it passed, quickly at first, but slowing as it stretched further and further, not only because of the laws of geometry and how the ring's diameter and circumference grew as it expanded from Rhys's feet, but also because of the enormity of the feat. Rhys felt his mana falter at the immense task, and poured more trash into it, burning his trash star so hot that it could be seen from outside his body, a red-hot pit raging in his stomach. Every vein and mana passage within his body lit up with red-hot mana, so bright it shone through his skin. His eyes glowed, and would have burned out if not for the modifications he'd just made. Since he'd become a Tier 3 mage, he'd held back consciously, but also subconsciously, not wanting to extend himself to his absolute limits with a threat like the Empress on the horizon. Now, though, he held nothing back. Now was the time to push his limits. Now was the time to obtain his final weapons and defenses, so that he could fight the Empress with the utmost of his power. And this was both a weapon, and an essential defense. Madness, Darren muttered. If not for his new ears, Rhys wouldn't have heard him. The realm creaked and shuddered. Mana screeched, and reality itself hummed as the baseline of the world resisted Rhys's efforts to carve out a chunk of it and make it part of himself. Even though this realm had already been taken from the base world and made into a secret realm, and all he was doing was rehoming it, it still fought back, still resisted, just from the bulk of it, if not with any intent to resist. This was the single most extreme thing he had never done. Absorbing a secret realm with no technique, no theory, just a raw, brute force takeover, no quarter given, all war crimes committed. The world resisted. The realm resisted. Everything resisted. This wasn't possible. It wasn't supposed to be possible. Fuck possible. Do what I want. Rhys shouted silently, and forced his will outward. His mana had slowed, but it resurged. The realm was trash. He was trash. Therefore, the realm belonged to him, and he didn't care what anyone or anything said, it was his. His realm. He wasn't going to bow to it, to some measly lump of land, no. It needed to bow and accept him. He was its ruler now, its controller, and it, some inert, filthy clump of unwanted land, it was his. It didn't have the right to refuse. The green-brown mana infused the land, covering every inch of the rocky turf, the surface, the heart, the air and the sky. He could feel it, every contour, every pebble, every tiny creature that crawled in the dirt. It all belonged to Rhys. His trash star burned so hot that his body blackened, the mana flowing through him bright as the sun, like veins of molten lava, but he kept pushing, holding onto his grip of the realm. It was his. It all belonged to him. And now it was time to put it where it belonged. He reached out and pulled. The realm trembled, then moved as according to his will. Not into the void, it was already there. Instead, he pulled it across the void, toward himself, toward his tiny hole into the void. Something fought back, a tether that sought to hold it in place. He narrowed his eyes and kept pushing, flaring the trash star to its absolute limit. His eyes glowed from within. His blackened flesh began flaking away. Still he persisted, pushing and pulling with all his might. From beside him, Darren watched with a mildly concerned expression. The thing holding this realm in place snapped. The realm hurtled across the void once it was freed, blasting through the empty space. Rhys closed his eyes, guiding it home to him. Just a little further. A little further. And then he felt it, right outside his void. He didn't know how it had moved there, if it had taken him months to move it or minutes, if he had pulled it a long distance or no distance at all. All he knew was that it was where it belonged, where he wanted it to be, right outside his core. He clenched down on his trash star, cutting down on the burn rate. As he cut back on the burn rate, he also focused on his body, rejuvenating his blackened cells with his mana as he cut back, and effectively healing his ravaged body with empowered cells capable of handling his overclocked trash star. Further and further, cutting back over and over until the trash star was outputting energy at its usual rate, then all the way down to its idle state. He smiled at Darren. Just that easy. Oh, was it? Darren deadpanned. Rhys blinked. How'd you get so tall? And why are you sideways? Darren knelt. He put a transparent hand over Rhys's eyes. Sleep, you fool. You massively overreached your powers. I feel fine, Rhys said, then blinked. Why was there grass in front of his eyes? Why was his face so cold on one side? It felt so comfortable, though. He closed his eyes and breathed out, and all the energy left his body. He curled up a little, and immediately began to snore. Darren waited for a moment, watching Rhys to make sure he was truly asleep. When he was sure, he walked ahead, putting his hands behind his back and gazing up at the sky. On and on, over hill and dale, feet brushing through the uncut grass. For a long, long time, he wandered, walking without looking down, as if he'd walked this land 1,000 times before. The sky reflected in his blood-colored eyes, washing them out to a dark, purplish shade, and for a moment, a gentler expression passed over his face. I thought I'd never walk this land again. That it would be lost to me forever. He paused. He stood at the high point of the land, atop the low hills that formed the foothills of mountains that were nowhere to be seen. This land had been yanked out of the side of a valley, but whatever foul force had taken the land had not taken the mountain. It ended abruptly before the mountain would begin, a sharp, sudden drop-off that fell into the void, if he could fall. Darren's eyes traveled the land, lingering on the nooks, on the rise and fall of the earth, on the soft curves of the foothills, revealed without the trash pile to hide them. To think he'd found this here, in this place, being used as a trash ground for a would-be tyrant. Did she know what she used? What she besmirched? What she defiled? No, she couldn't know. Nor would she care, had she known. He had once been in her shoes. He had once thought himself the most powerful, the only one worth caring about or for, the only one whose story deserved to be told. The history only weighed people down. The world was a detail, and one he hadn't cared to learn. It would simply slow him down, he'd thought. It would get in the way. But he was wrong. He'd been wrong. He was wrong. The boy had mocked him for seeking the counsel of philosophers, but that wasn't it. That wasn't the truth. He'd lied to the boy, or rather, let him assume what he wished, and not bothered to correct it. He hadn't sought them for conversation, or their perspective, but to spit in their faces and show them how wrong they were. Show them that the present, that force was the only thing that mattered, and all their high and mighty ideas naught but chaff falling by the side of progress. Wrong. Wrong. He'd been so wrong. If only he'd known. If only he'd sought out the truths he'd blinded himself to. The Empress was making the same mistakes, though she wouldn't reach as far as he. She had not solidified her holdings the way she ought to have, and so she would fall low to the boy and his scheming long before she came up against the wall that had barred his progress. The wall that had been his downfall. The Sword Saint, the Alliance, they had laid him low, but his downfall had come before that. His downfall had come the second he had ignored the past, only for the past to rise up and block his progress. He stepped over the edge of the block of earth and walked down the sharp edge that marked the end of this realm. All the way to the bottom, where he stepped over the edge once more to stand upside down, facing the evidence of his mistake. Some things should be left untouched. Some depths should be left undelved. If only he'd looked back. If only he'd paused, slowed down, in his pursuit of strength and power, and considered why no one else pursued this route any further. This land was trash. Not for the reasons the boy thought it was, or rather, not only for those reasons. No, it was trash for a far more vital reason, one that he couldn't hope to comprehend for some time yet. He gazed at it, then turned away and walked on. Maybe the boy would come to comprehend it. Maybe, with that incomprehensible path of his, he would even understand how to destroy it. Already, the boy could touch him. That was promising. That gave him the hope he thought he wouldn't feel ever again. Maybe the boy could deal with it, after all. And if he didn't, then this whole world was doomed. He came out on the other side of the chunk's underside and walked back to its topside. A problem for later. For now, the boy had to defeat what laid before him. After that, perhaps he might introduce him to it. If he stopped mouthing off, that was. Rhys snapped awake with a jolt and immediately sat upright before he even comprehended where he was or what his eyes saw. For a second, he sat there dazedly, gazing into the middle distance, and then his brain slowly kicked in, and his eyes narrowed to a squint. I'm outside, in a field, a few hills, the weird feeling of the void nearby. I'm in the secret realm that was full of trash. Why? A second later, the memory hit him. Stealing the secret realm. Pulling it through the void to his exits. The conversation with Darren, and everything the man had revealed. Darren, he looked around. No sign of the Demon King. He scrambled to his feet, then sighed and dusted himself off. The man vanished all the time. There was no need to worry about him. A thought struck him. In the moment, he hadn't thought about it, or rather, he'd been so concerned with stealing his secret realm that he hadn't considered it, but, well, he hadn't planned on passing out after stealing the realm, and he had no idea how long he'd been out, or even if he could leave this realm. It could have been hours. It could have been days. That, and he'd effectively abandoned the girls, even if that hadn't been his intent at all. Hopefully they had the intelligence to run off, but if they stuck around to try to help him escape. No. If nothing else, Lyra would have the presence of mind to tell everyone to get the heck out and go home. It should be fine. He rubbed his forehead. What was he thinking? Going after this realm without telling anyone anything. He knew what he'd been thinking. He'd been thinking he could do it, and it would be hard, but not that hard. He'd just take the realm away with him, that easy, and return to their side without any problems. Right. Because, taking the realm back home with me, is totally compatible with the idea of leaving out the front door and regrouping with the girls. He rolled his eyes at his own stupidity. He should be honest, he just hadn't been thinking. His greed had gotten the better of him, and now he was paying the price. Hopefully none of the girls were paying the price. He needed their power for the upcoming battle. No, they're intelligent. They'd get out of there. He ran his hand through his hair, then rolled his eyes at himself again. He could just leave and check. He'd brought this thing here so he could easily exit and enter it. It should be right by his void exits. All he had to do was hop out of the realm, and he'd be right back home again. He jogged to the edge of the realm and looked down. From here, he could see the layers of the earth, the topsoil, the deeper clay, then the stones and bedrock below that. The sky darkened to night at the bottom of the realm, until he could see artificial stars twinkling far below him. Rhys frowned, contemplating his course of action for a moment. If he jumped down there, would he fall through the realm? This realm did have some form of gravity, after all. Did it function with real physics, or in other words, if he jumped, would he just get sucked right back into the clump of earth? Or would he just fall off the edge of the world? How real were physics, around here? Rhys glanced at his feet, standing soundly in the dirt, then snorted. They had basically normal gravity in this tiny realm with a tiny clump of earth that definitely should not demand normal gravity, so if he had to guess, physics were not being stringently obeyed. They were more like an afterthought, and, of course, this was a place that had magic. Things could just happen, whether physics agreed that they should or not. He stepped forward, hopping off the edge of the realm, and plunged down into the darkness. Something flashed by in the corner of his vision, but by the time he turned, it was too late. He was outside the realm, floating in the void once more. Rhys turned back, gazing up at the realm from outside, but from outside, the false sky wrapped the land in an opaque bubble of light. The realm glowed, bright and beautiful, like a shiny soap bubble, but he couldn't see anything within but the faint outline of the chunk of land. Rhys shook his head. Useless. Oh well. I can go back later and get a better look at the land. Whatever he'd seen, it didn't seem urgent, not as urgent as leaving the realm and checking on the girls, anyways. They're fine. They're safe. He hurtled toward one of the gaps in the void he'd built, one of the ones connected to a trash can, and peeked out. Business proceeded at normal. People cooked chips. Soda was brewed. His obedient workers ground along, wasting their life away for minimum wage, and he felt the warmth in his heart that all franchise owners felt upon seeing their underlings burn all their energy for a base, worthless purpose. Lyra walked by, and he stepped out and into the room. Lyra. She jumped, then grabbed her chest. You gave me a heart attack. What happened? Where'd you go? It turns out you could only enter that realm if you had karma with something within, or at least, that was the condition on getting through the maze they put in front of it. And then I stole it, but I'm back now. Did everyone get out okay? She stared at him, processing everything he'd just told her, then sighed. You're insane. And what do you mean, stole it? Don't worry about that. Are Sable and Mouse okay? Lyra waved her hand. They're fine. We tried to get through for a while, but kept coming out the same door we entered through rather than arriving at the realm. 3 tries of that later, we were debating whether to give up and run for it or try one more time. We went for one more try, but this time, the darkness in the hut didn't go anywhere. It was just a normal stone hut. Oh, Rhys said. So anyways, Mouse started freaking out, but I said it was probably just you getting up to some bullshit again, and after I calmed her down, we got out of there. We could use a heads up next time, you know. It's been a week. A week. Geez, Rhys muttered, half to himself. He nodded at Lyra. Sorry about that. I saw an opportunity and got a little carried away. I thought it would only be an hour or so, and then I'd be able to apologize to you guys, but a week. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have done it if I'd known it would take so long. You wouldn't have? Lyra asked skeptically. Rhys sighed. Okay, I would have still done it, but I would have told you guys to go home first. That's more realistic. She shrugged. I've been a mage a long time. I know what it means when someone vanishes in a magical realm. You were just practicing something, weren't you? Got lost in the practice and forgot everything, even the passage of time. Yeah, I mean, no, but basically, Rhys said, tilting his hand back and forth. Close enough. Close enough. Sable doesn't seem bothered, but I'd apologize to her. Mouse was all messed up and anxious, so make sure you're gentle with her, okay? Got it, Rhys promised. Lyra took a deep breath, then paused to think. She twisted her lips and tilted her head. At last, she shook it. That's all. Everything else is going fine. Potato chips and soda coming along well, everything's in good shape. Have you heard anything from Bast? He asked. No, but also, would he contact me? He knocked us out last time. I'm pretty sure he's only going to talk to you, no matter how unfair that is, Lyra complained. Rhys considered, then nodded. That sounds right. So go apologize to Sable and Mouse, and then go hang out somewhere lonesome so you 2 boys can have a private boys moment together and do whatever 2 boys do when they're alone. Rhys gave her a look. She returned the look. He sighed. All right, fine. I get it. Spread the word that I'm not dead, or whatever. I think the only one who thought that was Mouse. I kept telling her this was totally normal mage behavior, but she just wouldn't listen. You're making me feel so bad, Rhys said. Honestly, it's on Mouse. He waved at Lyra and headed down into the basement, where Sable liked to lurk. She didn't need to stay down there with the criminals mostly taken out, but she seemed to like the dark. And he wasn't complaining, either, because if there were criminals, Sable made sure they never got past her. He dropped into the darkness, and immediately found himself at bone point. Hi, Sable, he said, putting his hands up. It's me. Red eyes burned out of the pitch black. They were all he could see of Sable's body with his eyes still stunned by daylight. I know. Oh, no fighting. When will we fight? She growled, her eyes narrowing. Soon. Really? Really soon, there will be so much fighting that you'll be sick of it. I promise. It's almost time. You've said that many times. I have, but it's true this time. I promise you, we are going to be fighting our asses off very, very soon. In fact, I might even be hearing about it tonight, so really, you're impeding your own chance of fighting. Sable stared at him, her narrowed eyes boring into his. Slowly, he could make out more in the darkness, her contours and the bony legs holding her to the ceiling. If there is not more fighting soon this time, I will fight you. You know what? That's fair. I accept that, Rhys said, nodding. Sable hummed deep in her throat and retreated. I'm sorry I abandoned you. Rhys called after her. I don't care about that. Give me battle, Sable rumbled from deep within the darkness. Rhys gave her a thumbs up. Message received. Hey, where's Mouse? No reply. Yeah, why would she know, after all? Rhys retreated from the basement and headed back to the kitchen. Hey, Lyra, where's Mouse? Has anyone seen Mouse? I'm right here. Rhys turned. For a second, he only saw an empty room, and then Mouse appeared, hands clasped to her chest, gazing at the floor. He smiled. Hey, Mouse. Hi. She shuffled her feet closer together and kept looking at the floor. Sorry about leaving you behind at the hut. I didn't mean to do that. I just got so wrapped up in something that I totally forgot about, well, everything. You guys. The world. Everything. I know. That's what Lyra said. But, she scuffed the floor with her foot. I was worried. It was the Empress's. What if it was a trap? What if you were stuck, or hurt, or in danger? I couldn't just pretend like everything was okay. Rhys's chest tightened. He looked at the floor too. I'm sorry. It was really fucked up of me. I shouldn't have done it. Or I should have let you know what was happening, first. No. It's okay. I can't get in the way of your enlightenment or leveling up. It would be wrong of me to do that, just like it would be wrong of you to do it to me. I understand that, but I worried. I was so scared. Mouse glanced at him at last, then managed a smile. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been worried. But I got scared. Rhys looked at the ground, then at Mouse. How about this? Just know, if I ever vanish again, that it's my doing. I'm the one who's vanishing, and there's nothing to worry about. Even if there is, I'll handle it. I can take care of me, and that's that. Abandon me, and don't feel bad about it. I'd prefer it that way. She nodded resolutely. Yeah, I'll believe that. I will. And if you ever go missing, I probably won't even realize you're gone, isn't that right? Rhys said, looking at Mouse. She shook her head. No, you wouldn't. So it's all fair, right? Yeah, and none of us have to worry about any of the rest of us. Right. He patted her shoulder. We're good. She sniffed, then nodded. We're good. All right. Glad to hear it. Smiling, Rhys waved goodbye and headed out to his next destination, a quiet place where boys could be alone, or whatever it was Lyra had said. Probably something more salacious. It was probably too early to expect to see Bast again, but it didn't hurt to give the guy a little space, and see if he showed up. Behind him, Mouse watched him go, then slowly closed her eyes and faded away. No, you won't know, she whispered. He took a quick trash can teleport to his old trash pile base. Corey was wandering around, looking for something. Rhys waved, and she walked over. Something I can help you with? She asked. Rhys nodded. I'm looking to be alone for a bit. Can I help you find whatever you're looking for, so I can have some alone time? Corey waved her hand. It's not that important. I was just looking for another vat. If you're in urgent need of this space, I can vacate, no problem. Rhys tilted his head, extending his mana senses, then waved his hand. From deep under the ground, a buried old pot leapt up. It was dinged, rusty, and filthy, but they were brewing impurity soda, so that was perfectly fine. How's that work? That, I suppose that works excellent, Corey said, a little taken aback. She tilted her head. How did you find that? How deeply was it buried? Rhys coughed. I might have just done a little training to extend my mana senses. Don't worry about it. Is that where you vanished to? He opened his mouth, then closed it, not sure how to explain that he'd expanded his mana senses so he could steal a secret realm, but pretty sure that it wasn't the kind of thing normal mages did. Yep. She gave him a look, then shrugged and picked up the vat, hugging it to her body. I'll see you later, then. With that, she walked over to the tunnel and vanished back toward their shop base. Rhys wandered around the hollowed-out trash heap. So, Bast, just saying, if you're around, I'm all alone now. You don't even have to knock someone out to come talk to me. In his head, he added, involuntarily, oh, no, I'm all alone. It sure would be bad if a big, strong man were to pop out of nowhere and come talk to me, UWU. Rhys facepalmed, feeling physical pain. I'm so cooked. I'm so dead. The internet has poisoned me. They were right. Anime was a mistake. And so was the internet. And porn, and Rule 34, and. You wanna say that a little more, Bast said from behind him, a questioning tone in his voice. You have no fucking idea, man. You have no idea. Rhys turned, still a little pained from his internal voice betraying him. He shook his head and offered Bast his hand. Good to see you again. Bast took it, and they clasped arms. Good to see you too. I've got news. Good. Bad. Depends how you take it. Rhys cocked a brow expectantly. Has the counterattack been called off? What's going on? Bast crossed his arms. First off, where have you been this last week? I've been trying to tell you for days. Leveling up, like I told Corey. Secondly, it's still on, right? Rhys asked, a little anxious. Yes, soon. Next week, Bast said shortly. He put his hands on his hips. I was trying to tell you earlier, but. Last-minute leveling, man. It's what you do, when there's a boss fight around the corner. How long have I got? I kinda need to get some more trash, Rhys confessed. His trash star was small right now as a result of his last-minute leveling surge. It wasn't dangerously small, but it wasn't comfortable to fight the big boss-sized, either. He needed to hit up some impure wells and trash heaps just for the energy to keep going. 3 days. 3, Rhys pressed his lips together, thinking. He had 3 days. There were several impure wells within spitting distance of his trash can teleports, ones he'd been tracking for a desperate moment, and it sounded like that desperate moment was now. 3 days. His mind went to the fast food empire. He had enough time to deploy the endgame food, but he had to start now. And leveling the others, that was a dream, at this point. Lyra and Mouse would have to stay at Tier 2, and he and Sable would have to carry the group as the Tier 3s. No, it's fine. We can be the fighters. Everyone else's job is to continue to poison the enemy. He wiped his face, already exhausted. 3 days, huh? Bast spread his hands. You're the one who was leveling for a week. That's not my fault. True. Rhys took a deep breath. I gotta get moving. Bast nodded. He looked at Rhys. What form of support can we expect from you? I've got a fast food network that's important, and most of my men are only Tier 1. Sable and I are Tier 3, and Mouse and Lyra are Tier 2. The 4 of us can fight. The rest of us are probably better evacuated or unacknowledged. They have one more part to play, but once they deliver the final blow, they're Tier 1. There's not much they can do. Bast smiled. He chuckled, shaking his head. We were Tier 1 not that long ago, Rhys. What happened? Rhys clapped his shoulder. We grew up, Bast. We grew up. I grew up. I think you just started to match your age, Bast said, eyeing Rhys. Rhys waved his hand. Nah, I'm a fucking skeleton. I've got 1 foot in the grave. I've still got too many years to go before anyways. Bast raised a brow. Knew you had a previous life. Oh, shut up. Rhys paced back and forth, lost in his thoughts, then stopped. Bast. That's me. What's your plan? On your end, I mean. The Alliance. Bast shook his head. You'll know it when you see it. I wish I could say more, Rhys. I do. He reached to the neck of his robes and pulled, revealing a mark shaped like a double diamond. From where he stood, Rhys could feel the mana emanating from it, and the sensation of silence and secrecy that came with it. Compared to Mouse's secrecy, it was a brick, about as subtle as a fist to the face, but not everyone had the subtlety that Mouse did. Rhys wrinkled his nose. Gross. You're telling me. I have it on me. The price of being the Sword Saint's apprentice. The cost of the alliance. Rhys paused for a moment. When you're done, the mark. There's not much I can do. A longer pause. Do you want it on you? Do you want to stay with the alliance? He'd never considered that. He'd never thought about whether or not Bast wanted all the politics and social obligation that came with being the Sword Saint's apprentice. Bast was a powerful swordsman. A 1 in a million talent. It seemed like a waste for him to be under anyone else, but it was Bast's call. It was his life. Or so Rhys thought, but now that he was the Sword Saint's apprentice, learning the Sword Saint's techniques, he was obligated to remain as such, wasn't he? Obligated to remain as part of the alliance. Obligated to do certain things, because of the power he was being taught. Power carried responsibility, no matter what, but there were times that responsibility felt more like a weight around one's neck. He didn't want that for Bast. He'd never thought that encouraging Bast down this path would end that kind of way. Bast pressed his lips together. He shrugged. Rhys stepped forward. He leaned in. Do you want me to get you out of it? Why would I want that? Bast met Rhys's eyes. He stared deeply into them. Right. Why would you want that? Rhys replied slowly, understanding. It wasn't just a secret keeper, but some kind of compulsion as well. He narrowed his eyes. I'm starting to think that the alliance isn't all that great of a group, either. Tell me something I don't know, Darren murmured in his ear. Since when can you read my thoughts? Hey. Rhys stepped back. He looked at Bast. Hey. After this, let's hang out. Just you and me. Go be hermits in a mountain and train, okay. Bast snorted. That sounds fun, but I'll have to ask Master. Damn, really? Surely he couldn't disagree with a bit of training between two disciples. Master, will agree, Bast said, once again making intense eye contact. Ah, there's someone else. Someone else in the alliance. Just for a few days. Surely the Sword Saint can afford to let his apprentice have a few days. A few days. Bast raised his brows, disbelief in his voice. A few days, Rhys said firmly. I think I could negotiate that. Rhys thumped his shoulder. See if you can. You need some time off, Bast. You need this. It's your right. Bast gave him a wry smile. An apprentice doesn't have rights. What about a friend, huh? A friend has even fewer rights. Well, yeah, that's true. Bast paused. He looked Rhys up and down. You'd do that for me. Sure. You'd make a lot of enemies. I've already made a lot of enemies. What's a few more? But that's, Bast glanced down, then back at Rhys. Seriously. You would. Rhys grinned. It's kinda trashy to take on the whole world at once, right? I guess so, Bast said, finally breaking out into a smile. He clasped Rhys's shoulder back. Just the two of us, huh? On a mountain. Sounds amazing. Yeah, just the two of us. Rhys nodded. Just us two. Bast nodded to himself for a few seconds, then glanced at Rhys. The smile evaporated as he turned serious once more. In 3 days, it starts. Make your final preparations. You'll know when it happens. Understood. Rhys saluted. Bast saluted back. And when we're done, Mountain, you do your negotiations and tell me when, because I'm a free man. Yeah, you got it. Just a little trip. Just a few days. Yeah. See ya, Bast. See ya. Bast backed away. He tapped the side of his neck and nodded, then whirled and stepped into the night. Despite his bright white garb, within the space of a second, he'd vanished, leaving Rhys all alone under the trash heap. Rhys stared at the floor. He rubbed his chin and took a step back, still handling the information he'd been handed just now. He hadn't exactly been a drinker of the Alliance's Kool-Aid, but he'd thought they were at least okay people. No governing group was perfect, and he knew that, but putting compulsions on people. Not allowing Bast to leave when he wanted to. That was worse than he was expecting. We'll break Bast out, and then we'll consider our next steps. Maybe it had only been because of this tense situation. Maybe there was some other corroborating factors. Maybe they fucked my friend, and maybe fuck them, a visceral part of him responded. Rhys thought for a second, considering countering the voice, but then nodded. Yeah, you know what? Fuck 'em. They were allies until the Empire fell, and then, well, then he'd see. Once he got the mark off of Bast and got the real story, then he'd figure out what he was going to do with the Alliance, if anything. But, keep working with them, definitely wasn't the answer. Rhys clapped his cheeks, drawing his attention back to the moment. 3 days. He had 3 days to make his last preparation for the counterattack, and then it was time. Time to take on the Empire at last. Time to face down the Empress. Holy shit, I have so much to do. The next 3 days were chaos. Everything had to be moved into place. Everyone had to be adjusted. Some people wanted to leave, and those, Rhys got as close to the border as he could, so they could sprint for it when things broke out. Most of them were in it to win it, or ex-criminals who didn't know what was going on, anyways. Those he kept on the stores. The stores stayed open. The stores were vital. Rhys spent his first day teleporting around and slurping impure wells, and his next day in the kitchen, brewing up the nastiest impurities he could. These were next level. These were destructive impurities, things that would absolutely ruin the day of whoever drank them, and maybe destroy their cultivation, too. Subtlety was over. It was time to use the hammer. A few of their patrons, over the next few days, complained about the taste, or even outright told them that they would never eat their food again. It didn't matter. They had already been poisoned. Dodging the final blow was barely worth commenting on. If not for the fact that Rhys had actively made these last, most virulent impurities sleep in their veins, even a sip might have had a severe effect. As it was, a few complaints barely registered to him. This was it. This was what he'd built everything for. And soon, he'd burn it all down. His fast food empire, and the Empire both. Sable spent her time making pleased noises under her breath and sharpening her spidery bone legs. Lyra ran around, barking orders at the workers and fixing everything into place. He couldn't catch hide nor hair of mouse, which he took as a good sign. Corey wrangled whoever Lyra wasn't wrangling. Rhys dispersed the animal-run farms, not wanting to reveal them as his allies, nor risk their lives. The animals, used to this kind of thing, ran to ground and vanished, but he knew they would come when he called. The little salute the raccoon did as it vanished told him as much. The criminal-run farms chugged along, if only because it would be suspicious if they vanished. Besides, human farms were nothing special. It wasn't like discovering that humans were farming would reveal anything about Rhys's operation that he couldn't replicate with a few months and a small criminal enterprise. The Empire plodded along. The usual customers came to his shops, received their usual snacks, and returned to their usual lives. The Empire's nobles went to their usual dances, the ghost of the Infernan girl nothing but a distant memory. Everything was normal and quiet. The world proceeded as usual, to the extent that Rhys began to wonder if he'd dreamed up Bast arriving and telling him about the counterattack. On the eve of the counterattack, Rhys sat on the porch of his shop, his hands clasped, staring at nothing. He'd spent the day smuggling the last of the non-essential personnel, and those who didn't want to fight, to the border, where they'd wait to make a mad dash. Inside the building, Lyra was shouting at anyone who crossed her path, making sure every last detail was in the perfect place for their battle. Sable was as taut as a piano string, lunging at anything that twitched in the basement. He was having a hard time bringing Mouse to mind. Everyone was on edge, doing whatever it was that they thought would help, in the carnage to come. And him. He was sitting on the front porch, wasting his last moments of peace like the trash he was. "Oh, hey there, mister," a boy greeted him. He looked familiar, but Rhys couldn't quite place him. He squinted, then sighed. "I'm sorry. Have we met?" The boy blinked at him, taken aback, then laughed. "I'm Jacques, your landlord. You pay me every month. Well, someone does, anyways, I suppose, if you've forgotten about me." Rhys stared at him for another few seconds until the memories finally clicked into place. "That's right. We technically rented this place from this boy." He smiled warmly. "Jacques, How have things been? Better, with you paying rent. I've been able to support myself and my mum. He tilted his head. Where's the stand? Do you usually close up so early? Ran out of product, Rhys lied smoothly. Ah, is that it? Your chips are so popular. I'm amazed, honestly. If only I could think up something that delicious, I'd be set for life. It's not that hard. You know, I'd even be willing to sell you the recipes and teach you how to run your own shop, as long as you paid me a franchise fee and a cut of your profits every month. Jacques laughed. Wouldn't I just be handing your own money back to you? That'd be foolish. Rhys gave him a pitying look. Oh, sweet summer child. If he thought the franchise fee would be as cheap as the rent on this building, he was beyond foolish. He took a deep breath. A foolish boy. Just a kid, born in the Empire, who didn't know the first thing about the crimes his world was built upon. Perhaps not blameless, but who could blame him? Some lofty brainiac would be able to justify it, he was sure, but not someone as trashy as him. Jacques didn't deserve to get caught up in the scrum. Smiling, he reached into his back pocket. He summoned a bag of coins from his storage ring to his palm, then pulled them out as though he'd merely retrieved them from his pocket. Here, kid, I owe everything I have to you. If you hadn't had some faith in me, and rented this space to me, I'd have nothing. This, consider it my gratitude. Use it to take yourself and your family somewhere nice. And do it now. Life is short. There's no time like the present to appreciate what you have, you know. Jacques took the bag and undid the ties, squinting inside cautiously, then recoiled. This, I can't. If you have to, consider it an advance on rent, and just go. Take care of yourself and your family, okay? Jacques stared at the money again, then at Rhys, then back at the money. He ducked his head in a quick nod and ran off, as if afraid Rhys would take it all back. Rhys watched him go, feeling a bit wistful. The kid would probably spend it on something useless, or lose it to pickpockets, but he wanted to believe that he'd run off and escaped. Got out of the country, or at least ran somewhere the battle wouldn't touch. Jacques didn't deserve this. No, the Empire's ordinary citizens, the ones who scrabbled to afford a bag of chips just to try them once, who he'd told his men to look the other way when they snitched a bag or a cup or two, none of them deserved this. They didn't deserve to get swept up in this any more than he had, or any of the Alliance's ordinary civilians had. But it was too late. Blood had been spilt. And blood demanded blood. There was a quiet thump. A warm presence at his shoulder. Rhys sighed. Mouse, by all rights, I should take your head. He stiffened. That deep voice didn't belong to Mouse, or any of the rest of his friends and co-conspirators. No, he recognized it quite well. Laurent. Looking away, he cleared his throat. Sir, I'm afraid I don't know what you. Seditious conspiracy. Criminal destruction of property. Endangerment with the intent to deceive. You belong in a dank cell at least, if not on your knees before the axe. You'd like me on my knees, would you? Rhys thought to himself, but held himself back. So, why am I sitting here, then, a free man? Laurent sat there in silence for a few moments, his hands clasped. Rhys glanced at him. He wasn't in his uniform, but in ordinary mage's robes, that was why he hadn't seen him from a mile away. His hair was in disarray, not in its usual tight ponytail. And he smelled of, Rhys sniffed. No, it was unmistakable, alcohol. At last, Laurent sighed aloud, hanging his head. I just don't know what to do with you. You mystify me at every turn, evade my every attempt to put meaning to your actions. What is your goal? What is your true purpose? The Rhys I knew wasn't interested in something as petty as tormenting a few random nobles. And yet, I can't find any more meaning to your actions. That's because the payoff isn't here yet. So far, he'd only tormented a few nobles. The real payoff came once the counterattack began, but he couldn't tell Laurent that, not that he even wanted to. So instead, he laughed shallowly. Perhaps that's because you never knew me. Is that true? I know I never knew you well, but to not know you at all. Laurent turned, gazing at Rhys's face. Is it true? Rhys turned away, refusing to meet his eyes. It's true, Laurent. You don't know the first thing about me, and you never will. Not who I am. Not who I was. You know nothing, and you'll die without knowing anything. Is that true, Rena? Rhys sighed aloud. Laurent, don't make this difficult. Go back to your dorms and forget all about me. We come from different worlds, and we're destined for different worlds. The future you envision, it can't be. I refuse to be a part of it. That world doesn't include me, and you know that. But what if it could? There are allowances. For meritorious service, and for those with particularly outstanding paths. I could put you in for one of those. I have considerable pull. I could. Laurent. Stop. Laurent fell silent, though reluctantly. Rhys turned at last, looking at Laurent for the first time since they'd begun speaking. I'm not Rena. I'm Rhys. A man. You know this. You've known it for a long time. I do not believe in the Empire, and I never will. No matter how you look at it, you and I are fundamentally incompatible. I do not agree with your path, and you do not agree with mine. The best thing we can do is walk away peacefully. Do you understand? Laurent looked down. He took a deep breath, then looked up sharply. Their eyes met. I know. And I love you. The words hung on the air. Rhys closed his eyes, then opened them slowly. I know that took a lot of courage to say, Laurent. But you know I can't answer your affections. Laurent looked away. I know. I just hope that, I don't know. He stood abruptly. I should go. Laurent. He paused, as if yanked to a halt by a tether. Rhys felt a pang in his chest at that he had such control over the man, that he'd taken up such a large part of his heart, even if he'd never meant to, even though it had been nothing to him. It wasn't fair of him. From the beginning, it had never been fair, not to either of them, but especially not to Laurent. Rhys had been playing a prank, and Laurent got fooled, and then hurt, but really hurt. Actually injured. Inflicted with the kind of wound that would last a lifetime, even though Rhys had only ever meant for them to laugh it off in the morning. Maybe think back on it over drinks from time to time and laugh, reminiscing about their foolish childhoods. And instead, here they were. At a crossroads. A crossroads more severe than Laurent could possibly imagine. A crossroads that might as well be a gulf, an ocean between them. If we met another way, in a world without the Empire, I think we would have been friends, Rhys said at last. He didn't know what else to say. There was nothing he could say that would make it right. He'd wronged Laurent, and Laurent would carry that scar for the rest of his life. And tomorrow, he would dig that scar deeper than he'd ever meant to, dig a wound so deep Laurent might never recover. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know if there was anything he could say. He just knew that he had to say something. Laurent turned back. For the last time, their eyes met, and Rhys felt the gulf opening. Laurent shook his head, just a tiny amount. No matter how we met, I would have always loved you. The floor dropped out from under Rhys. Guilt swallowed him up. No, he wanted to say. To scream. No, he was the one. He'd manipulated Laurent, played with his feelings. Right from the beginning, he had orchestrated this harm, as if he had the right to move other people's hearts like they were puppets on his strings, like they were pieces on a chessboard. Perhaps he hadn't seen Laurent as fully real, at first, because he was still fresh from his world, in his head. Perhaps he'd thought having magic and being summoned by an absolute existence gave him the right to play God with everything he touched, not just trash. Perhaps. His mouth moved, but no words came out. Laurent turned, head bowed, and vanished into the darkness, his white hair the last thing to vanish, glimmering like a ghost. There was nothing he could say. No words left to defend himself, or explain what he'd done, or beg for Laurent's forgiveness. He deserved none of it, anyways. He had driven himself up this creek and abandoned his paddle. He had to bear the consequences of his actions. He didn't deserve to be this kind of indelible mark. He should never have interfered with Laurent's life. It was his mistake, for stepping where he had no right to step. I'm sorry, he whispered, to the empty street. There was no one left to hear it. Tomorrow, they would be deadly enemies. Tomorrow, they would fight to the death. There was no need to feel guilty when he would attack this man with the intent to kill tomorrow. So why did he feel as though he'd committed a far worse crime tonight? Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Dawn rose on a new day, and as it broke, fire lit at the borders of the Empire. The Alliance's mages poured over the Empire's borders, overwhelming the Empire's guards before they could send the alarm. They sprinted inward, pushing toward the Empire's outermost cities. Rhys watched it quietly from the edge of a camp he hadn't detonated his garbage can teleportation on, one of the ones he'd surveyed, but not attacked. Not all the Empire's camps were full of political prisoners and prisoners of war. Some were full of, as far as Rhys could tell, ordinary prisoners who'd done ordinary crimes. He wasn't above breaking them out for a little chaos. Gods knew he wasn't against working with criminals, but they hadn't been a priority. And now, it was too late. The Alliance poured over the border, lit up with the glow of their own flying machines, fireballs, and magical attacks. As he watched, a wolf made of glittery starlight ran overhead, chased by a woman who held a sword at least a dozen meters long in one hand as if it weighed as much as a toothpick. The Empire's guards fled, instantly recognizable in their bright white uniforms, the white cloth stark against the darkness of breaking dawn. These were not the border guards, but prison guards, camp guards, and they had had time to raise the alarm. Even now, white ships sped toward the Alliance, whose own warships sped along behind the frontrunners. The Alliance's ships were far more colorful and eclectic than the Empire's uniform white ships, but the Empire's ships were larger. The Empire, in turn, had more, but uniformly tiered soldiers, whereas the variance in the Alliance's soldiers was higher. Some were extremely strong, many were extremely weak. If he had to put it to ratios, the Empire had primarily Tier 2 soldiers, probably at the 70% point, with some weaker, and a few very much stronger. He knew the Empire was rife with Tier 1s and that they enjoyed a good potato chip, but wisely, the Empress had chosen not to field them. On the other hand, the Alliance had no such compunctions. Most of their soldiers were Tier 1, but in return, they had more Tier 3s than the Empire. As for higher tier mages, there were so few that they were about equivalent in number, and if there were more on either side, Rhys couldn't say which, for sure, had more. He snorted under his breath. Once upon a time, he'd estimated the Empress at Tier 4, foolishly. There wasn't a chance in this world. The Empress and the Sword Saint had to at least be Tier 5. Maybe even Tier 6. Above him right now, he could sense multiple Tier 4s. Now that his tier was higher, he could sense the tier of more powerful mages more clearly, whereas at Tier 2, anyone at Tier 4 or higher felt the same level of immensely powerful to him. But he was now strong enough to feel the strength of stronger mages more clearly, and not only that, but he'd enhanced his mana senses. His ability to sense was infinitely finer and more powerful than before, and by having a higher strength level, he had a better baseline to compare other mages to. Foolish of me to underestimate her. He took a deep breath. He could fight Tier 4s, at least low-level ones. At Tier 5, though. Rhys glanced at the Alliance. Good thing I brought some friends. He extended his mana senses, scything over the Alliance's men, searching for a Tier 5 or better of their own. If the Sword Saint was here, he should be able to sense him. Nothing. Rhys furrowed his brows. No Sword Saint. Was this a diversion? Some kind of false attack? But, why? Why had Bast told him? The mark. If Bast wanted to, he couldn't have. Rhys twisted his lips. On one hand, not sensing the Sword Saint was bad news. On the other hand, it wasn't necessarily bad news. He himself had just acquired a secret realm. He'd recently experienced a teleportation node. They might be faking that the Sword Saint wasn't going to appear, and then materialize him later when the Empire's guard was down. He didn't know. He finished his scan and retracted his senses, not that worried that someone else would have noticed his scan. Right now, everyone was scanning everything with their mana senses. He'd been scanned a half-dozen times himself, and a few people had even cast him a curious glance, but the flight was in the sky, and if they could sense him, they could sense that he had no flying device. He was no party to this fight. That's what they think, anyways. Rhys smiled to himself. He knew why he was here. And when the time was right, they'd all know. He hadn't sensed Bast among the Alliance, either. If this was a feint, then Bast wasn't here, either. At least Bast is safe, unless there's a teleport, and if there's a teleport, then the Sword Saint is on his way, and I don't need to worry either way. He nodded to himself, pleased. With the mark, he couldn't trust Bast, but if this was a feint, then he didn't need to launch his attack. He would sit back, watch the battle, and see. Somewhere in the near distance, Sable took to the sky with a roar. He didn't know where she'd sourced her broom from, and he didn't really want to know. When she'd heard his plan, the look on her face had been pure mutiny, up until the point that he told her she was free to act and fight as she pleased, at which point she'd been all butterflies and rainbows. He'd told the same to Lyra, and to Mouse, who he hadn't been able to see, but who was probably there somewhere, but Lyra hadn't been as interested as Sable had been at throwing herself at the carnage. As for Mouse, he wasn't 100% sure she was present. He hadn't seen her for a while. It could just be because she was scared and reflexively hiding, or she could have booked it. He really didn't know. The two forces clashed. Magic splashed across the sky. Enormous magical constructs slammed into one another. Sable tore into a platoon of Empire soldiers, and the Empire fought back, though it wasn't much of a fight. Sable was hungry for blood, and she'd found her source in the Empire's forces. The Alliance fought hard, and the Empire was still scattered. For now, the Alliance dictated the pace of battle, and they pressed deep into the Empire, the battle line a blazing line of light across the sky. Rhys stood, running to keep pace with the battle. He wanted to keep an eye on things, and this seemed as good a way as any. One of the Empire's Tier 2s noticed him and made a beeline toward him, only for Sable to swoop out of the sky and take his head. Rhys raised his hand in thanks, but she didn't even respond, already on the way to her next kill. He snorted. Did she even mean to save me, or did that poor guy just walk into Sable's kill zone? He couldn't tell. Either way, he appreciated the assist. He hadn't needed it, per se, but was he about to complain that someone else saved him some effort? Nope, not him. The battle continued. The Empire's warships arrived, and reinforcements spilled out. From far below, Rhys made out a familiar figure on the ship. Laurent looked a bit distraught, but at least his ponytail was back in fine form, which he took to mean that the man was good enough. Well, not that I care too much about his emotional state when we're in active battle with his country, but still. He would have felt really bad if he'd left the guy on some kind of alcoholic bender while the battle raged. Rhys scowled and slapped his leg. Damn it. What was I thinking? I should have leaned in. Sure, he'd fucked up Laurent's life by becoming a bit of a troublesome emotional scar for the rest of his life, but what if he'd done that to all the Empire's promising young officers? He could have had the Empire's entire force on its knees with a wink. Okay, Rhys, calm down. Let's be realistic here. Laurent's predilections and questionable taste in men and women aside, it wasn't as if all the officers on the force would fall in love with him. He'd taken advantage of Laurent's attraction to Rena, but it wasn't as if the entire Empire contingent was begging for Rena's attention. He could have become the ultimate honey trap, true, but that would have required way more clothes and makeup than he was interested in dealing with. Besides, it wasn't like he could time their realization that he was the wrong gender. Well, for half of them, there wouldn't even be a realization, since there were plenty of female officers. Okay, for them, it would have to be the betrayal that I was dating the entire cadre. He shook his head. It was falling apart in his mind, even as he thought it out. It was a fun idea, but ultimately a silly one with no future. But maybe in the future, when I'm an even stronger mage with a shapeshifting skill even more convenient than Lyra's watershapping. Wait, why am I making this a goal? But it does kind of sound fun, to become the love of an entire nation and sabotage an entire region. He considered, then sighed. First, he had to work on his sparkling personality. Second, he had to reassess his goals and pick something slightly less trashy. Rhys's eyes sparkled. Wait, hold on. Maybe there is something to this. A harem was trashy. What was trashier than a harem? A big harem. What was trashier than a big harem? Making an entire country into his harem. A fireball hurtled toward him, and he lifted his hand, calling forth a scrap of a table. An ethereal table of pure intent manifested, and the fireball bounced off harmlessly. He dismissed it and slapped his face with his other hand. Come on, Rhys. Focus. You're in an active battlefield. It was a dumb idea, anyways. There wasn't enough time in the day to haremize an entire country. A tier 3 hurtled his way, blazing past Sable as she fought with some other soldiers. Her eyes narrowed as she saw Rhys. You, do I know you? Not yet, but, would you like to get to know me better? Rhys asked, totally ignoring that she knew him from the coffee stand. She was a big fan of the stuff. Let's try out my mad Riz skills, and see if I can Riz a whole country. Come on, it's worth a shot, right? You're from the coffee stand. She realized, snapping her fingers. Rhys sighed. And that's a fail. All right. He snapped his fingers back at her. She frowned, confused, and then her eyes widened. Black veins spread over her face and body, streaking her eyes with black. Her neck swelled as her jugular blackened, and her heart rate slowed as the impurities dug deep into her tissues. What have you? She stuttered, staggering to a halt. I failed the charisma check, so I had to erase all the evidence, Rhys said. She fell to her knees, and he put his hand on her head. This might have been a real fight, but I laid the groundwork for your defeat months ago. I'm sorry. I was unfair. What? He pressed down. All the impurities in her body burst out of her, breaking her veins, her muscles, tearing her skin, bursting her eyes. She collapsed into a puddle of flesh and filth, and her impurities, then her whole ruined body, flowed into his core. He looked up. No one had noticed. She was just another death in 1,000, another clash on the battlefields. He dusted off his hands and ran on, keeping pace with the fight. It wasn't time yet. Not yet. But soon. Very, very soon. Just waiting for that pivotal moment. The Empire fought, but the Alliance gave its all. They steadily pushed deeper into the Empire, while the Empire retreated in equal measure. The Empire hadn't brought as many ships as Rhys had expected to see, especially since he recalled them having at least as many, if not more ships than the Alliance, but that might have been exactly why the Alliance attacked. If the Empire, and particularly the Empress, was busy somewhere else, then it was the exact same condition as when the Empire had attacked the Alliance, and the Sword Saint was at the northern border. Turnabout was fair play. At the end of the day, using another country's own tactics against it wasn't even a war crime, though Rhys was pretty sure that 90% of the magics being used right now on the battlefield probably were. There was an Alliance contingent nearby under Ernesto's familiar face that was definitely committing war crimes with their curses. It'd be an excellent time to look for straw, Rhys thought regretfully. Unfortunately, he wanted the Empress dead as badly as any of them, so he couldn't afford to go looking. He saw some familiar faces, like Wilbur and the gothic Lolita girl whose name he forgot, but quickly looked away. That was attention he didn't want to attract. They reached the city Rhys used as base. Mages moved far more rapidly than any battle Rhys was used to reading about in the news. At this rate, they'd be at the capital by nightfall. Not that he thought the Empire was about to let that happen. He dashed to the top of a building and peered deeper into the Empire, searching for the ship he knew was out there. Where was the Empress? Was she really going to sit back and let this happen? Her men were falling back. The Alliance was on the verge of taking a major city. Even if she was on the other side of the Empire, there was no way she wouldn't materialize, right? She wasn't like the Sword Saint. There were no internal politics holding her back. She was the Empress, the autocrat, the only power that mattered in her country. No one could tell her not to sprint across the country to fight off the attackers, and for that matter, why would she? Rhys still didn't understand why the Alliance had held back the Sword Saint, aside from, Internal political bullshit, and in a vacuum of such bullshit, the Empress would surely come sprinting. He widened his eyes. Tightening his grip on the rooftop spire he stood on, he lifted his other hand to his eyes. Was that? Yes. Yes it was. The black ship. The Empress's battleship. The Empress hurtled in. Her ship flew through the sky, dark as the night the sun staved off. The rising sun lit its sails in brilliant crimson, its sides streaked with fresh soot. A dozen Empire ships followed it, chasing their Empress into battle. At the sight of the Empress, the Empire troops let out a cheer. They attacked with renewed vigor, pushing the Alliance back for the first time. Rhys held his breath, waiting. Not yet. Not yet. It wasn't yet time. The shadow of the Empress's ship fell over the city. Her flanking ships drew a firm line. Their cannons pointed forward, and they fired incredible magics at the Alliance ships. The Alliance ships deployed a barrier, only for the barrier to pop in the first barrage. They fell back, losing ground. The tide of battle had turned in favor of the Empress. Rhys chuckled. Not while I'm here. The time had come. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. He lifted his hand. No one looked at him. No one paid any attention to him. All alone in the middle of the chaotic battlefield, as bodies fell all around him and incredible magics twisted the fabric of reality itself, Rhys smiled quietly and snapped his fingers. For a moment, nothing happened. And then the Empire convulsed. All across the battlefield, soldiers' veins darkened, and their cores dimmed. Fierce impurities dug into their veins, their mana passages, their every muscle, bone, and cell. Their bodies crumbled from the inside out. Without Rhys there to personally maximize the power of the impurities, they were only a debuff, but what a debuff. Healthy soldiers were suddenly on the brink of collapse. Powerful magics unraveled as their casters crumbled. A few of the worst affected died directly, or plummeted from the sky as they lost the power to keep their flying machines afloat. From jubilation at their Empress arriving, straight into hell, the mood of the Empire's soldiers reversed as suddenly as it had jumped at her arrival. The freshly arrived ships weren't immune to the devastation, either. Several of the soldiers on them keeled over, and one of the ships began to list in the sky, bashing into its neighbor's ship as it sunk backward. Rhys focused, stretching out his mana senses as far as he could for maximum effort. His trash star burned hot. He didn't flare it as far as he did when he'd absorbed the secret realm, but it pushed about as hot as he'd ever pushed it, short of that. As far as he could sense, he called out to the impurities in the soldiers' bloodstreams and flared them as viciously as he could. The soldiers closer to him choked, spurting blood, their cores coming apart, while those further from him simply stumbled, forced to a knee or otherwise injured, but not as destroyed as those closest to him, for the most part. Some were particularly weak to impurities, or already had existing weaknesses, or resonated with Rhys, trashy humans, he could only assume, and those experienced the full force of his impurities, the same as the closer mages did. This was it. This was what he'd spent months working toward. This moment. This attack. An attack that could turn the tides of battle, an attack from a single mage that could decimate the opponent force without even revealing Rhys's location. It was an absolutely insane thing to accomplish, no, an impossible spell. It was something he could never have accomplished in a moment, something he couldn't have done at all without all the preparation he'd done. Fighting mage on mage was one thing, but injuring this many tier 1s, 2s, 3s, and even 4s to this extent with a snap of his fingers. If he'd been attacking a standard way, he would have had to have been at least tier 5 to accomplish such a feat. But here he was, a trashy tier 3, dominating the battlefield with his excessive preparation and fast food empire seeding impurities in the Empire for the last few months. Rhys let out a quiet chuckle, watching the Empire panic and flee. They had no idea what had hit them. If they knew it was him, they'd be even more confused. He'd broken all the rules of magehood, attacked across tiers, and landed a critical blow to an entire army as a pathetic, weak tier 3. Yes, just one tier 3, and the Empire was laid low. If the Empress knew, she would have been tearing her hair out. As it was, Rhys was happy she didn't know, because she could probably still squash him like a bug. Instead, he reveled in the chaos he'd caused, standing on that roof without ever personally throwing a blow in the battle. Perfection. The Alliance leapt forth, taking advantage of the Empire's sudden weakness to push them back. The Empire reeled. Those who were unaffected leapt to keep their comrades from falling out of the sky, and those who were affected could do little more than sink, unable to fight or hold themselves up any longer. Rhys wasn't done yet. The ones he'd hit were mostly ordinary soldiers. A few low-ranking nobles were caught up in it, but the more powerful nobles, the ones who would never dream of lowering themselves to eat ordinary peasants' food, were unaffected. They fought on, continuing to battle with the Alliance's strongest. The Alliance's foot soldiers were able to surge forward, but the Alliance's elites were still matched, if not outmatched, by the Empire. If he let things stand like this, the low-tier mages would overreach, then get punished by the Empire's elites. Even being pressured by the Alliance's elites, they could still fire off an attack that was piddling to them and other elites, but enough to slaughter entire waves of lower-tier mages. So, before that could happen, Rhys dragged out all the trauma in his mind and mixed it up with his memories of haunting the balls as the Infernan daughter. The mixing made it look like it was the Infernan daughter who'd gone through everything he had. Since, after all, it was all in first person, but he reordered it to look as though the earliest things that had happened to him as her had happened first, then the tortuous memories of the cave, then the memories of haunting the balls, reorganizing the events so it seemed as though she'd been abandoned by her family and country, tortured, then come back to haunt them. It wasn't his best work, narratively speaking, and it wouldn't hold up to inspection, but injected directly into people's head all at once in the middle of battle. They wouldn't have time to closely examine it in the mess of it all. It wouldn't be the fatal blow that the built-up impurities had been, but it would be enough of a strike to give them pause, to create an opening for the Alliance elites. He reached out with his mana senses and targeted all of the Empire elites he could sense. They reacted, and some of them pushed his energy away, but he quickly retargeted them, then hammered them with his attack before they could retreat again. One after another, the Empire's elites flinched, and the Alliance elites filled in the gaps their flinches opened with attacks and brutal blows, pushing the Empire back. Two of the elites, both of them tier 4, whipped around and locked eyes on Rhys, chasing toward him. Rhys drew his poisoned sword and prepared to meet them. One of the two was struck down from behind as an Alliance mage charged, but the other Alliance mage turned and took on a different Empire mage, leaving the Empire tier 4 to Rhys. The Empire tier 4 extended his hand. A cloud of red dust burst up around Rhys and wrapped around his body, flying for his orifices and flying inside. Rhys took a deep breath, sucking it all in. The second the dust was inside his body, impurities weakened the pure red dust into something unrecognizable, and Rhys smoothly absorbed all of it. The mage snapped his fingers. Nothing happened. He frowned, staring at his hand, then looked at Rhys. How? Rhys kicked off the earth. He sliced at the mage. The man dodged backward, but Rhys's sword extended, the flexible blade lengthening with Rhys's swing. It cut the man's chest open in what wouldn't have been a fatal wound, had it not been immediately infected by impurities and poison. He grinned at the mage. As the man's body corrupted, he said, "Secret." The man's eyes rolled back. He fell to the ground. Rhys stepped forward and rested his hand on the man's back, quickly absorbing his trashified body. He gazed up, watching the battle unfold. With his intervention, the Alliance had gone from evenly matched to steamrolling the Empire. He grinned. He had this thing in the bag. And then, at the rear of the Empire's ships, the black ship descended. Rhys looked over his shoulder at the Alliance's ships. It was time. The Empress was entering the field, so it was time for the Sword Saint to take the field. He'd been looking forward to this from the start, the epic clash between the Empress and the Sword Saint. Come on, let's see him appear. How are you pulling off this trick? Nothing happened. The Alliance ships continued to hover. Not a single teleportation fluctuation or flutter of a robe. Not a flying sword from the rear, nor a hidden, cloaked compartment opening. Nothing. Rhys's heart sank. Was it really a feint after all? Or, maybe, if I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt and assuming they weren't leaving me hung out to dry, maybe they didn't expect the Empress to take the field this early. The Empress appeared, stepping off her ship. She hovered in the air, clutching a long, white lance. Slowly, she raised her hand, extending her finger. Rhys turned, looking behind him. There was no one there. He stood alone, one of the few on the ground. He turned back around and pointed at himself. Me? No way, right. I'm just a lowly tier 3. The Empress flashed toward him. Rhys's heart leapt into his throat, and he whirled and fled. Holy shit, she did mean me. Rhys fled. Internally, he screamed, why? Why me? What did I do? I'm just a lowly tier 3 mage who just disrupted the entire flow of the battle and turned a battle favorable to the Empire into one they're now losing. Why would she target little old me? Okay, maybe she's justified in attacking me. The Empress caught up with him in a step. Her hand wrapped around his shoulder. Rhys spun. He instantly lashed out with his blade. He didn't see her move, but the Empress's lance intercepted his blade. She twisted it in such a way that his flexible sword whirled harmlessly around the lance rather than striking her. This close, he could sense her power, her strength. They're 5, he thought. She was tier 5, 2 tiers above him. Uh-oh. Her red eyes bored into his. White hair draped over pale skin. Her uniform shone, pure white under the sun, all the metals and braids glittering gold. Rhys tensed, expecting death. Join me. Huh. The Empress nodded. She released his shoulder, taking a small step back. Your power is truly incredible. I could use soldiers like you in my army. Leave that foolish alliance behind and join me instead. With techniques like yours, we could conquer this entire region, no, this entire continent. Rhys glanced around. For the second time in a few moments, he pointed at himself. Me? She nodded. You? Can I consider? Didn't exactly expect a job offer, Rhys said, taken aback more than anything. This was so unforeseen that he simply wasn't prepared at all to handle it, and as a result, his mind, emotions, and everything else inside him was screaming at one another, 1,000 contradictory desires warring it out in his mind. She's the Empress. She stole my core and imprisoned me and my friends. I want her dead. She can kill me with her pinky finger. I should take the offer so I can survive. I can backstab her later when I'm stronger. The Alliance has been kind of a bag of dicks to me, especially if this whole attack Bast was press-ganged into telling me about as a feint. It's not like I'm loyal to them. Yeah, but fuck the Empress. I hate her. But life is precious. She held up her hand. 5 hours, minutes, days. Rhys tried. 4. Holy shit. Come on. Think. Where do I go here? How do I survive this? 3. I can't do it. I can't take the Empress's hand. I only have supposition that the Alliance might be fucking with me in particular. I have cold, hard proof that the Empress is a mad psychopath who needs to be put down. The camps, the decoring. 2. He dashed in, striking with the poisoned sword in the same moment. He knew it wouldn't hit. There was no way it would hit. But that wasn't his objective. A mildly disappointed expression crossed the Empress's face. She swept her lance faster than Rhys's eyes could track. He leaned to the side, but the lance still pierced him, slicing through his chest. It severed his ribs and his collarbone, thump, and scraped past his face. His ear went flying, along with a good chunk of hair. I survived, he thought. All according to plan. Just another second, and then the aftershock hit him. A vibrating power hammered into him, pounding through his body. Where it passed, his mana went haywire, then left his control entirely, no longer his. The now foreign mana tore into his body, piercing his own mana passages and biting his muscles. The vibrating power rushed toward his core, twisting all the mana it touched out of order, pulling it to the Empress, then stopped. The Empress's brows furrowed slightly. Your core, I can't take it. Rhys grinned. That's because, he paused to spit blood, it's not a core. She frowned. A moment later, dismissal flashed across her face. She lifted her lance again. It matters not. Your mana is mine. Die. No. Rhys wheezed in a breath, fighting past the pain with trash body and pain resist, and pulled. pulled on all the impurities he'd seeded over the last few months. On all the bodies he'd filled with filth. On all of them, because they were all trash, every last one of them, all of the Empire's soldiers. This was the purpose of his attack earlier. To trick the Empress into attacking him, so that she underestimated him, so that he had these few moments to act freely, where she wouldn't pay too much attention even if his power surged. She'd just assume it was a last-ditch attempt to save his life. It couldn't be further from reality. He wasn't gentle. He tore the impurities directly out of the soldiers' bodies, straight through their veins, their mana passages, their bones and muscles. The Empire's soldiers screamed, faltering even further. The Alliance surged in and slaughtered them, and their bodies flew toward Rhys as well. The Empress was forced to step back as bodies flew past her, hurtling toward Rhys. She charged, but Rhys lined up her own soldiers' bodies between him and the Empress, forcing her to cut down her own men to reach him. At the same time, he pulled the impurities into his core more fiercely than he'd ever pulled impurities before. These impurities had once been subtle, but they'd had time to dwell in mages' bodies and mingle with their mana and their bodies. They'd corrupted the mages and grown, secretly breeding more impurities within the mages' bodies. Not only grown in quantity, but in power as well. The impurities he had put out in the chips were subtle, low-level impurities, meant to pass below the attention of the mages who ate them, but now, they were powerful, dangerous things. They'd gathered in lumps in their hosts' bodies, and they punched holes in them on the way out. It didn't hurt that Rhys wasn't exactly trying to preserve their bodies or lives in any way. The bodies simply kept flying. He'd infected so many people with his impurities, that half the fallen soldiers had impurities of some sort in them. The weaker living ones couldn't resist his pull, either, and either died as he punched holes in them with impurities, then hurtled toward him dead, or flew toward him directly, only to die in the crush of bodies around him. Rhys played it cool, but internally, even he was a little shocked. He'd known this would be a big attack, but not this big. Damn, I was wasting time earlier just activating the impurities, he realized. He'd underestimated them. Or rather, he simply hadn't expected them to give him so much power over the soldiers he'd sunk them into. Not that he was complaining. He sucked them into him, and felt the trash star burn hotter and hotter. His body crumbled under the heat of the trash star, but he welcomed the loss, the pain, the failure. It was only an opportunity to reforge himself yet again. The wound on his torso closed. His body strengthened, over and over again, and the trash star grew larger, denser, in a harmonious cycle that only grew faster as more and more soldiers and impurities poured into him. The Empress growled and slashed, cutting through all the men in between her and Rhys. The ball split open, but Rhys was nowhere to be seen. The slashed bodies abruptly rushed toward the Empress. She slashed again, cutting the ball into tiny pieces, and those tiny pieces flew past her and vanished into Rhys's core. She turned. He stood behind her, glowing from the inside out, his skin continuously blackening, cracking, falling away, then reappearing, regrowing, strengthening. As she watched, his tears surged upward, from mid-3, to peak 3, to the very verge of 4. A nation's worth of impurities. Months of scheming, sinking impurities into thousands of lives, turning an entire empire into a furnace for his impurities, and now it had come to fruition. His eyes flickered, glowing blue, then molten red, then darkening as he consolidated his power into a filthy green-brown. His body pulsed with power, the trash star burning hot, yet unable to burn through him. Impurities flowed through his veins without harming him, his entire body cycling trash rather than proper mana. He looked at his hand, then slowly curled it, feeling the power in every finger. Tier 4. He was no longer a pitiful Tier 3, but a powerful Tier 4. Someone worthy of challenging the Empress. The Empress growled. You might have grown stronger, but you're still weaker than me. She charged and slashed him with her lance. Rhys let it happen. The blade cut his flesh, sliced his bones, and again, that power pierced into him, that twisting, pounding sensation. It sought to control his mana, to twist it out of his control, only to find no mana. Rhys laughed darkly. Foolish. Why would he circulate mana? Why convert his pure trash energy, his precious impurities, into something fundamentally weaker? He was a mage, but not an ordinary mage. A trash mage. What had he been doing all this time, circulating mana, when he had trash so close at hand? What was he doing, giving the enemy an advantage? No more. Now he was purely trash. Filth inside and out, with no exceptions. He reached out toward the Empress. His impure blood flew forth, twisting around her lance. She sliced it free and jumped back, suddenly wary of him. Rhys snorted. Where's that high and mighty attitude? Not that he minded. It was nice to be domineering for once. He didn't get a whole lot of opportunities to lord it over his opponents, so he was going to enjoy this while it lasted. The Empress scowled. She jabbed a finger at him. That twisted, dark cultivation, it will be your ruin. Yeah, I am rubber, you are glue, all right. You're the one running around yoinking cores. Did you not think someone was going to figure out a way around your op technique? The meta is always moving, man. If you keep playing the old meta, you're destined to lose. She squinted at him. What? Play more MMORPGs, loser, Rhys said, and charged. He lashed out with his poisoned sword, mostly out of curiosity. It was far less dangerous than his body and blood right now, given how laden he was with impurities. He was constantly regulating them, cleaning them from his flesh, then allowing them to soak back in, getting his flesh accustomed to holding vastly powerful impurities without dying. If the Empress realized he still hadn't stabilized his new technique fully, he was sure she'd try to exploit it, so he fought as if everything was secure and fully established. What she didn't know couldn't hurt him. Probably. The Empress parried his sword. The two of them exchanged a dozen blows in the blink of an eye, almost too fast for the eye to track, their weapons little more than blurs in the air. As Rhys attacked, he threw impurities at the Empress with his other hand, riddling her with darts, bad breath, and even mental attacks, while she hammered him repeatedly with her mana-disrupting energy. It wasn't entirely ineffective. His impurities still had magic of a sort in them, even if Rhys couldn't quite put to words what it was. Curse power. Some kind of anti-mana. Or maybe mana, but a different shape and color than what he was used to. In any case, she could still disrupt him a little, but nowhere near as strongly as she could interrupt the flow of his mana earlier. Now, it was little more than an annoyance. Rhys jumped back, creating distance. He snapped his fingers, and a swarm of rats materialized around the Empress, instantly climbing up her legs and chewing at her flesh. She spun her lance, materializing a whirlwind, and sucked the rats off her body, dispelling them with a slash. He manifested the cursed hands to grab her, but she dodged rather than break them, more the pity, because he would have taken more impurities. With a flick of his hand, he summoned his skeletal steed and had the man charge the Empress. She cut him down with a flash of blinding light, and that backlash struck Rhys. He staggered for a second, still forced to take a moment to process the influx of impurities and curse power, and the Empress charged, only for him to step into her charge and open his arms, hugging her close to him. Filth poured out of his every pore, soaking into her pure white uniform. For the first time, the Empress grunted in pain. No. A familiar figure flashed down from the heavens, Laurent. Rhys backhanded him out of the air and sent him rolling over the ground. He deliberately didn't kill him. He'd already done enough. Laurent didn't deserve to die. It wasn't a fair battle, when Rhys was an entire tier over him and fully empowered by all the dead soldiers on the battlefield. He was at the peak of his power, and Laurent was still confused on the inside. If they were going to fight, it would be after Laurent had made his mind up about whose side he was on. He wasn't really sure how the man had survived his impurity sucking, given that he knew that Laurent was one of the original fans of the potato chips, but on the other hand, he wasn't sure Laurent had ever eaten any of the potato chips so much as worshipped them in some secret Rhenish shrine in his room, so he couldn't say he was surprised either that the man had survived. A part of him was glad. He'd done enough to Laurent already. Another part felt as though maybe it would have been for the best, for Laurent to die here. A clean end. A sharp cut. No hanging threads. He's not a hanging thread. He's a person, Rhys admonished himself. He thought all this in the blinking of an eye, and then the Empress was upon him again, and there was no more time for thinking. A beam of blinding, disruptive light burst from the tip of her lance. He dodged to the side and hurled a dozen impurity darts at her. She dodged most of them, but one or two hit. In response, she spread her fingers and fired 5 smaller beams, closing her hand and closing them in around him. Rhys reached out and slashed the air open with his fingertips. This battlefield was a trash pit, riddled with discarded bodies and filth, and so, he easily slit the air open and invited the void in, if only for a split second. The beams flew into the void, and the gap closed. The longer they fought, the more advantage the Empress had. She was experienced in battle, more so than Rhys, and the more she learned about his abilities, the less he was able to survive her. On the other hand, the longer they fought, the more advantage Rhys had. The few impurities he'd managed to land on the Empress bit into her, eroding her strength and growing. They were as virulent as Rhys could make them using his own body, and they were bad enough that the Empress couldn't simply ignore them. The longer this fight lasted, the more impurities Rhys landed on her, the worse the problem got, and the fact that she was forced to run her mana at its top speed and pull the impurities forcibly through her whole body didn't make things better. He saw it in her eye, and she saw it in his. This would be it. The next blow would decide everything. Holy shit, this is awesome, a tiny voice in the back of Rhys's head whispered. He raced toward the Empress, and she raced toward him. Her eyes glowed bright, and dozens of cores materialized around her, circulating wildly. She drew on all of them, supplementing her power higher and higher, pushing it to its absolute limit and beyond. Rhys pulled once more. Everything discarded in battle, every piece of dirt and filth, every item used and tossed away, all of it rushed toward him. He pulled it in, but held it outside his body, spinning it around him from the outside, then pulling it into his palm, making it denser, 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 denser. He surged his trash star, stoking it higher than he'd ever stoked it. Even his reforged body began to glow and blacken once more, and once more, his eyes lit with molten light. The strike of an entire nation. The will of my empire. 1,000 cores lance. The Empress shouted, jabbing her lance toward him. It glowed a fierce white, full of mana so intense, so dense, so pure that even Rhys couldn't corrupt it. We're doing attack names. Awesome. 1,000, no, 1,000,000 trash. The rage of the forgotten. The filth of the discarded. Take this, wrathful dumpster burns like 1,000 suns. He held up his palm. The trash condensed one last time, then lit, forming a miniature trash star in his palm. It let off a horrific black smoke, and just being near it was enough to fill Rhys up with more powerful impurities in forms he'd never experienced before, the filth's potential activated through compression and heat. He thrust his hand out to match the Empress's lance, and the two struck. Brilliant pure light. Dark, filthy flame. The two clashed, and light, smoke, flame, and heat burst forth. On both the Alliance and the Empire's side, the fighters stopped and stared. They could sense it, that this was the blow. The strike that decided the battle. The Empire had taken too many losses from all of Rhys's intervention. If the Empress didn't win this clash, the Empire lost. They no longer had the power to force back the Alliance. On the other hand, if Rhys lost, this was where the Empire rallied. The Sword Saint hadn't materialized. With the Empress on their side, it didn't matter how many foot soldiers they lost. Her might alone was enough to threaten everything the Alliance had fielded today. The Alliance had brought nothing to push her back. Unless the Sword Saint arrived, it was the Empire's win, and if he did, then the battle continued with the Empire at a small disadvantage. At the end of the day, it wasn't the Tier 1s, 2s, or even 3s who decided the outcome of the battle. No, that responsibility fell to the strongest, the 4s and 5s, and if a 5 didn't arrive to counter the Empress, then there was nothing the Alliance could do but falter. The lance pierced into the trash star. Rhys held on, gritting his teeth. He fed the little star with impurities, constantly feeding it more and more power, just to hold on against the lance. The lance burned, more powerful than anything he'd ever felt. The body of the lance was too pure to corrupt, but its edges, its tip, was a different story, and if it wasn't, the battle would have already been over. Rhys desperately corrupted the lance, over and over, keeping it just a tiny amount unstable, so that his trash star could stand up to it. This was an insane blow. It was a killing blow, one that should have instantly obliterated him. But he was holding up against it. Fighting back. All because of the miniature trash star. The tiny false core he'd created in his palm. A crazy thought flashed through his head, then returned and sat there, intrusive as it was unignorable. If the little trash star was enough to halt the lance, then what would the true trash star do? It was larger, denser, and in all ways more powerful than this little trash star, this false fireball he'd conjured. If this could hold back the lance, then surely that could obliterate it, right? And if I get it wrong, she shatters my core for the second time, and I'm dead, Rhys shouted at himself. It was a crazy idea. It put too much at stake. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, a little voice whispered in the back of his head. He ignored it. And then, what are you protecting? Aren't you trash? His eyes widened. Something flashed through them. Genius or insanity, who could say? He took a deep breath, then grinned manically, firming his resolve at the same time. That was right. That was right. He'd forgotten it, somehow, but it was true, wasn't it? Right from the start, he was trash. Every piece of him was trash. His body was trash, his potential was trash, even his core was trash. Why was he being precious about it? Why was he protecting it? He was trash. There was nothing to protect. Nothing that everyone else wouldn't throw away and abandon. So why should he be different? Why should he treasure himself, when everyone else would throw him away? Trash. He was trash. Through and through, nothing but filth. Decisively, Rhys yanked back the miniature trash star, pulling it into his core. He bared himself to the lance, inviting it to come and strike his true core, not that pale imitation. The Empress widened her eyes and grinned triumphantly as her lance pierced into him. Rhys fell back, spurting blood from his mouth and gut alike. He crumpled around the lance, reaching down with both hands to grip it and keep it from piercing further, though his attempts were fruitless before the Empress's strength. She laughed. You fool. Whatever you were attempting, it's pointless. One man cannot stand up to an entire empire. Rhys laughed. Oh, is that so? All at once, her brows furrowed. Her lance had penetrated past his hand and into his body, but it stopped there. Something even more corrupting, even stronger, even more dangerous prevented it from piercing any further. And this thing, this filth, this garbage, it began to corrupt her lance. Even the ultra-pure dense mana she'd formed her lance from couldn't withstand the pure and absolute filth that swirled within Rhys's core. The lance began to darken and weaken. The Empress yanked on it, trying to retract it, only to find that she couldn't. Rhys had it in a vice grip. His hands, blood-slicked a moment ago, grew tackier than the tackiest glue as he called on the impurities in his blood to create static friction against the lance. She yanked again, but he had it tight in his grip. There was no breaking free. The lance darkened. Its light winked out, and it withered away. The Empress stood before Rhys empty-handed, nothing to show for her killing blow. So, what do you think now, Empress? Can a single man stand against an empire? She scowled. Flicking her finger, she sent cores flying at him. As they closed in, they began to glow and boil over, then detonate, blasting him with all the explosive power contained within a core. Rhys had an open hole in his stomach directly to his trash star. Like the trashy person he was, he drew thick clouds of impurities through the open wound and threw them at the cores even as they exploded. The cores that hadn't yet exploded withered away, just as the Empress's lance had. The exploding ones met with a cloud of impurities that absorbed, dampened, and corrupted the force of the exploding mana. Once the cores were decayed, he twisted his hand and absorbed their remnants neatly into himself, using them to fuel his recovery as he rebuilt the flesh around his stomach. Calling the tiny trash star, which had circulated around his main core, back to his hand, he charged the Empress once more. She raised her hand, attempting to summon another lance, but he gave her no time to do so. He slammed the flaming ball of trash directly into her chest, then burned it hotter, 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 overclocking it until it finally exploded in a burst of filth and dark flame. The battlefield went silent. The Empress staggered back. Bright red blood flowed down her flawless white uniform. Everyone held their breath, their eyes wide, hearts in their throats for one reason or another, whether they were Empire or Alliance. Rhys stepped back silently. He watched the Empress, already knowing what he'd done. Do you realize it now? The error of your ways. Sending me to your camp only made me more powerful. Repressing us and calling us filth only made us stronger. This, Empress, is. Bright gold light flashed across the battlefield. A sword pierced through the Empress's heart from on high. She coughed blood, and the light instantly left her eyes. Sagging, she fell to her knees. Karma, Rhys finished. He blinked. Slowly, he turned, making a what the hell gesture at the figure hovering overhead. White robes. Black hair. He knew who it was, though they'd never been formally introduced, the Sword Saint. The man stared impassively down at him, his face as blank as a mask. What the fuck? Killsteal, Rhys muttered under his breath. Thus, the Alliance has done away with another villain, a proud voice announced, and Rhys immediately felt his annoyance prickle. Disgust welled up in his throat, and he kept turning, though he already knew what he'd see. Royal purple robes, edged in gold. Hands tucked behind his back. A gold crown clasping his head, that he probably thought was tasteful, though the giant purple gem was a tad bit overstated. Rhys's lip curled. The only thing worse than a philosopher, a politician. The man in purple hovered into the center of the battlefield. He stretched out his hands, demanding the attention of the soldiers on both sides. Your Empress is dead. Surrender, and we will treat you with all due respect. Continue to fight, and die where you stand. Rhys turned away. This was the part he didn't care about. He'd already done everything he could, up to and including exterminating the Empress, politically motivated kill-stealing aside. His battle was over, but his job wasn't. There was still something he needed to do. If politicians were getting involved, especially since politicians were getting involved, then he needed to do it now. If this politician, whoever he was, whether he was the ruler of the Alliance or the puppet master, the vizier or the scheming duke, found out about what Rhys was after, Rhys was completely sure that the man would get in his way. What he was after was too valuable to leave alone. What he was after was too dangerous to leave in anyone else's hands. The politician continued, spouting some nonsense about the overwhelming strength of the Sword Saint and how he'd crushed the Empress, as if everyone hadn't seen Rhys take her down. A few people glanced at Rhys, but Rhys just walked on, ignoring them. This wasn't the time to care about that. His objective was too important. If the politician wanted to claim this was all the work of the Alliance, with no help from outsiders, he could go right ahead. Rhys wasn't trying to claim the limelight. In fact, in some ways, fame was only going to get in the way of his future objectives. Especially his immediate future objective of taking off into the woods with Bast and figuring out how to remove the mark from Bast's chest. In conclusion, let the politician do what politicians did best and spout bullshit. Rhys had work to do. He walked over and picked up Laurent. The man was unconscious, so he slung him over his shoulders. He could wake him when they got there. Glancing upward, he signaled Sable, who dropped out of the sky and flew to his side. She tilted her head. Do you want me to correct that man? Rhys glanced up, then shook his head. He's not important. We've got a job to do. Sable nodded and immediately fell in without asking questions. Rhys hopped onto the broom she'd stolen and pointed the way, and they flew off. The politician continued speaking behind them, but his eyes tracked the two of them as they vanished to the horizon. The battle fell away behind them. They passed some Empire soldiers on their way to the battle, who didn't yet know that the battle was already over. Some limped, struggling through the damage Rhys had inflicted on them. He stared a little at those, shocked. He hadn't known his reach was so far. He'd only felt himself reaching as far as the battlefield. He knew his mana senses didn't reach any further than the battlefield, so how? Wait, the trash cans. Did I accidentally reach through the void, through my teleport points, and attack things outside of them? He raised his brows. To do that subconsciously, he'd been more connected to the trash and lost in the moment than he'd thought he was. That's worth training up on. If I can do that consciously, I can do all kinds of fucky things to my enemies. They'll never sleep in peace again. They hurtled past the soldiers and deeper into the Empire. The soldiers cast them a funny look, but didn't stop them. They had an important battle to get to. Or so they thought, anyways. Rhys snorted under his breath. He'd hate to be one of those soldiers, showing up just in time to capitulate. On the other hand, they didn't have to put themselves in danger, and it's the same result as everyone else, he reasoned. Really, those guys had the best deal of everyone here. Did none of the work, and got the same grade as everyone else. They were the guys who did no work in the group project, then skated along on the rest of the group's goodwill to get whatever B the rest of them got. Except this time, everyone got an F. Serves 'em right, Rhys thought, then chuckled at himself. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the last thing these guys are worried about is what grade they got on the group project of keeping the Empire intact and the Empress alive. They'd probably be heartbroken to find out they showed up too late to contribute. Hell, Rhys knew he would have been. Like the Sword Saint, except he showed up just in time to steal Rhys's final blow on the Empress. He knew it shouldn't bother him so much, but somehow, it did. He wasn't even angry at the Sword Saint, so much as he was mad at that politician. The Sword Saint hadn't struck him as someone to shrink from a fight. No, it seemed more likely that it was that purple-robed politician who thought it was a good idea to not actually attack the Empire, or some bullshit, so he could get votes or something. He never understood what politicians were thinking, but he knew they were only ever thinking about metagaming to save their own asses and make themselves richer. Anything else was lying to convince other people to enrich them at other people's expenses. Politics were nothing but pure trash, and the less he fucked around with them, the better. Well, wait. If they're trash, he pinched his chin thoughtfully, then shook his head. Nah. Even then, he was better staying away. That wasn't the kind of trash that was worth fucking with. Where are we going? Sable asked at last. To the capital. She nodded and adjusted their flight path a little. There was nothing more that needed to be said. Sable wasn't big on questions. As long as there was a fight in their future, she was at his side. That was a kind of simplicity Rhys could appreciate, especially at a moment like this, when time was of the essence. He was just fortunate that the politician was ill-informed. If the man knew what Rhys was after, there was no chance Rhys would be the first one there. Through the sky, the capital rose before them. It was the seat of the Empress's power, a place Rhys had never dreamed of visiting. To expand there, to put a shop in that city, was to ask for the Empress's attention, and that was the last thing he'd wanted. But now the Empress was dead, so all that waited for them were the city's own defenses and a few guards. The guards watched as they approached. Rhys directly flew up to the door and put his hands on his hips, while Sable crouched behind him, watching the guards with predatory interest. Your Empress is dead. Let us pass, or face the wrath of the Alliance. One of the guards, the one in the nicest uniform, who Rhys could only assume was the captain, laughed. What do you mean, the Empress is dead? That's impossible. It isn't. I killed her, Rhys declared. A mere low tier 4, who's barely consolidated his power, beat our Empress. The guard asked. He stifled a laugh and gave Rhys a dismissive smirk. You'll have to work harder to fool me. Rhys sighed. We've already wasted enough time. Sable, go. I'll handle the barrier. Sable's eyes glittered, and she launched herself at the guard. Rhys threw a ball of impurities ahead of her, burning a hole through the barrier, and charged in after her. She launched herself at the guards, who screamed and hastily drew their weapons, and Rhys sprinted on, leaving Sable to her fun. One of the guards turned to chase him, only to get speared through the back by one of Sable's limbs and yanked back into the melee. Rhys beelined through the city, running toward the enormous palace in its center. A few guards tried to stop him, only to rapidly meet their untimely demise via his poisoned sword. At Tier 4, there wasn't much they could do to stop him. He could kill them with a snap of his fingers, and shatter their bones as easily as breaking dry kindling, the Tier 1s and 2s, anyways. The Tier 3s were a credible threat, still, or at least something he had to fight hard against, so when he came up against one of those, he ran. He didn't have time for an actual battle. If they could withstand his opening blow, they weren't worth the time it would take to kill him. There was a timer on this mission, and it was counting down fast. Either the Empire or the Alliance could realize what he was after and get in his way. If he didn't do it now, he'd lose his chance to ever do it. It wasn't his best laid plan. He had no idea where this thing was. Or really, those things, is what he should say. But he'd bet dollars to dimes that it was here, in the seat of the Empire, and if he'd put those dollars down, then he'd have put them on the palace treasury being the ultimate location of the cores. Hell yeah. Let's work some degenerate gambling energy into this noble quest. He cheered silently to himself as he walked on. The palace loomed in front of him, its gates wide open, almost welcoming. Rhys strode out into the square in front of the palace. 2 more guards jumped out at him, one from his left, the other from his right. He swept his sword, and the flexible blade caught one in the neck. The tip stuck there, but the middle part of the blade flew forth, flexing far enough to cut down the second. A third leapt out from behind him with a shout. He'd sensed them with his mana senses for a while now, so it was truly unfair, but then again, some people would claim that attacking from behind was unfair, so what did he know? Rhys stepped forward, dodging their crown-slicing blow. Their sword hit the ground with a clang. His step had taken him far enough to reach the man the sword had stuck in the neck of, and he stepped on their body and yanked the blade free at last. It whipped free. Rather than stifle the energy, Rhys let it flow through his arm, and spun with the force of the pull to take the head of the third as he stood from his overreached blow. You really shouldn't keep throwing away your lives. I killed the Empress. You'll just end up dead, like her, Rhys advised the seemingly empty road. Seemingly empty, and yet, he was surrounded. Every building, every house, every piece of rubble hid an Empire soldier, or dozens of them. Unfortunately, since he hadn't expanded here, almost none of them had his impurities in them, and the ones that did, had only minor impurities, but it didn't matter. There were only 2 Tier 3s among them. This was a predetermined battle. There was a pause. One of the Tier 3s stepped out from behind his rubble and walked in front of Rhys, barring his way. He raised his sword. And yet, even if that is true, we must guard this place. Huh. So it is where you hide him, Rhys said. He snapped his sword, feeling the power flow through the poison blade. Come at me, then. More trash for the pile. The Tier 3 raised his sword. Windows shattered. Rubble was thrown aside. From all directions, men charged him, some shouting, others in focused silence. Rhys stood there, welcoming them all in. He closed his eyes. If I believed in gods, I'd say a few words for all of you. His eyes snapped open. With a flick of his wrist, his blade leapt to life. The Tier 3 reached him first. Rhys struck fiercely, knocking him off balance. Before he could punish the man, a dozen lower-tier soldiers reached him. No emotion passed over Rhys's face. He spun, slicing from low to high. The flexible blade swirled around him, slicing the attackers to ribbons. The Tier 3 lunged, trying to exploit the moment he turned his back, but Rhys was prepared. He summoned a scrap of trash to his free hand and materialized it behind his back, and the Tier 3's sword bounced off an end table. The other Tier 3 rushed into the fray at long last. Rhys snapped his fingers, and a swarm of rats materialized around the man. He screamed as they tore him apart, and when they were done, the swarm scurried to the next soldier, encasing him just as they'd encased the first. One of the more enterprising soldiers cast a fireball at their friend, in an ill-informed attempt to break the swarm, but only succeeded at burning his compatriot. The rat swarm, freed of their burden, turned to him, and the fireball-shooting soldier only had time to scream before he was overrun. Rhys threw his hand out. The skeletal hands bore a group of soldiers into the ground, and his mount, the skeletal rider, charged into the fray. The rider fought as though he wielded a lance from atop a horse, but his tier was powered by Rhys, and so he was nearly invulnerable. No, that's not quite true. There was an upper limit to the writer's power, he could feel that from here. Like how his rad retribution attack had topped out at tier 3, or how the swarm was good for tier 4, but he wasn't sure how useful it would be at 5. It was just that the writer hadn't capped out yet, so it was still able to grow when his tier grew. The first tier 3 struck at him again. Rhys lifted his hand and called on the fire from the trash star. He didn't manipulate it directly, since that would fly too close to the sun, but instead, lit the impurities flowing through his arm on fire, then shot those through his palm at the man. A sticky, burning, dark fluid full of filth splashed over his face and body, and the man screamed and fell backward, patting at his face and body in a mad attempt to kill the flames, but the flames would not be so easily extinguished. The sticky fluid had a will to burn in of itself, and when he beat at the flames, all he did was burn his hands and spread the fire around. Rhys raised his eyebrows at himself. Inventing napalm mid-battle. That's a war crime. He really needed to stop counting his war crimes. The number was getting a little too high to be funny. Either that, or he was just getting to the point where the joke was getting annoying, but right before the point where it got really, really funny. He pinched his chin. Which is it? Should I stop, or do all losing gamblers quit right before they hit diamonds? Hard to say, hard to say. This battle was over. The skeletal rider rushed around, clearing up the low-tier soldiers that weren't worth Rhys's time. He strode ahead, through the gates and into the palace. This whole time, he kept carrying Laurent on his shoulders. The man really was an important part of his plan. He was one of the Empress's trusted soldiers, after all, someone who'd even been given the rights to take Rhys's core, but he was really not waking up. Rhys patted his face as they approached the palace. Hey, lover boy, come on, wake up. Wah, huh. Oh, there he is, there he is. Hey, I'm about to do something to fuck over the Empire and the Alliance, but mostly the Alliance, because I don't trust anyone who's in power right now. You wanna help out? Laurent blinked at him, then fought on Rhys's shoulders, struggling to break free. You. Right, I killed the Empress. Sorry about that, but she was kind of a jerk. He gave the struggling Laurent a look, as though he were carrying a troublesome toddler to bed instead of kidnapping a grown man. Listen to me. Listen. Laurent settled down. He turned his head away so Rhys couldn't see his expression, not that Rhys really cared. This was more important than whatever was going on in Laurent's head right now. I'm listening. Your Empress stole a shit ton of cores. I killed her, because it was necessary, but that created a power vacuum. It means that all her holdings are up for grabs, including those cores. Laurent stiffened. If criminals get their hands on them. Or worse, some kind of warlord, or worse, the Alliance, Rhys prompted him. A core on its own wasn't so dangerous. One core couldn't do much. It could explode, and blow up whoever was next to it, like a powerful hand grenade, or be installed into someone else, but one core wasn't that big of a deal. The problem was hundreds of cores. Hundreds of cores, that could be used as leverage, or sold, or bartered. It was immense power. And, of course, if multiple were used at once and exploded all at the same time, or combined into a larger core, that was dangerous. But mostly he was worried about the best case. The grinding, slow bureaucracy bogging down the process of returning cores to the people who they belong to. And with mages, bureaucracy could last decades, if not centuries. He didn't want the politicians to be able to hold people's own cores over them until they died. That sounded like the worst thing possible. So he was going to speed things up. Keep the cores out of anyone's hands, so they couldn't be weaponized, given to friends and family of the politicians, or anything like that, but simply hand them back to the people they belonged to. And if he also kept any country from getting a mega weapon or the ability to craft their own ultra-loyal army with the cores, bonus points. Laurent shuddered, then paused. He looked at Rhys. I thought you were fighting for the Alliance. Rhys shrugged. Kind of. I was fighting for me. I was fighting because I personally thought the Empress should die. Sure, I'm from the Alliance, kind of, but if I'm being very honest, I have my own misgivings about the Alliance. They've started messing with my friends, and that's the shit I don't like. Oh, Laurent said, in a small voice. You're an Empire guy through and through, aren't you? You never even thought of something like fighting for yourself, did you? Rhys snorted. He set Laurent down, stepping away just far enough that he could grab him if he decided to run. Well, you'd better get to thinking about what you want, because there's no more Empire. You're fighting for yourself from now on. Laurent looked at his hands with almost the same broken expression as he'd given Rhys just the night before. I can't. I don't even know. Rhys clapped, jolting Laurent out of his internal spiral. Hey, have your mental breakdown after we fix the problem of the room full of mini nukes, okay? Fix the problem first. Mental breakdown later. Okay. Laurent nodded, then snuck a glance at Rhys. I was planning to never see you again. Oh, sorry about that. No, I agree. This is more important. It's bigger than us, than my holdups. Rhys looked at him. I can never see you again after this, if you want. No, number. I think. Laurent rubbed his shoulder. Could I ask that you don't just pick me up and carry me places in the future? You were KO'd, man. What was I supposed to do, wait for you to wake up? Rhys threw open the doors to the palace. KO'd. Laurent tried. Knocked out. Slang from my hometown. He stepped inside. 2 powerful guards jumped at him, one from the left, and one from the right. Wait, he's with me, Laurent shouted. The 2 guards paused mid-swing. One crashed to the floor, rolling across the marble. The other caught himself nimbly, twisting so he sliced the air, not Rhys. He frowned at Laurent, then at Rhys. He's not an Empire soldier. The other one rolled back to her feet in one smooth motion, blades rematerializing in her hands. He's cute, though. Damn, you have the same trash taste as Laurent, Rhys told her, shaking his head. She blinked, taken aback. Huh. Laurent blushed but threw his hand out, persisting. He's with me. We have something essential to do. Let us pass. Rhys took the moment to look around. The palace was overwhelmingly white, like he'd expected. The walls were a smooth, shiny white stone, creamy as milk, and the floor was a tasteful, almost pure white marble, shot through with veins of gold. Gold leaf edged the room in tasteful restraint, decorating the tops of the few pillars spaced around the large lobby. A sweeping staircase descended toward the door, and hallways vanished off in either direction. It was tasteful, it was quietly extravagant, it was kind of boring, if Rhys was being honest. He wrinkled his nose, a little disappointed. Where was his over-the-top gilt palace? The 20-foot-high ceilings and giant throne, the solid gold pillars and the koi pools full of rare and expensive fish. There wasn't even a large statue of the Empress, not even a small one. Not a single tasteless statue to be seen. For a dictator, her taste was disappointingly good. What was all that about killing the Empress? The male guard asked. He carried a glaive, and spun it around to point the blade's tip at the floor instead of at Rhys. It's true. The Empress is dead. Mirai, the vault keys. Laurent said, his voice taking on an air of command that Rhys had never heard before. The female guard, Mirai, bounded after him. She somehow, improbably, had bubblegum pink hair that curled just above her shoulders, and though she wore the usual uniform, there were a few fanciful, cutesy medals, patches, and braids that he hadn't seen any other soldiers wearing. Oh, really? I knew that old hag would eat it eventually. Mirai. She was our leader, the male guard admonished her, falling in behind them. He had dark hair pulled stiffly back into a strict braid and a serious expression, and his uniform didn't sport a single braid, award, or medal, utterly regulation in every way. And you are? Rhys asked. The male guard glanced at him. Grave. Indeed, Rhys agreed. What are we going to the vaults for? Looting. Mirai asked excitedly. Rhys blinked at her. I take it you didn't take the ordinary route to employment by Her Majesty. Mirai grinned at him and struck a cute pose. I just stole a little something from her silly black ship. It wasn't even that important, it was just worth a little cash. She didn't need to be that bothered by it, you know. She stole a star orb. It's a highly complex dynamic map enchantment that sells for hundreds of thousands of gold, Grave informed Rhys. Oh, GPS. I get it, Rhys said, nodding. Gods only knew how he navigated this world without the stuff. He'd considered it essential to life, and a godsend that he'd been born after it. Luckily, becoming a mage had strengthened his natural sense of direction, but even so, he sometimes mourned it a little in his heart. GPS, Laurent murmured to himself. Don't learn bad words, Rhys quickly corrected him. Him and Mouse both, honestly. And she did it as a mortal, Grave continued, ignoring Rhys and Lawrence aside. What, really? Damn. Good on ya, Mirai, Rhys said. Teehee. Mirai posed again. Dear Lord, I love these two, Rhys thought, a warmth rising up from the depths of his heart. What a classic trash pair, the overly serious guard and the unable to take anything seriously cutesy one. If he'd seen it once, he'd seen it 1,000 times, and he'd loved it every single time. Classics were classic for a reason, even if they were trash classics. What did you mean by having the same taste as Laurent? Mirai asked. Laurent glared at Rhys. Oh, you know. Where's that vault, by the way? It was rude of him to decloset Laurent before he was ready to leave the closet. His quipping skills had moved faster than his politeness checker, but he could at least try to move on from his mistake without doubling down on it. Besides, he wasn't sure where Laurent fell on the rainbow scale. For all he knew, the man was straight as an arrow, so straight that he couldn't get over Rena's cuteness but could get over Rhys's maleness. No, wait, I'm pretty sure that's not quite straight, Rhys thought, then dismissed it. It was for Laurent to define, not him. He was the one at fault for setting such a complex where the fuck does this sexuality lie puzzle in front of the poor guy, in a world that didn't even explain the simpler options to people. Do you have a girlfriend? Mirai prodded, bouncing in front of Rhys to walk backward in front of him. Ha 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 ha, the vault, Rhys repeated. This was not the time or place for that question. He didn't even know himself, but he knew that he didn't want to say anything yet more hurtful in front of Laurent, and he himself had no idea where Mouse had wandered off to, but for all he knew, she was standing right next to him. He wasn't sure if there was anything between them, or if she wanted anything, but he knew he didn't want to answer that question. He was that kind of trash. It's just ahead, Grave said, gesturing. Behind them, something slammed into the palace. Grave looked at Mirai. Did you lock the doors? Yepers. Mirai said, giving him an enthusiastic thumbs up and a peace sign at the same time. Rhys raised his brows. Curious. Right. If they brought the Sword Saint. Gold light flashed by the windows, full of an intent to cut that Rhys could feel even from within the building, behind whatever barrier and protections enrobed it. And they brought the Sword Saint, then we have 2 minutes. Grave sped up to a run. Without a word, the others followed him. Rhys chased after Grave and Mirai. Gold light lashed against the walls, battering the building. Cracks appeared in the wall and burst through the floor as they ran, and the energy of the sword blasts buffeted the barrier, lighting up the outer walls of the palace in shimmering rainbows. Laurent ran ahead of them, fishing something out from his robes. He looked over his shoulder at Mirai and Grave. Do you have your keys? Both of them held up simple silver keys. Rhys searched through his core, then held up one as well, though his emanated more magic than the other's keys. Laurent stared. That's the Empress's key. How? Rhys gave him a look. Laurent's eyes clouded. He looked down. Lao Rent, come on. She was stealing people's cores. You had to know she was headed for a bad end, Mirai said, shaking her head. Mirai, it's rude to speak ill of the dead, Grave reminded her gently. Rhys looked at them. You're taking this shockingly well, honestly. Mirai shrugged. I was press-ganged into service. I didn't like the bitch, everyone knew it. It was no secret. Grave lowered his head. I have lived 300 years, long enough to watch the empire rise, and long enough to see it fall. I served 2 kingdoms before this empire, and I will serve many kingdoms after this empire falls. Is your path something to do with serving? Guarding or assisting others, maybe? Rhys guessed. Grave smiled. It's rude to ask people their paths when you first meet them, you know. Mirai interjected, jumping in between the two of them. Yeah, but I'm trash, so. Rhys leaned around her. Do you still have your core, then? I was allowed to keep mine, yes, on account of the value my path provided the Empire, Graves said, nodding. You should have offered it anyways, as a sign of your commitment, Laurent said, annoyed. Rhys glanced at him from the corner of his eye and sighed to himself a little. I guess he can't get over his obsession with the Empress in one night. Laurent was just kind of an obsessive person, now that he was thinking about it. The guy obsessed hard. The Empress, Rena, whatever he locked onto it hard and didn't let it go. Maybe I messed up a little harder than I thought. Laurent had the makings of a stalker, and then on top of that, he had to deal with Mouse, who had the power of invisibility to the infinite power, who, though she didn't show many stalker tendencies, had some kind of dark history as an informant/assassin and definitely had the ability to go yandere in a big way if her mind ever snapped. Damn, if these people count as my harem, then I've definitely picked wrong, Rhys realized, maybe a little too late. Luckily, he wasn't building a harem, or else he'd be in big trouble. I don't have mine. I was immortal, though, so it's not the same, Mirai offered. Rhys looked at her. You don't seem to walk the Empress's path, though. She thumped her chest and stood tall. A path is in your heart, not only your core. Grave leaned around her. She refused to practice the Empire's techniques in preference for her own techniques. The Empress allowed it when she saw how effective Mirai can be in battle. Tee-hee. Grave came to a halt before an empty stretch of hall. He reached out toward it, and gold light flickered on the wall before him, then faded away, revealing a large pair of white double doors. Mirai darted in front of him and went to insert her key into a hole in the front, then paused and looked back. You've got the Empress's key, right? Right. Rhys stepped forward and held it out, going to insert the key, but before it could, it lifted off his palm and slotted into the keyhole on its own. The doors opened, and holy white light poured out, so bright Rhys had to raise his arm against the light. It faded, and he found himself in an enormous white room full of pure white cores, radiating pure white light outward. Rhys stopped and just stared for a moment, a little overwhelmed even though he'd known what to expect. So many cores, all of them radiating pure white mana in sync, filling the big, empty room with light. So, what now? Stuff our storage rings full of 'em and book it. Mirai suggested. Rhys shook his head. Nah, I've got a better idea. He stepped forward, extending his mana senses to fill the whole room. As his mana touched the cores, their mana spilled into him. For a split second, he was an infant, raising pudgy hands to the sun, a prisoner, forced to his knees, an adherent, lowering his head willingly to the knife. A noble, cornered by his peers, with nowhere else to run. 1,000 moments spilled through him, 1,000 instants, as if the cores were desperately trying to tell him who they belonged to, desperately reciting their last moments with their rightful owners before they were ripped heartlessly into the cold. He let those thoughts flow through him, then took a deep breath and slowly released it. He paced his breathing with the ebb and flow of the information pouring into him from the cores, letting the experiences inform him, but not dictate his life. With each core, he felt its history, acknowledged it, and put it in its slot, until he had encompassed every core in the room. Dimly, he was aware of the others shutting the door behind him, and the crash of sword energy against the doors of the vault. He pushed it all away and focused on the cores in front of him instead. They'd all been discarded, locked in this vault. True, the Empress treated them preciously. She didn't see them as trash. But that was her first misunderstanding. The second she had ripped them out of people, she had discarded, not them, but the people. She'd thrown away the people as worthless. The people were trash, not the cores. And so Rhys reached out to them. Using their cores to identify them, he spread his mana senses out into the void, reaching as far as he possibly could. When the Empress had taken his core, she'd left behind a tiny, pinprick hole into the void. And so he searched for those pinpricks, those tiny holes into the void. Sure, there was no guarantee everyone had them, but if they were a byproduct of the Empress's technique, then there were other people who had them. Once he reached out to them, he could push through the pinprick, out of the void, and into the real world, on a scaled up, or maybe down, version of him accidentally activating the impurities through the trash can portals. But first, he had to find the pinpricks. He searched, and searched, and searched, pushing further and further into the void. Deeper and deeper into nothingness. Am I the only one? Did she not snag anyone else's core walls? Is it really just me? Rhys, whatever you're doing, hurry it up, Laurent said, a nervous tone in his voice. Come on. There has to be something. He pushed further, questing into the empty dark. His mana senses prickled, picking up every tiny power fluctuation, but finding only void in the low mana levels of the void. Nothingness for miles around, pitch black emptiness that pressed on his consciousness. Maybe he really was the only one. The only. Mana flows. That's it. Rhys charged in the direction the small amount of mana was flowing from. The void was empty, bereft of almost everything, so any amount of mana was likely to lead somewhere, and the most likely answer was the outside world. The first thing he reached, as he expanded his mana in all directions, was a gauntlet, floating all alone in the void. Rhys twisted his nose in disapproval, but quietly noted its location. I'll come back for that later. Abandoning that direction, he pushed his senses out in the direction of other mana flows. One of them, tiny as a star at night, called out to him. There was something familiar to it, as though he'd seen it before, in passing, or had just communed with the core that matched that mana signature. And then he found it. One tiny pinprick, a single spark of light in the darkness, pouring light in from the far side of the world. He pushed through, and found himself in a room, a building, surrounded by small-time mages and mortals. He dashed from that first pinprick to the first mage he encountered, and found, inside their body, past their stolen core, another tiny pinprick. From one, to the next, bouncing from pinprick to pinprick, he spread his mana senses as far as they could reach, and then pushed them further still. The trash star raged, burning hotter than ever before, and Rhys poured every scrap of energy into his search even as his body began to drip with sweat. It was strong enough to withstand this amount of stress from the trash star, after all his reforgings, but the limit would come soon. Even so, Rhys was prepared. If he had to burn up to send all these cores home, then so be it. It was a price he was willing to pay. He stretched his hand backward, sending his mana senses into Grave, Mirai, and Laurent, and into the void past them. Laurent startled, shocked, while Grave barely reacted and Mirai let out a little moan that Rhys didn't want to think too much about. On the far side of their cores were little clusters of pinpricks, bright as stars in the void, and he leapt through into them, to find more stars on the other side. The pinpricks were clustered together, maybe because the Empress decored many people at the same time, in the same place, which meant that every time he jumped through, he found another cluster of stars. Not quite every time. There were lonely stars. Ones like his, alone for no particular reason he could figure, because Laurent took my core, and ones that must have been decored in solitude, far from anyone. He retracted all but the barest edge of his mana sense from those dead ends, not wanting to waste any energy on them. A resistance. One of the mages realized that someone was scanning them and fought back, trying to retreat from his gaze. Rhys wrinkled his nose and pushed harder, faster. He only had so much time. These mages were going to start cutting him off, and if he didn't finish soon, the Sword Saint would break in, and then there'd be nothing he could do. Faster, further, pushing his senses to the absolute limit, he charged deeper into the void, further through their cores. His eyes, nose, and ears all began to bleed, and when he sucked in a breath, he coughed it back out in a splatter of blood. He wasn't burning up, but his body fell apart all the same, still unable to handle this much mana at once, even if it could bear the heat. Rhys! Laurent exclaimed, startled. He's pounding on the doors. We don't have long, Grave reported sharply. This was it. He could reach no further. But, he'd located homes for a good 80% of the cores in the room. He could live with that. He would have to live with that. Rhys reached out. He made a fist and dragged it toward him, and the cores moved with the grab, pulling slowly toward him, then flying into him. Chasing back the threads of mana to their homes, they flowed through Rhys's core, into the void, and out through the pinpricks into their home cores. The pain was unimaginable. 1,000 streams of foreign mana, pounding through him and out, tearing straight through his body. He'd basically opened himself up to 1,000 sucker punches, 1,000 free hits to his most vulnerable places. His body was never meant to hold any more than its own mana, and now it had to handle 1,000 different kinds of mana. More than 1,000, 10,000, 20,000. He coughed up blood and his skin bruised, but he persisted. This was important. This was righting a wrong. Restoring the trash to the perfection it was always meant to be, seeking the trash intent and finding it its rightful home. Sometimes, his cores slammed into an existing core in the mage's body. When that happened, Rhys dragged the core out, examined it, and pushed it out to its original owner, if he could find one, or pulled it back to him, if he couldn't. His head split open as if someone was jabbing a railroad spike into it, his brain barely able to handle the massive overload of information, and his body began to crumble, but still he pushed on. This was important. This was a wrong he couldn't allow to go on. A hand landed on his shoulder. He didn't have the mental space to look over his shoulder, but he didn't have to. "Let me take some of the load," Laurent offered, and the weight on Rhys's mind and core lightened. Almost immediately, Laurent staggered. The hand almost lifted off his shoulder, and horrific coughing sounded from behind him, but in the next moment, Laurent clasped his shoulder stronger than before. Determination shone in his eyes, even if Rhys couldn't see it. "We can't allow these to fall into the hands of the Alliance. Do whatever you have to, but get them out of here. This is my final duty, as a Knight of the Empire." "You're putting them back, aren't you?" Mirai hesitated for a moment, then put her hand on his shoulder too. "I'll help while I can." Without a sound, Grave joined in. There was a distant clattering. Outside, Sable fought off the lower-level Alliance soldiers beating at the palace. A great wave of water rushed by, and Lyra joined her, though her brows were furrowed in frustration. Gold light flashed, and both of them fled, but they returned a moment later, resolute. Rhys saw none of this. He barely felt as the others joined in. His entire being was given to the task, to replacing the cores, to giving everyone back their proper cores so that no one was trash anymore, but whole, as they always should have been, before the Empress turned them into garbage. Sometimes, there was nowhere for the second core to go, the original donor dead or otherwise unavailable, and when that happened, Rhys left 2 cores inside the person. Over and over and over again, while the cores in the room steadily diminished. As the cores passed through him, he subconsciously stole a little of their energy, and used that to help power the operation and feed his trash star, constantly replenishing it with everything he could. Even then, the star burned down, even when he fed it the cores in the vault that no longer had any home and flickered, dimly, on the verge of extinguishing, but it kept it fed for just a little longer, just a little longer, just a little. Mirai cried out. Her hand left his back. Laurent grunted. His power weakened for a moment, then strengthened, growing to almost where it had been before. Grave stood there silently, his dark eyes reflecting the brilliant light. And then, from the other side of the pinpricks, power. The mortals who suddenly found themselves raised to mages. His friends, the escaped prisoners, and the criminals who had begrudgingly joined him, only to wholeheartedly throw their all behind his technique as their original cores returned. Those who felt wronged by the Empress, or who had always disagreed with her methods, who were willing to give anything to see righteousness restored, all of them, giving just a little of what he'd given them back, just enough to support him, just enough to lighten the load. Rhys's back unbent, and he stood tall, squaring his shoulders despite the pain and the ragged state of his body. He could do this. No, he had to do this. It was his duty. Core after core flashed through Rhys and into the void. His body was repeatedly damaged, but he pressed on anyways. Trash body activated at some point, and he stopped feeling the pain as pain mitigation took over. Neither were good signs, but they did help him bear the load just a little longer. And then, it stopped. Rhys gasped. He staggered and almost fell, except that Laurent was there to catch him. The room was empty, except for a few stragglers. Cores with no recipient. And one, with one final recipient. He reached out trembling hands toward it, toward that strange, singleton core. It was Tier 3, and small golden cores rolled around at its bottom, unlike any other core that had passed through him or through his network. His core. His original core, the core he'd called trash and reforged so many times, that familiar, terrible, beautiful thing. It floated into his grip, and he pressed it into his chest, accepting it home. There was a trash star in its place, now, however burned down it was, but that was no problem. The two circulated one another, the smaller core and the larger trash star, and the curses and tiny trash star circulated them in kind. Home. All of them were home. The wall broke down. The doors flew open. Rhys stumbled again, almost falling, and would have fallen if Laurent wasn't there to hold him up. Mirai tumbled over the floor, but Grave chased after her and caught her with ease. Out of the dust and the rubble, a gold sword glowed. A figure stepped forward, white robes flowing around his legs, eyes fierce, face impassive. The Sword Saint. Rhys laughed, half coughing. It's over. It's too late. The deed has already been done. There's nothing you can do anymore. The Sword Saint stepped aside, his face still blank. A shorter man in ornate purple robes pushed past him, waving his hand in front of his face and coughing. He looked around, then frowned. What is this? Where are the cores? Gone, Rhys said, and then a thought occurred to him. Had the politician known for sure that there were still cores in the vault before he'd come here? It was still possible to bluff his way out of this. Not forever. Once they left this, there were too many people he'd reached out to, in his core swapping. Some of them were even mad at him, for having stolen away their ill-gotten gains. The story would get out, and the man would know it was his fault. But for getting out of this situation, for surviving the immediate future, he could still. We put them somewhere you'll never find them. Laurent snarled, full of righteous fury. Rhys looked at Laurent. He stared at him for a long moment, then sighed. There goes that plan. What have you done? The man asked, gaping at them. The Empress's core vault, if it's not handled correctly, in the right hands, it has the potential to be a massive weapon, or a terrible plague upon the world. Yeah, that's why I wanted to keep it out of yours, Rhys thought. He glanced at the Sword Saint from the corner of his eyes. The man stood completely still where he'd stepped when he'd entered the room. He hadn't reacted to a single thing that had happened this whole time, his eyes stared unblinkingly ahead. There's something wrong with him. He glanced at the man in purple robes. Had he done something? Or was it just that the Sword Saint had met with a terrible fate, and this man was capitalizing on it? He thought back to the tournament, when he'd seen the Sword Saint challenge the Empress. The man had seemed normal enough then, but it wasn't like he'd gotten up close and personal with him. I should ask Bast. Speaking of, where was Bast? He looked around subtly, but found nothing. The man narrowed his eyes. He jabbed his finger at the four of them. Luke, take them in. Laurent stepped forward, pushing Rhys behind him. After the core swap, he'd ended up at a low tier 3, well below Rhys's power level, but in comparison, Rhys was beaten up, on the verge of death, and his trash star flickered inside his core, on the verge of going dark. His tier fluctuated from moment to moment, sometimes surging to tier 4, other times dipping below tier 3. He'd overstretched the boundaries of his power, and he was paying the price for it. Rhys took a deep breath, trying to steel himself to fight, but every piece of him protested the action. Blood still stained his robes and face from his earlier strain, and his head pounded, his eyes dry and achy. His core walls trembled when he tried to muster his strength, weak and flaccid. Even circulating mana through his system hurt, let alone impurities. It was taking everything he had to keep from polluting himself when he usually didn't even have to think about it. He was in no shape to fight. But Laurent couldn't possibly stand against the Sword Saint. The man strode forward, and Laurent drew his sword, but the gulf in power between them was apparent even at a glance. There was nothing he could do to stop the Sword Saint. Bast was nowhere to be seen. Same with Lyra, Sable, and Mouse. Mirai's emanations had dropped to almost tier 1, and Grave had backed away, taking the two of them into the background and even further from the spotlight. It was just him, the sword saint, and the politician. Someone, anyone. Is there anyone who can help us? Rhys wondered. At the same time, he reached out to the void. Maybe, if he was lucky, a strand of energy pierced through the void and touched his core again. Then another. The same as when they'd given him energy throughout him handing the cores back, the people he'd assisted passed a little more of their energy to him. In the back of the room, too, the discarded cores who no longer had a body to return to lifted off the ground and flowed into Rhys. Their power nourished, not his trash star, which struggled to convert pure mana to filth, but his original core, the one the Empress had torn out of him. More and more energy flowed in, as more and more people reached out to him. They had helped him when it benefited them, and he understood that, but now, they were just giving back as thanks. Helping him out, when they stood to gain nothing from it, when they were purely assisting Rhys and helping him survive. Warmth welled up in Rhys's heart. The certainty that he'd done the right thing surged in his heart. He hadn't made everyone happy, but he'd done right. He'd restored things to the way they should be, and given people back the power they always should have had, whether it was stronger or weaker than what they'd had before. For those who were stronger now, naturally, they wanted to assist him, but even some of those who had weakened gave him some of their power. Their core was theirs. They'd been born with it, and it was inherently part of their body. Rhys felt it as much as any of them. There was a comfort, a certainty, that came with having your own core back. He understood. It was right, natural, as it should be. More and more energy flowed into him. The pinhole widened to a pencil's width, then a fountain pen. It kept enlarging as more and more people heard his cry and gave back, pouring their power into him. He took a deep breath, and his eyes shone with mana. His original core, the core he'd thrown away and given up on, glowed as it took on more and more mana. Golden core after golden core formed as the power flowed in, the gap to the void now as wide as a golf ball. His core filled, then threatened to overflow. Rhys gritted his teeth and fought against the pain of his worn-out body to condense the energy down. A new tiny gold orb materialized in his core, and the power kept flowing. It was all he could do to keep pushing down, keep condensing, keep creating new orbs. His entire core filled up with tiny orbs as he condensed the mana down again and again to keep it from overflowing his core, and then the outside glittered in gold, and golden light began to enclose the outside. It trembled, on the verge of breaking through to the next realm, the light almost closing completely, but something held it back. A single empty spot at the very top of his core, where the power couldn't close over in gold. A bottleneck. Something prevented him from reaching the next step, like a cap, a blockage. The power kept flowing, entirely beyond his expectations. Gratitude welled up in Rhys's heart. They didn't even know how bad the situation he was in was, and they were still willing to help him out. Everyone, thank you so much. He took all that power and held onto it, building it up, until it was ready to burst. More. The energy began to peter out, but it was already enough. This would have to do. He'd take this, and throw it at his trashy original core, that even he had thrown away and abandoned, and polish that trash into something that truly shone. Taking all the energy at once, he hammered it all at that bottleneck. The gold energy trembled, shook, and then surged, and the last span of ungolden core at the top of his original core turned gold, and his power surged. His cultivation stabilized, landing at a firm tier 4. And as for his trash star, all the leftover energy that had broken through the bottleneck, then had nowhere to go nourished the trash star and his original core alike, baptizing both in a flood of extra mana, or in other words, discarded bonus trash mana. Both his original core and the trash star drank it in, glorying in the bonus mana. Rhys didn't know what his cultivation looked like, with two cores both at tier 4. From the outside, did he look like a tier 4, or a tier 4.5? Or even, a tier 8? He snorted at that thought. I doubt that. Tears grow multiplicatively or even exponentially, not additively. His body was still battered and broken, but with everyone's help, he'd managed to tear up. His body had incidentally gained benefits from tearing up, and was stronger and more fit, but the damage he'd incurred by forcibly pushing himself past his limits for so long and flirting with the void to give everyone their original core back wasn't so easily healed. He wasn't at 100% power, but he was far stronger than he'd been moments ago. Far stronger than Laurent. This all had happened in the space of a few seconds, so fast that it was hard to express. The surge of power, his rush to Tier 4, even breaking the bottleneck, all happened between when the Sword Saint started walking toward them, and when the man raised his sword. Rhys snapped back into reality just as the sword started to fall and jumped forward, raising his own sword to block. To his surprise, the Sword Saint hesitated. Rhys blinked, then frowned. Is there still some of the Sword Saint in there? He might faintly recognize me, even if he's never met me. Rhys lifted his head and looked directly at the Sword Saint. Sir, my name is Rhys. I'm a close friend of your apprentice, Ba Solaire. Surely he's mentioned me. The Sword Saint turned his head ever so slightly toward Rhys. His brows furrowed slightly. Something like faint recognition shone in their depths, and he stopped his sword completely. He's in there, somewhere. There's something wrong with him, but he's in there, Rhys thought, taking a step back and pushing Laurent with him. Come to think of it, he'd caught a glimpse of Sable and Lyra fighting the Sword Saint earlier, and surviving. Not only that, but fighting back. The two of them were Tier 3 and 2. They couldn't stand up to a Tier 4, let alone the Sword Saint. The fact that they'd been able to survive, even dodge attacks, the Sword Saint was in there, somewhere. He knew he was being used, to some small extent, and he was holding back, fighting against whatever control he was under. Rhys just didn't know how he was being controlled, or what was controlling him, or else he might be able to help. As it was, he could only try to communicate with him from afar. Rhys put a hand to his heart. Listen to me. I gave everyone their cores back. There's nothing left to fight over. Sword Saint, sir, please. Lower your weapon. We don't have a quarrel. The Sword Saint lowered his sword. He stared at Rhys, the furrow in his brows deepening. His lips moved, as if to speak. Luke, the man in purple snapped. The Sword Saint's eyes turned dull again. Once more, he raised his sword. Ah, hey, we were talking. Rhys lifted his sword, but this time, it was his turn to hesitate. He used poison, impurities, filth. He was suited to killing, or at least maiming his foes. But an earnest, righteous battle, a duel where he didn't want to maim or kill. He didn't even know how he would begin going about that. Even back in the tournament, he'd struggled to fight without killing or permanent harm, and back then, he'd been far closer to a pure martial build, without the full extent of filth and harmful techniques he had now. The Sword Saint wasn't someone he wanted to harm. As far as he could tell, the man was under some kind of control, some curse or mind-affecting spell, and he didn't deserve to be wiped out with the extreme prejudice that was the only thing Rhys could use. On the other hand, if it came to a fight without Rhys using his filth, he wasn't confident he could survive, let alone win. No, even to win would be a small miracle, like when he'd fought the Empress, but even worse. The Empress was a logistician, who'd figured out a godly technique to expand her physical and political power across a large region, an incredible way to exert near full control over her troops and conquer large swaths of land, then demand loyalty from those she conquered with little need to waste time consolidating power. But at the end of the day, she was a commander and logistician. There was nothing wrong with that. She'd accomplished great things that way. But she was no Sword Saint, no warrior lauded for their invincibility in battle and duels, not put on a pedestal as the strongest sword fighter who no one in their region or without could challenge and defeat, despite the pedestal he stood on and the attention he attracted. If Rhys used his worst, most filthy tricks, he might be able to survive the Sword Saint, but even then, he wasn't confident in a win. To fight without, well, it was suicide. Not to mention, I countered the Empress's ultimate technique by building a power center that isn't a core, and using power that isn't mana, Rhys thought. Neither of which helped him fight the Sword Saint, who'd just cut him open without worrying about his mana infrastructure. Speaking of, right now, there was a mixture of impurities and mana running through his veins. It worked, but it didn't want to work. The two flowed together, but they fought one another. The mana was darkened and weakened by the impurities, and the impurities were diluted by the mana. He didn't know how he was going to resolve that, but it was a problem for a future. For now, he just had to damage boost through this encounter and figure out a way to get out the other end. In truth, he was a bit of a paper tiger right at this moment. He appeared tier 4, and he was sure he could draw out a tier 4's power for a split second if he needed to, but his trash star struggled, still on the verge of winking out, and his core had only newly reached tier 4, not to mention that the two powers were fighting one another in his mana veins. One good hit was all the more he could give, or take, until he had some time to resolve all the issues with his new mana system. Fighting was not the way to resolve this in his favor. But talking wasn't looking good, either. He glanced over his shoulder. Grave and Mirai had vanished somewhere. Extending his mana, he found Lyra and Sable, then gave the two of them a little push. They got the message, and he sensed them running off. He didn't sense Mouse at all, which was actually, it was starting to worry him. Where was Mouse? What had happened to her? Laurent, get out of here, he whispered. What? No, I'll stay with you until the end, Laurent pledged. Idiot. I'm going to run, Rhys murmured. Laurent raised his brows, surprised, then slowly backed away. As he retreated less subtly than Rhys would have liked, Rhys stepped forward. He pointed at the purple-robed man. What have you done to the Sword Saint? The purple-robed man stared, taken aback. You dare accuse the Alliance's Grand Master of using some foul control technique on the Sword Saint? The Alliance's Grand Master, Rhys raised his brows and gestured, waiting for the man to fill in the gap. You don't know my name. I'm Virgil Neucombe, the most powerful mage in the Alliance, the man declared. Not another virgin. We've got too many in this room already, Rhys complained. To his surprise, the Sword Saint twitched. Rhys raised his brows and looked the man over again. He had that long dark hair that was so popular in this world, and of course the fit body that came with being the Sword Saint, so he'd assumed the man was rolling in women. But, wait, hold on, is this the kind of world where the ultimate sword technique requires bodily purity, or something stupid like that? In other words, requires you to never hold a woman. Holy shit, does that mean Bast's in the same boat as me? Hold on. I need confirmation on this, confirmation stat. The man in purple spluttered, then jabbed his finger at Rhys. Take such filthy thoughts out of your mind. No, I'll have the Sword Saint remove them for you. Luke. Once more, the Sword Saint retreated. Rhys pursed his lips. So much for my short attempt to talk it out. He glanced over his shoulder at Laurent, to find the man almost fully out of the room. Just another few seconds. Hey, wait, hold on. Sword Saint, do you really want to do this? You don't have to listen to that guy. Rhys tried, just throwing spaghetti at the wall. The man didn't react. Uh-oh. He racked his brains, trying to come up with something, anything to throw at the Sword Saint. Just another second. Rhys cracked his brains. Come on, something. Fighting was a losing game. Talking wasn't working. He needed to stall for just another second before he escaped. What did he have left? His eyes widened. That's it. He threw out his hand, summoning the rat swarm, not on the Sword Saint, but on Virgil. Rats swarmed up from the earth and rushed Virgil, their eyes glittering in the bright white room. Virgil shrieked and threw up his hand. A blast of purple energy knocked the rats away from his immediate feet, but Rhys simply snapped his fingers and summoned more rats. The rats scrabbled over the floor. Their claws pattered over Virgil's feet, and they leapt for the man's robes, biting at their hems. Luke! Virgil shouted. The Sword Saint turned. He slashed, and cut the rats apart, then turned back around, but that was all the time Rhys needed. He glanced over his shoulder. Laurent was gone. It was time for him to book it, too. And here he was, standing in a room that had held the Empress's refuse. Sure, she had treasured her cores, and locked them away, but the cores that had been held here were the ones that she couldn't put anywhere useful. They were treasured, but forgotten, treasured trash. Which made this room a garbage heap, and therefore, gave him domain over the room. Which meant, Rhys gripped at the air and tore it open. The void shimmered, dark and beckoning. A strong call emanated from the darkness, one he hadn't felt before. Discomfort crept over his skin, and Rhys shivered subconsciously, but there was no time for regrets or hesitations. He was public enemy number one in Virgil's eyes. If he didn't leave in a way that even the Sword Saint wouldn't be able to follow him, he'd never rest again. Virgil looked up. His eyes narrowed. Stop him. Too late. Rhys hopped into the void and sealed the passage behind him. He floated in the darkness, surrounded by a layer of protective mana. For a moment, he floated in place. He stuck his tongue out at the place he'd just closed the void behind him. See ya, wouldn't wanna be ya. The dangerous sensation grew stronger. Rhys looked around him, his high spirits dampening and his hackles raising. Nothing but void, all around him. He drifted backward as quickly as he could, reaching out with his mana senses. He was relatively close to his base in the void, the stolen secret realm, and the gauntlet he had sensed before, but the gauntlet was in the opposite direction from his base, and right now was not the time to quest further. He fled toward his base, picking up speed as the danger continued to spike. Abruptly, the void burst open where he'd torn it open seconds ago. Gold sword light surged through, chasing after Rhys. Rhys flew to the side, but the gold light twisted to chase after him. The gold light would kill him if it touched him. Every instinct he had was telling him that. He couldn't let it make contact. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a piece of trash and threw it in front of the light, empowering the trash intent as high as he could. The light impacted the trash and cleaved right through it like a hot knife through butter. Rhys scowled. He threw piece after piece of trash out behind him, using his strongest trash intent to take the light's blow, all while fleeing at top speed. One after another, the trash was slashed apart, and the backlash of the broken trash intent struck him over and over, weakening his already bruised body, but there was nothing he could do but keep tossing out trash behind him. The gold light weakened, slowly but surely, and Rhys's trash star burned lower and lower as he was forced to continue to throw out garbage behind him. The pale bubble of the secret realm glowed in the darkness behind him. Rhys beelined toward it. If he could get behind it, the light would strike the barrier, and maybe even the land, but it wouldn't sever the entire realm, probably. The sense of danger that had tickled the back of his neck the whole time suddenly spiked. He glanced behind him to see a huge limb hurtling through the darkness behind him, from the opposite direction as the secret realm. From one direction, the gold light, from the other, the enormous limb. The sensation of looming death emanated from both of them. If either of them struck him, that would be it for him. He'd be destroyed in body and soul. Rhys looked from one to the other, then gritted his teeth. He turned and flew toward the giant tentacle with all his might. The tentacle hurtled toward him. Whatever it was attached to was so far away in the void that even his extended mana senses and mage vision couldn't see it, something so vast that it could reach all the way across the void to hear. The gold light continued to give chase, and Rhys kept throwing out trash behind him, barely buying himself the time to fly toward the tentacle. The tentacle filled his entire vision. It was as wide across as the secret realm, even this slender part close to its tip. He rushed closer and closer, and then flew to the side with all his might. The gold light cornered, but slowly, and the tentacle didn't react at all. It crushed down on him and the gold light as one. The top edge of the gold light began to slice into the tentacle, and the light slowed, but the tentacle didn't. Rhys fled, taking a new angle to avoid the tentacle alone as the gold light continued to sear into the falling tentacle. The last of the gold light vanished into the bulk of the tentacle, and the tentacle bore down on Rhys. Its fleshy bulk closed in ahead of him. He flew down as he flew across it, moving diagonally, but he couldn't fly fast enough to escape the bulk of the tentacle. Not down, nor across, it was too large, and too fast. And then, abruptly, the tentacle flinched. There was a distant roar of pain, as if the massive, distant being had only just felt the pain of the gold light. Rhys hurtled along, flying with all his might, and burst out from under it. There was only a short distance left between him and the secret realm. He threw himself into the bubble and crashed down into the land of the secret realm on the other side, digging a furrow in the earth of the realm where he landed. For a few seconds, he just laid there, face down in the dirt, and then, with some effort, he rolled over and faced the false sky. For just a moment, he caught sight of the tentacle, looming somewhere beyond the blue, and then it faded away, retreating. The sense of danger diminished, too, and for the first time since he'd headed to battle, he felt, if not at peace, then at least closer to safety than danger. He breathed out, closed his eyes, then, slowly, opened them. He wasn't done. Not even close. The Empress was gone, and her cores had been sent home, but that was only the Empress resolved. This Virgil character seemed like a bad apple, and there was something wrong with the Sword Saint, whether it was Virgil's fault or not. Bast had that mark, and since he was the Sword Saint's apprentice, if there was something wrong with the Sword Saint, then there was probably some kind of trickle-down damage to Bast, as well. He hadn't seen Mouse since the beginning of the battle, and he was starting to feel like that wasn't an effect of her power. Laurent, Sable, Lyra, and his new friends Mirai and Grave, were in danger, and he really wanted to corner Mirai and ask her a few pointed questions about her origins and how she knew about certain poses he hadn't seen in this world yet. There was so much left to do, and here he was, hiding away in the void, far away from being able to do anything about them. He sighed. Can I just take a break for a little while? I'd even recommend it. You've made an enemy of the Alliance. They aren't going to let you get away that easily. Rhys turned, still lying in the hole he dug with his landing. Darren stood over him, gazing down at him with something like grudging approval. He snorted. You have any advice for taking down the Alliance, Demon King? I thought you'd never ask. If you're taking down the Alliance, then there's no need to bandy about with your answers. You have my full cooperation. Why do I feel like I'm on the wrong side? Rhys snorted under his breath. He sat up, propping himself up on his elbows. Then, where's Straw? Surely you see the advantage we'd have in gathering your remnant weapons. Darren chuckled. If you're taking down the Alliance, then I couldn't agree more. There are more of my weapons remaining than only Straw. I can teach you how to discover all of them, and gladly. It's high time those Alliance fools take a beating. He looked at Darren. Were you rooting for the Empress? Not at all. I don't want the Alliance to be conquered. I want it to be overthrown. There's a difference. One is more personal. Rhys guessed. Darren wiggled his finger. A conquering can happen to anyone, a successful kingdom or a failing one alike. An overthrowing implies that the Alliance itself has failed and is collapsing under its own weight. That is what I want. Well, it looks like you're getting what you're after, Rhys said. But of course, there's a yet more reliable ally you could acquire. Darren posed casually, stroking his chin as if he'd just happened to rest his hand there. Oh yeah, like what? Rhys asked, being deliberately obtuse. Darren arched his brow. Wouldn't you like to have the former Demon King at your side? Oh. Rhys looked at Darren. It was a classic Trashy move to have the Demon King in his head, or whispering in his ear, or locked inside him, and it was equally a Trashy move to revive the Demon King, though it tended to be a move that belonged to bit villains rather than to heroes. Still, Rhys had never claimed to be a trashy hero, just trashy. He was allowed to play the part of the trash villain if he had to. The real question was if he wanted this incredibly obnoxious man to be real and physical. It was bad enough when he was immaterial, but what if he could be physically in Rhys's face and being annoying? Could Rhys hold back from punching him? And not only that, but sure, having the Demon King on his side sounded good, so long as the Demon King stayed on his side. He didn't think the guy was likely to take off and go to the Alliance's side. The Alliance had literally been formed to take him down, after all, but the real question was whether Darren would attempt the classic thing that happened after the bit villain revived the Demon King, which was, the Demon King took over, and the bit villain became the Demon King's lackey. Rhys was willing to be lots of things, but this particular annoying-ass Demon King's lackey was not one of them. And, of course, there was the second question of, How powerful was the Demon King? Rhys was tier 4 now, but the Demon King had once dominated the realm, and the current tier 5 Sword Saint was considered weaker than the Sword Saint who had killed the Demon King. True, hundreds of years had passed, and the current Sword Saint had grown since those days, but even so, Rhys lost against the current Sword Saint. If the Demon King was considered stronger than the current Sword Saint, then he had to have been at least tier 6. If he revived at that level, there was no way Rhys could act as a counter or even an equivalent to Demon King. The power balance was simply tilted in the Demon King's favor, and there was no counterbalancing that. That was assuming that the Demon King could revive at his full power level, but he twisted his lips. It wasn't an instant yes. It was something to think about. And think long and hard about, at that. I mean, it's not out of the question, Rhys allowed at last. Darren harumphed. Why did that take so long to think about? You should be overjoyed to have my help. I've certainly felt many things about having your help, but joy is not typically one of them. Why not? Do you seriously not know? Darren scowled. It wasn't that bad. You'll come around. Will I? Darren grumbled something under his breath and walked away. Rhys watched him go, then sat up, leaning forward. His light-hearted, teasing expression vanished, replaced by a dark gaze. All of his friends were in danger, some more than others. He'd taken down the Empress, but he now faced an equally dangerous, if not more dangerous foe, the Alliance. And there were always other regions outside of their regions which had been eyeing theirs for some time. Rhys sighed and ran a hand through his hair. I fix one problem, and a dozen more pop up. How trashy of this world, to keep heaping problems on him. And then he clapped and hopped to his feet. All right, then. Back at it. Darren was right. He should let the search for him and his friends cool off a bit before he went looking for them. Which meant one thing. It was time to go suck up to the Demon King. Darren. Duran. Hey. Stop sulking. Come on, I was just joking. Let's go take down the Alliance, okay. End Book 4. One thing was immediately obvious to Rhys. Virgil was not, or rather, could not be, the one in control. He seemed to be in control, but whether he'd exploited a bad situation or been set up as a puppet by someone else, he hadn't been the one to take control of the Sword Saint or to mark Bast. He'd nearly been overwhelmed by Rhys's rats. Someone who panicked at a spell of that magnitude wasn't going to be able to overwhelm the Sword Saint without help. Someone else had intervened there. Had something happened in the north, when they were fighting the beasts? What had Bast not told him, or rather, been unable to tell him? A sharp clap dragged him out of his thoughts. Darren scowled at him. You'll never learn the technique if you keep drifting off like that. Rhys straightened his back and adjusted the fold of his legs. Sorry. I'm not used to formal teaching. You're distracted. Rhys looked at him, then lowered his head. Yes. Darren snorted. Your friends are in danger. I understand. But once you learn how to find the remnant weapons, you'll be much more capable of saving them. No. You're right, but it is super distracting. He couldn't help that he was worried about his friends. Even if he knew this was a concrete step toward saving them, it was still a constant thought, tingling at the back of his mind. If you revived me, I could even help you save your friends, Darren hinted. Yeah, I know. Teach me this technique, and if it all goes well, then you've taken one very important step toward getting revived, Rhys hinted. Darren narrowed his eyes at Rhys. You aren't as subtle as you think you are. You thought I was being subtle. Darren's eyes narrowed to slits. Rhys waved his hand. I'm joking. Tell me the technique again. This time, I'll lock in. I promise. You don't need to go so far as to do secluded cultivation, Darren said, frowning. No, not like that, like, focus. You know. Lock in. Darren nodded slowly, giving Rhys a look that told him he very much didn't understand, and stood back, crossing his arms. Yet again, he recited the technique to Rhys. He really had been telling the truth. He held nothing back, and wasn't evasive or troublesome, so long as Rhys kept his questions strictly to the technique at hand, and only asked questions that had to do with taking down the Alliance. anything else, and the same unnecessarily mysterious Darren materialized again, but so long as he kept things strictly business, they were best friends. Some time had passed since he'd been chased into the void by the Sword Saint and Virgil. A few days. A few weeks. He wasn't sure. It was hard to gauge time in the void, when the sky in the secret realm remained bright and blue at all times. Days had passed, for sure, but was it long enough for the search for him to wear down? He wasn't sure. But what he knew for sure, was that if he moved too soon, before the fervor around finding him quieted, he'd only draw attention to himself, and worse, his friends. If his friends were in danger, or in a bad place, then they were already there, and him rushing there wouldn't make things better, it would just indicate to whoever had them that they were even more valuable to him than that person might have thought. No, the long play was the right play, even if it was nerve-wracking and tickling his anxiety constantly. He knew how bad things could get. He'd been there, stuck in a hole with no one to rescue him. He wanted to check, to make sure things were good, but that would ruin his long play. It was a classic mistake in trashy media, to not make the long enough play. The immortal who decided he needed to conquer the world right now, during the fated hero's lifespan, instead of napping for another 100, hell, 30, years and waiting out the hero. The vampire who needed this iteration of his reincarnating lover, no matter how many obstacles stood between him and her. Trashy though it was a mistake he was determined not to make. If he hid out here and learned the Demon King's technique, found a few remnant weapons first, or even just learned the technique and then checked on people, then he would have given enough time for people to stop pursuing them, if they were being pursued. And if they were caught, it would be enough time for their captors to stop paying so much attention to their captive. Moving too early was a mistake. So why was it so hard to convince himself of it? No. Focus on the technique. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, blocking out all extraneous thoughts. They kept trying to press their way in, but he blocked them out, thinking about the color black until his mind wiped clean. Instead, he focused on the technique, and nothing but the technique. It was a relatively simple one. Basically, he extended curse power to sense things instead of mana. Curse power didn't work quite like mana, though. Where mana extended in an orb around him, spreading in all directions evenly, curse power moved, oddly. It thrust forth in veins and spurts, surging for miles where curses had been or where dark emotions had spread. A battlefield, a graveyard, or dying off sharply in places with blessings or positive emotions, a church, a beach, a playground. He could sense where strong curses had been years before, whereas with mana, it was more like ordinary vision. He couldn't see anything with his mana senses that didn't exist right now in the real world. But curses lingered, cast shadows, left stains. He'd tested things out by letting his Skelly Boy wander the secret realm, and the places the Skelly Boy had walked still glowed brightly in his vision, days later. When he could get the technique to activate, that was. Thus far, he'd been using curses with curse power. It made a lot of sense. Curse power fueled curses. It was in the name. But using curse power to use a technique the same as he'd use mana to fuel a technique. Finicky was saying the least about how hard it was to use. Just like how curse power ebbed and flowed out in the world, the technique was also touchy about when it was used and how he activated it. He had the skeleton run circles around him and taint the ground with curse energy, and then it activated easily, but Darren had told him that was cheating and lazy, and that he needed to use it at a moment's notice, no matter where he was or what the conditions were, and that was taking way more time to figure out. I'm trash. Let me do my lazy cheats, Rhys thought, but he couldn't actually argue. Darren was right. He couldn't always prepare the land around him before he used a technique. Especially a sensing technique, where he didn't necessarily want his enemies to know he was using it. It was also a technique he'd probably use a lot at a moment's notice, in environments where he was surprised or ambushed, or where he couldn't control anything about the environment. If he was walking down the street in Purple Dawn Academy, for example, he couldn't exactly pull out a curse and have it run laps around him first. He needed to use the technique in places like Purple Dawn Academy, 2. Since he was pretty sure Ernesto had possession of at least part of straw, so he couldn't dismiss the idea of using it in polite company, as it were. He took a deep breath and called forth his curse power again. Fortunately, he could generate curse power as long as he could generate mana, with the curses circulating his core to miscolor the mana to curse power, and the secret realm did possess a small amount of mana, so he could generate at least enough mana to power the observation technique. The void was mostly empty, but there was some trash in it, and in between practicing the curse sensing technique, he took short excursions into the void to snag bits of trash and add them to his trash star. He hadn't acquired the gauntlet he'd sensed earlier yet, but it was a long way away from the secret realm, and he didn't want to attract the attention of the mysterious tentacled figure who'd tanked the Sword Saint's blow like it was nothing. Just like checking in on his friend, he needed to let enough time pass for that figure to lose interest in him enough for him to be able to venture out to get the gauntlet. Curse power circulated through him. He'd called back his mana, and only impurities and curse power circulated through his body. Unlike impurities and mana, the two sang in harmony, reinforcing one another in a harmonious cycle. The only problem was once the curse power left his body. It dissipated without something to latch onto, fading away far faster than mana did. That's because the world is incompatible with curse power. Mana naturally floated around on the breeze, everywhere, an intangible energy that he could collect as easily as breathing. Curse power wasn't counter to mana, but the two weren't compatible, either. It was like oil and water, unwilling to mix. When he extended curse power out, if there was nothing cursed to latch onto, it simply faded away without the structure of a curse to latch onto or give it shape. Rhys frowned. Curses are powered by negative emotions. This technique isn't a curse, but it uses curse power. What if I combine it with my anxiety? Anxiety made him want to rush around and see everything all the time, to know more about everything that was going on around him. If he leaned in, instead of trying to suppress and ignore his anxiety, wouldn't that feed the curse just like it needed to be fed? And the emotion of anxiety, its closeness to paranoia, the need for information and to see, hear, feel everything, it leaned into the sensing technique with curse power. Rhys called forth the technique again. This time, he let his anxiety burst forth, twisting the curse power into it and letting the two mingle together. His anxiety spiked along with his heart rate, but at the same time, the technique burst outward. Twisting like dark veins through the air, it surged forth, racing over the air and through the ground. Information flowed back to Rhys, and he breathed evenly, pushing through the anxiety to pay attention to everything he sensed. The earth, the air, he felt the remains of the artifacts that had piled here, all their dark desires. Some of them had been tainted with curse power, either cursed or themselves curses, and he could feel their shape, their history, there. Something burst in his curse vision, so bright and large that he immediately jerked out of the technique. Rhys jumped to his feet, shocked. He ran to the edge of the world and hopped off, dropping down below the secret realm. At Tier 4, he could fly, and the technique was simple enough. He exuded mana to support himself and hovered on the air. He flew now, hovering over the bottom of the secret realm to get a better look at its underside. Dark, black, tar-like filth, sticky and firm, sunk so deep into the bedrock of the secret realm that he had no idea how he'd even begin to pull it free. He stared wide-eyed, unable to hide his shock. "So, you've realized it at last." Rhys turned. Darren stood slightly behind him, his arms crossed, gazing at the dark filth the same as Rhys did. He nodded at Rhys. "I take it you've comprehended the technique, if you've come here." "I think so, yeah." "What is it?" Darren shook his head. "I don't know. I was the first to find it, in our region. I tried to use it, taking a tiny portion of its immense power and creating curse power from it, spawning cursed techniques and curses alike, culminating in my ultimate weapons, the beings you now know as the remnant weapons." Rhys eyed him. "And yet, you seem hesitant about it. What makes you say that?" "Your demeanor. That, and straw. He's basically a sponge for curse power. You felt guilty, or no, probably nervous is a better word, about this power you'd unlocked, and you created straw to clean up after yourself." Darren snorted. He looked at the power again, then lowered his head a tad. You aren't wrong. I began to experiment with it, and before I knew it, the entire region was full of curse-wielding dark mages who claimed to be my disciples and soldiers. The dark filth was there before I started, but I unlocked the way to use it for mages, at least for my generation, and our region. And then they began to blame me for creating the darkness at all, and the alliance was forged to destroy me, and here we are now. Ah, right. You just happened to have dark mages spring up around you, by no fault of your own, Rhys said mockingly. I certainly wasn't recruiting anyone, Darren insisted indignantly. Or turning anyone away. Why would I? No, you're right. Anyone would become a demon king under those circumstances, Rhys said, grinning. All because I tried to enforce a little law and order among those outlaws. Suddenly, everyone's calling me king and acting as if I was in charge from the beginning, Darren complained. Oh, is that what happened? It is. No, conquering on your part. Darren harumphed and crossed his arms. Well, what was I supposed to do? Sit back and let the states continue warring uselessly? Watch the mage schools waste their resources and their precious students lives in meaningless intra-region conflicts? I wasn't conquering. I was consolidating resources. Rhys raised his brows. He gave Darren a look. It sounds a lot like you were conquering the realm to me. A plebeian like yourself wouldn't understand the intricacies of ruling a region. Rhys shook his finger at Darren. It's when you say things like that I doubt that you were a well-intentioned person who just happened to get labeled a demon king by the Alliance, and start to wonder if you were exactly the kind of warlord you claim you weren't. I spent time in the company of philosophers. To your detriment. What kind of warlord spends his time pondering his morality? You'd be surprised. It's big in the J-novel sphere. In manga. And in Western novels, shockingly. Not really big in C novels or K novels, but nothing's perfect. Darren stared at him. Rhys stared back. Darren was the first to look away, with a heavy sigh. You shouldn't constantly remind me that you're an otherworlder. Just because I can only talk to you now, doesn't mean I'll be like this forever. Is that a threat? Does someone not want to be revived? Rhys asked, putting a hand over his mouth in mock shock. I won't. But if you ever ran into a situation like this again, you ought to be more careful. Not every immaterial ex-demon king is as nuanced, moral, and upstanding as myself. Rhys nodded slowly, looking Darren dead in the eye. The next time I encounter an immaterial demon king and tell him I'm an otherworlder, I'll keep that in mind. Darren narrowed his eyes. Are you mocking me? Almost constantly. It's the only way I keep myself from stabbing you, really. Really. Stabbing is a bit of an exaggeration. Beating your ass until you stop being so annoying is definitely on the table, though. Rhys thought for a second, then beamed. Actually, I think we should make you material again. I think it could be very cathartic. I would accept a beating if it meant I could be material once more, Darren accepted gracefully. Rhys twisted his lips. Somehow, that took all the fun out of it. He waved his hand. If I bring you back, I'll do it because I want to, not because I wanna beat your ass. So don't think being annoying is a route to a body. I did consider it, briefly, Darren allowed. That's little sibling behavior, man. No one wants that. Darren grumbled something under his breath, but Rhys had already tuned him out. He approached the dark gunk, the filth stuck to the bottom of the secret realm, tilting his head to get a better angle on it. It was pitch black, and completely dull, without so much as a hint of shine. Bits and pieces of gunk struck in it, things that were so overcome by the filth that he couldn't tell what it had been to begin with. Rhys reached out, extending his hand to touch it. I wouldn't. Well, you'll probably be fine, Darren said, his voice dying off to a mumble by the end. Rhys's hand made contact with the goo. For a second, there was nothing. And then darkness overwhelmed him. Something toxic surged into him, so strong that nothing he'd absorbed before could compare. It moved through him with intention, as if it was trying to destroy him, deliberately breaking down everything it encountered and destroying anything it could reach. His vision returned in time for Rhys to watch his hand turn black, all the way to the wrist, and the black kept growing, climbing further up his arm. He tried his usual trick, but the black goo didn't respond to his absorption attempts, or to any of his conversion attempts, either. He poured mana into the blackening cells, trying to rebuild them stronger, shore up their weaknesses, but the black wasn't exploiting weaknesses. It simply charged through, destroying everything in its wake. There was nothing he could do. Rhys drew out his poison sword and lopped off his own arm at the mid-forearm. He waited a few seconds to make sure the black stain wasn't still spreading, then put his blade away and flew down to retrieve his severed arm. It was lying on the barrier, and the black goo was still consuming it, devouring it all the way down to the point that it was no longer flesh and bone at all, but a lump of black goo and nothing. He lifted it carefully with his mana, only for the black to infect his mana and leap toward him. Rhys dropped it again and drew out a piece of trash from the trash star, then carefully scooped it up with the trash intent. The black goo thrashed, trying to infect the trash intent, but couldn't. Rhys looked at the barrier. It was a bit dark where the goo had sat, but not infected. Likewise, the trash intent wasn't immune, but it was tanking the blow way better than anything else had so far. Rhys tilted his head. Was this like the Empress, but backward? She'd been unable to deal with formless mana. This stuff seemed able to infect flesh and mana with ease, but struggled with constructs and intent. Your arm, Darren commented, with the tone of someone reminding a friend to complete a boring task. Rhys glanced down. His arm was still dripping blood, and he still lacked a hand. He pulled trash out of the trash star and mashed it into his severed stump, forcing the cells to regrow with the same technique he usually used to refine them. A new hand regrew, and he flexed it a few times, then turned back to the black lump that had been his old hand. It thrashed around on the trash intent, sending out tendrils and crawling around aimlessly as if possessed by a great anger. Neat, Rhys said. Neat. Darren asked, shocked. Isn't that what you thought when you saw it? I mean, I'm just messing around with it for fun. You found this stuff and decided to invent curse energy. Darren crossed his arms self-righteously. I saw a highly dangerous energy with the potential to be misused and decided to attempt to carefully corral it into something usable. You just touched the stuff. Did you not? There was a pause. At last, Darren tossed his head. In the name of experimentation and furthering the body of science, naturally, I may have given it an experimental prod. So you did. I did it scientifically. In a safe and measured environment, with all due safety precautions and a team of experts standing by. You just touched it. With your filthy hands. Like a monkey. Wow. Pulling out the hard M. Hey, man. Let's not put slurs in chat, okay? Darren frowned. That's not, is it? Contextually. Not always. Probably not for me. Rhys turned back to the stuff. Summoning another piece of trash intent, he prodded it, moving it around. It was strange. Beyond strange. Kinda reminded him of a certain symbiotic kind of black goo that'd turn into someone's suit, though his personal experiences told him that this was the kind of goo that would just straight up eat him, instead. The goo grabbed at the second piece of trash intent, but couldn't eat it, either. Rhys poked it around, turning it over, pushing it around the other way, and examining it closely. It reacted to stimuli, but if he didn't stimulate it, it just thrashed randomly. It didn't seem to have true intelligence, but just some kind of, well, it almost seemed to have intent. Mindless intent, intent without awareness, but intent nonetheless, as if it were an enormous manifestation of intent left behind to rot by some unfathomable being. Rhys frowned and glanced at Darren. This is under our entire region. Darren nodded. It is. Huh. If it was intent, what kind of being could manifest an intent that large? What was the purpose of the intent, the original intent, so to speak, that had rotted into this? Something so virulent and destructive that to touch it was to risk his life, even someone who specialized in virulent and destructive substances like Rhys. And, why? Why was there a huge block of rotten intent under their entire region? Rhys opened his mouth. I don't have any answers, so don't ask. I don't want to be accused of being evasive. I truly do not know, Darren said, before Rhys could speak. Someone really wants a material body, Rhys thought. Since he'd been able to threaten Darren with not getting him a physical body, the man had been much more cooperative. He waved his hand. That's fair. Honestly, I wasn't expecting you to have answers about this, one way or another. What I was going to ask is if my resident void expert knows somewhere I can exit the void into a quiet, secluded part of the Alliance, where no one would think to look for me. He had his exits, but they were all in the Empire, and in the worst case that the Alliance had threatened or tortured his friends, or the slightly less worse case that they'd asked some member of the fast food crew nicely, and the crew hadn't known not to trust them, they knew all about them. Even if his exits weren't compromised, they were still in the Empire, not the Alliance. He'd have to sneak across the border, and they'd be on the lookout for him coming from the direction of the Empire. One way or another, it was risky to use his exits. On the other hand, if Darren, self-proclaimed void expert, had an exit everyone had forgotten about, it would probably be within the Empire, and no one would expect Rhys from one of the Demon King's old void exits, if they even knew where Darren had hidden them. Darren smiled. I thought you'd never ask. Darren led the way through the void. He followed a particular path, tracing along an invisible guideline. Rhys extended his mana senses, and with his most sensitive senses, felt something, vaguely, then swapped to curse senses. His eyes widened, and he almost jerked back. Darren was following a bright red vein through the void, a rope of curse power oozing bad intentions so strongly that Rhys immediately felt off-put the second he sensed it. As long as he kept his curse senses up, he could follow it without Darren's assistance, but it almost wasn't worth it. His heart rate spiked, and he glanced around him, his anxiety bleeding into paranoia, while his brain ran over all the horrible things that could have happened to his friends for the 7 billionth time, on fast forward and loop. Curse power sucks. Why'd you invent it? Rhys complained. Darren glanced over his shoulder, then snorted. I only taught my students the useful things, structured curse power, that comes with fewer drawbacks. This kind of nearly useless technique, I reserved for myself, and now you. Oh, thanks, Rhys said sarcastically, though with a note of actual gratitude mixed in. Even if the technique was kind of shitty, trash techniques were his specialty, and moreover, it was something Darren hadn't taught even his closest apprentices in life. True, he hadn't taught them it because it was inferior to normal mana senses for 99% of situations, but it was still worth thanking him. Darren gazed at him for another second, then looked away. I used this technique to hide my ultimate treasures and last-ditch weapons. It was pure logic to keep it from my disciples in life. Now that I'm dead, and you're going to help me take down the Alliance and revive myself, it wouldn't make sense to hold back on sharing all the things I hid, all that time ago. Now that you're going to help me bring down the Alliance, you mean? And the revival's still negotiable. Every time you talk like I'm your lackey, your chances go down just that much. Darren shook his head and said nothing, continuing to lead the way. Rhys sighed aloud. Darren was so used to treating people like lackeys that he couldn't not treat Rhys like a lackey. Then again, what else did I expect from the ex-Demon King? Once a Demon King, always a Demon King. He'd lived that life for so long that he couldn't live any other way. He was getting less annoying now that he was starting to cooperate a little, but the Demon King was too ingrained for him to act normally. He just saw everyone around him as potential lackeys, and there was nothing Rhys could do about that. Honestly, from a certain angle, it was kind of goals. Who didn't want to be so high and mighty that they could only conceive of those around them as lackeys? Though on the other hand, he didn't really want to become the kind of person who looked down on everyone around him. He wasn't that kind of trash. Not yet, anyways. Maybe in another few tiers, that would change. After all, who knew what the future held? He hadn't imagined he'd be on a slow trajectory toward reviving the Demon King when he'd first stepped into this world, but here he was. He still wasn't sure he was going to revive Darren. It still didn't sound like the best idea to him, but it was an option, and he hadn't thought that would be where he was now. It's a real case of how it started versus how it's going, Rhys thought, chuckling to himself. He wasn't really sure which one was the better option, either, between waking up in the body of an orphan who'd been recently accidentally killed, and following the Demon King's ghost through the void to maybe revive him for real in the near future. There was such a vast gulf between those two experiences that he couldn't adequately compare the two. Up ahead, the vein of red-black curse power came to an end in an ugly blot. Darren drew up to it and gestured for Rhys to go ahead. The exit. Rhys floated forward. He explored the wall, searching, and finally found the pinhole in the void Darren had poked gods only knew how long ago. It was tinier than usual, with curled edges that frayed in on themselves and reached out toward one another, as if the hole were trying to heal. Rhys peered through, but couldn't see much through the pinhole, just darkness and cobwebs. He extended his mana through, searching the space on the other side, but felt nothing living, anyways. Several strange objects lit up in his mana vision, but none of them seemed dangerous. He stepped through the hole and out of the void, into a dark room. It had once been a fine, beautiful room, a room that looked as though it belonged in a manor, with marble floors, tall marble pillars, and sweeping staircases. All the marble was the same black stone, shot through with veins of white and gold. Chandeliers dangled overhead, dripping with dusty gold and crystal. A large glass case stood in the center of the floor, its panels hidden by dust. The pinhole let Rhys out near the ceiling. He drifted down, landing so lightly the thin lining of dust on the marble floor wasn't disturbed. His footsteps echoed in the high-ceilinged, marble-paneled room. There was a heavy silence to the space, a crypt-like quality that demanded quietude. He walked up to the case and ran a hand over its surface, wiping a streak of dust away. A familiar face appeared from under the dust, though gaunter than Rhys was used to. Dark hair sprawled over a cream silk pillow. Fine red and gold robes wrapped tight around the figure's neck. Skeletal hands crossed over one another on the figure's chest, the nails long, claw-like. He turned, looking the same man in the eye. "Your body." Darren drifted over to gaze into the case. He stared for a few moments, then scoffed. "No. Merely one of several decoys I spread to preserve my actual body, in the event of my defeat." "That's an interesting plan," Rhys said, frowning a little. Was Darren planning on dying naturally? And if so, why would he need a decoy? Surely if he died on the battlefield, his opponent would do whatever desecration they wanted to on the spot. The people of this world had no particular code of honor when it came to bodies, or any moral code that prevented them from tearing them apart. Did he fear poison, then? Some kind of long-range technique or curse? Political backstabbing, where it wasn't expedient to besmirch their own patriarch's corpse, but it was expedient for him to be dead. I had plans to fake my death and vanish, leaving behind my real body somewhere safe, where I could revive myself later. The protests against the Demon King were finally getting too noisy, too aggressive. I could see the writing on the wall. I figured I could die, spend a few centuries in closed-door study, then re-emerge when everyone had forgotten my face, and hopefully my legacy, although even the foolish me from back then realized how improbable that was. I didn't want to hold on to the land by any means necessary. I hadn't even wanted it in the first place. Rhys tilted his head. "So, what went wrong?" Darren's eyes clouded. His voice deepened, and his hands quietly clenched. They crossed a line they never should have crossed. They'd killed someone Darren cared for, or done worse. His lover, maybe, or a close friend. Rhys nodded. "And then you got killed by the Sword Saint." Darren's face twisted, something like anger, regret, viciousness all mixed together flashing across it, but then he suppressed it and snorted instead. "Yes. That is the long arc of history, isn't it? Speaking of, I encountered our modern Sword Saint just recently, up close and personal. He pretends at a title he cannot comprehend. He's also being mind-controlled or something, but that's beside the point. I was wondering, the Sword Saint. The one you fought. Did she have some kind of purity clause in her sword technique?" Asking the important questions, Darren commented dryly. "Well, he just had a strange reaction when I said something, is all. I wanted to make sure I didn't consign my friend to a life of virginity," Rhys explained. unlike yourself. Rhys crossed his arms and gazed at Darren, unbothered. Right, in any case, no. She was a smoking, drinking, hard-ass son of a bitch who cursed like a sailor and took whoever she pleased to bed. I'm not sure that you've managed to cast more filth on your body with a technique that deliberately sucks the stuff into yourself. If your sword saint is keeping himself pure, that's on his own prerogative, not anything based on what little of the sword saint's technique he knows. Rhys put a hand to his chest, relieved. Thank goodness. Only one of us needs to bear the curse of arch-wizardry. What nonsense are you spouting now? Nothing, nothing. Where are we? Darren stared at him. At last, he said, you don't know. I'm very uneducated. Enlighten me. Darren sighed. He gestured around them, at the finery and beauty. You were in my Black Palace, once famed for the debauched parties that I did not attend, yet somehow took all the blame for. I couldn't execute the caretaker fast enough, literally. My reputation was already too besmirched by the time I did. That's unfortunate. Taking the credit for someone else's debauchery, especially parties, could absolutely ruin a reputation. It was the kind of thing that'd get someone cancelled back in his homeworld, to say the least. Though it was amusing that the Demon King had been injured by misinformation, even in this world. Some things were inescapable, it seemed, no matter what world he was in. Darren waved his hand. It was the least of my problems. In any case, we're in the north of the realm, toward the northern border. Oh, the northern border. If he recalled correctly, Baston the Sword Saint had been sent up to the northern border to deal with some beasts when the Empire had invaded. Before that, the Sword Saint had seemed normal. Afterwards, he acted strange, especially around Virgil, who almost controlled him. There was a good chance that whatever had happened to the Sword Saint had happened on the northern border, or around it. Since he was here, he might as well poke around and investigate. Not only that, but it was something no one should expect to see him doing, so he'd be just about as safe as he could be. He could use his poking around to test the waters on how much the Alliance was looking for him, and keep an ear open for information about his friend's fate, as well. He gave Darren a thumbs up. I couldn't have picked a better place if I tried. Good job. I'm glad you approve, Darren said flatly. Rhys glanced over his shoulder at the door behind him, then turned to the stairs. Here he was, in the Demon King's Black Palace. Was he really going to immediately leave? There was loot to be found, and if nothing else, this place begged for someone to do a little urban exploring in it. Where are you going? Don't you have things to do? Yeah, like checking this place out. Hey, Darren, there aren't any traps, are there? In some respects, it was even better if there were traps. It wouldn't be a real dungeon without traps, after all. That's for me to know, and you to find out. I'll risk it. Let's go. Rhys set off into the palace, his eyes sparkling. Rhys set off deeper into the Demon King's palace. He wasn't just looting for pleasure, or to piss off the annoying ghost who couldn't stop him while he looted said ghost's own palace, but for good reason. He didn't have many resources as he was right now. All his gold was in the Empire's denominations, which might be a bit sketchy to suddenly pull out. Far from the Empire's border, it was the kind of thing that would get noticed and reported, anyways, and that was the last thing he wanted. Most of his money from Purple Dawn he'd used as seed money to start his fast food business, or to buy supplies, pay rent, and so on. It hadn't seemed like a problem at the time, but now, it was a big problem. He could always melt it down, and he'd probably end up doing that, but in the meantime, he could bribe the locals with some money from the Demon King's coffers, and hope that opened up hearts and minds for him. Worst case, he could sell some of the chandeliers to some distant pawn shop, then show up in town with cash. And he needed to bribe the townsfolk, in order to get good information out of them. He didn't plan on being obvious about it. He'd buy a few rounds at the local bar, or fund a kid's medicine, or make some garbage disappear, definitely that last one, and just make sure the locals were fat, happy, and ready to chat. It also didn't hurt that he was in need of some trash. During his time in the Secret Realm, he'd rested and recovered, which was enough to stabilize his ordinary core, but his trash star was still low and spluttering. Well, spluttering wasn't right anymore. He'd stabilized it, turned it down to its minimum running heat and minimum burn, which kept it from burning down any faster than it absolutely had to. But stabilizing it meant just that, and nothing more. It was stable, and it wasn't going to burn out any time soon, unless he drew on it, or called it up, and then he'd be in danger real fast. He could use his ordinary core safely, but he didn't know what it was, but it wasn't as powerful as his trash core. They were both tier 4, but the trash core was just more. Was it because it was in line with his path? Because his base core was trash? Some combination of the two. Rhys didn't know, but he definitely knew that his base core was weaker. If he hadn't had two cores inside him to compare, he might have thought there was no difference, that tier 4 was tier 4 was tier 4, and it was a matter of how you used it, your path, and what techniques you learned that determined the variation in strength. But now that he had effectively two cores, he could say for sure that the quality of one's core and the mana, or energy within it, also determined one's strength. He tried absorbing the dust as he walked, but it didn't qualify as trash, for some reason. Probably because no one had consciously threw it away, or because dust was fundamentally dirt or filth, and not fully recognized as trash. Trash adjacent, though. He was pretty sure he could eventually figure out how to absorb dust, if he pondered it for a while or locked in and really tried, but his goal was to loot the Demon King's palace, not vacuum clean it. A little cluster of dead bugs in the corner vanished into his core, and a few stray mouse carcasses and dry, dusty moths joined them, but it wasn't enough to be worth talking about. There were some ragged, moth-eaten curtains and ruined rugs that qualified, too. Those were enchanted, and counted over their weight in trash value, even when he considered the mana, which was a bit surprising, until Rhys considered the emotional weight of throwing away something valuable. It hurt more to throw away something that had once been powerful or beautiful than to throw away something that had little value in the first place. Curse power functioned on emotions, and negative ones, at that. Moreover, Rhys was able to handle curse power with ease, because most mages considered it trash. Therefore, it wasn't too surprising that there was an emotional linkage to trash value as well, beyond simply mass, weight, and mana investment. But that was it. Rhys walked down the halls of the Black Palace, his quiet footsteps loud in the silence, absorbing the bits and pieces of scrap he encountered, and found little else. He looked to his left. A door hung off a single hinge, its lower half bashed to bits, the lock shattered. Beyond it, the room was in tumult. Bookcases laid on their sides, empty of their tomes. Furniture was thrown around, upholstery torn open, the stuffing spilling out. Even the walls were bashed in, the non-marble panels cracked apart. Everything of value had been carried off. He wasn't the first one to try looting the Demon King's palace, it seemed. He raised his hand, and the ruined furniture flowed into his trash star, but aside from that, there was nothing worth considering, let alone pausing for. Beside him, Darren sighed. I really hoped some tiny scrap might remain of my legacy. Every mob loves a good looting. You couldn't really expect to be the first dictator to escape from ruin looting free, could you? I wasn't a dictator. You're a dick, and you were a tater. What's a tater? Brown, earthy thing. Comes out of the ground. They're real delicious when you fry them in oil. Here, let me remind you. I know what a potato is. Rhys gave him a look. Then why'd you ask? Darren reddened. His cheeks puffed out, and his nose wrinkled, and then he took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of his nose. You are insufferable. Oh, good. I was worried it wasn't getting across. Now come on, pot. This kettle's on the move. Darren stopped. You won't find anything else. This whole place has been looted. That should be clear, by now. Yeah, alright, then. I guess it's back to the entrance hall for the chandeliers. Rhys turned about face and headed for the hall. Stop. There's a better place. Somewhere that I would like to visit as well, if you promise not to loot it. Rhys raised his brows. What if I promise to loot it just a little bit? Then, fine. Just a little bit. There's something I need there, but I need you to open it. Oh, he must need it bad, if he's willing to put up with looting to get it. Now I'm curious about what you want so badly. Darren shook his head. You'll be disappointed. Rhys shrugged. He was pretty happy with sucking up trash from the looted castle, so he wasn't sure anything that was worth the Demon King's attention would disappoint him. Worst case, he'd just have fun taunting Darren about whatever it was he was so desperate to have, but he had faith in the Demon King. Darren was after something good, he could feel it. The looters wouldn't have found it. He asked, a little surprised that Darren was so certain this thing he was after would still be where he'd left it. No. Putting aside one pest, no one should have been able to find it, not through all these years. I made sure to hide it well. Rhys gestured. Lead the way. Without another word, Darren took the lead. Rhys didn't know if it was instinct or muscle memory, but the man walked when he moved, rather than drifting like a proper ghost. It reminded him of a certain 10th game in a non-series where almost every single person was dead, but they were all still walking around on their legs, anyways. He eyed Darren from behind, then glanced over his shoulder, remembering the body in the hall. At least this dead man looked the same age he died at, unlike a certain glasses-wearing, one-eyed, one-arm using badass. He still didn't quite understand how that guy and that guy alone had gained 30 years post-mortem, but who knew? Death did things to a man. That man, mostly. Darren led him down the stairs, down, into the depths of a musty stone basement that felt as though it had belonged to a different, defensive castle, not this pleasure palace, though at least one of the rooms had definitely been repurposed, if the excessive candles, whips, and the fur on the restraints meant anything. Darren eyed the cell and scoffed, then led Rhys on, to an empty stretch of wall. He lifted his hand and touched it to the stone, making a pressing gesture. Here, insert your mana into this stone. Rhys lifted his hand. He paused, then looked at the Demon King. If this turns me into some kind of sacrifice to fuel your revival, I just want you to know that I'll curse you from inside, and also, that I'm filthy and full of disgusting impurities. I'm the worst revival fuel. Darren rolled his eyes. Right, because I'd build my revival formation into a random wall in the basement of my erstwhile palace. Rhys shrugged. I don't know your life. Maybe you built it into the toilet. I dunno. I'm just being cautious, man. The palace doesn't even have a toilet. Gross. Darren gave him a deadpan look. Mages don't need to. I know. Rhys pushed on the stone and fed mana into it, and it began to glow. He remained hesitant, ready to pull back at the slightest sign of harm, but instead, it swallowed a small portion of his mana, then stopped. The glow spread to stone after stone, until the 2 stacks of stone immediately in front of Rhys were all glowing. They shuffled, pulling apart, and opened up into a doorway. Neat, Rhys said. Good thing it isn't diagonally. What? Don't worry about it. He leaned in, looking at the edges, then ran his fingers over them. Faintly, the void called out to him, pulling him in like it always tried to, but it was only there around the edges. This wasn't a teleportation technique. Instead, it was a void pinhole lined up with another void pinhole, so that the 2 joined together into one opening. He nodded to himself. Now that's thinking with portals. Yes, I'm aware. Rhys looked over his shoulder at Darren, then gave him a thumbs up. Good job, buddy. There's no need for condescension. I agree. Darren harumphed and stepped through. Rhys followed. Behind them, the rocks glowed once more, then drew shut, and it was as if they'd never passed through at all. On the floor, leading up to the wall, was one set of footprints, faint, as if the walker had barely disturbed the dust in their passing. And next to it, one dainty set of pawprints, left very deliberately in the dust, that just like the footsteps, walked up to the wall and vanished. Rhys stepped through the portal and drew to a halt, his jaw dropping. He gaped around the vast room, his eyes wide. No way. How'd you get this one past the looters? Didn't you just comment on my portals? Damn, man. This is awesome. A massive library spread out before them. In the rest of the castle, the dark marble was imposing and cold, decadent, but hollow, too dark, to the point it absorbed the light and made the spaces oppressive and smaller. Here, though, the warm wood of the shelves and the banisters resonated with the gold veins in the marble, bringing everything to a warmth that reminded Rhys of chocolate crinkle cookies. Leather tomes in dark gem tones and deep natural browns made the scene cozy and beautiful at the same time, the gold lettering on their spines calling out to the gold veins alike. Gold fixtures glistened on the railings, and simple gold chandeliers held candles that came alight as they walked in. Rhys took a deep breath, savoring the musk of old books. It was peaceful, and perfect to hide away in and do some good reading. This was my original purpose for the Black Palace, a place to retreat from the world and expand my knowledge. But then, well, it's all ancient history, now, Darren murmured. Can't wait until I'm so rich I can build a giant marble palace with a secret library portal to do a little light reading, Rhys commented. It is nice, Darren said, nodding. Yeah, I was being sarcastic, but that's legitimate goals. I've always wanted to be rich, you know. You and everyone. Rhys looked at Darren. What were you like as a kid? I can't imagine you as anything but, well, a raggedy, oily-haired old man. First, my hair isn't oily. It's coiffed. Learn fashion. Secondly, I had an ordinary mage upbringing. My parents were both mages, and I naturally became a mage as well. That's all there was to it. Not fighting that he's raggedy, huh? Then again, Darren's clothes were pretty threadbare. Even his fake corpse was wearing better clothes than the worn rags Darren wore. He frowned. Come to think of it, he knew very little of Darren's story, except for the propaganda he'd been taught in classes and heard other people repeating. The only thing he knew about Darren was that the man had died in battle against the previous Sword Saint, in a battle that also killed her. He didn't know why the man looked ragged, or what he'd been doing before that, or even what he'd done that was so horrible that everyone banded against him, and he was pretty sure that Darren's personal account of what had happened, which was mostly lone statements so far, was just as biased as the Alliance's take, just in the opposite direction. What he needed was a third-party observer, an unbiased figure who'd seen both sides, and could recount it without losing the details to bias and emotion. A certain cat man appeared in his mind's eye, and he sighed. Az had run off to the Alliance before the Empire had taken Purple Dawn. The little tuxedo cat/lanky librarian had presumably spent the entire conflict living it up in various Alliance libraries, far from any strife. He was probably in one now, drinking up all the erotic novels and every other piece of media he could get his hands on. Rhys sighed longingly. If only my path was libraries or reading or whatever that cat's path is. To live that life, what a life that would be. Beside him, Darren stiffened. He narrowed his eyes. That pest, he's here. Who? What? Rhys looked around, lost, until motion caught his eye. A small black and white form stretched luxuriously on a high shelf, curling his tail up over his back, needle fangs bared to the world. Rhys beamed. Az, you know him? Darren asked, somewhere between shock and disgust. Az looked up at the sound of Rhys's voice, as if he hadn't noticed him until this moment, then hopped down from the shelf and loped over to his feet. He rolled onto his back and started rubbing his neck and shoulders on Rhys's ankles. Rhys put a hand to his chest. So cute. Cute. That thing is a book-devouring, tome-stealing menace. It's worse than rats, mice, and bookworms combined. Just when you find the final volume of an important series of tomes, that thing shows up and vanishes your books, as if it's his natural God's given right. That adorable baby. Rhys finished for him, picking up Az to give him a good ear rub. Silky soft fur spilled around under his hand, Az's body heat emanating through his coat. The cat stretched out in his arms, then retracted his limbs and curled up to purr. Rhys smiled as a sensation of peace and healing came over him. One of the few things he legitimately missed about his world was his pet cats. Just like everything else about his world, the details about them were blurry, but he remembered their softness, their little needle teeth, the playful way they destroyed his furniture and everything else he loved. He sighed again, this time in reminiscence. Hopefully someone had found his body before they'd eaten his face. Menace, Darren spat, wrinkling his nose at Az. Ah, how can you say that about this sweet kitten? Look at how small and soft he is, Rhys said. Az rolled around in his arms to lounge adorably, his chin resting on Rhys's arm, one paw draped over his forearm. Kitten. That thing is older than me. Rhys raised his brows and turned his attention back to Az, who was still purring in his arms. As he pet the cat, he extended his mana, subtly trying to get a sense for Az's tier. Before, he hadn't been able to sense it, but he was only tier 2. Now, he still couldn't sense it. Rhys lifted his brows even higher. How high is Az's tier, if I can't even sense the limit of his power at tier 4? Now you realize. Drop the beast. No, better yet, remove him from the library, Darren ordered. Nah. Hey, what was it you were after? You never said. Rhys wandered deeper into the library, carrying Az with him. Darren muttered something uncomplimentary under his breath, then sighed. I suppose I can't stop you from fraternizing with dangerous beasts that threaten our most valuable asset, our knowledge. It's deeper, in the rear. Ayo. Darren just gave him a confused look. Never mind. Let's go, let's go. He turned to Az. Who's a cute little kitty? You are. You are. Az put a paw on his hand, lazily informing him that he should tone it down a little, but also that he'd tolerate it. Rolling his eyes, Darren followed after Rhys. Ridiculous. You wouldn't happen to know anything about Mouse, would you? Or Lyra, or Sable, or Corey and the others? Rhys asked Az, ignoring Darren. Az yawned and closed his eyes. Rhys pressed his lips together. He hadn't necessarily expected Az to know about all of them, but he'd hoped the cat would at least know about Mouse, who was a fellow bookworm. Then again, it was possible that Az did know, and he was just being lazy and staying in cat form so that Rhys would keep carrying him and petting him, and would tell him later, so he didn't give up all hope. Filthy parasite, Darren muttered, eyeing Az. Yeah, he's a cat, Rhys replied. Cats were all filthy parasites, but no one had ever held that against them. It was just part of their charm. You give in so easily. Brainwashed scum. Tell me something I don't know. I'm going further into your rear, so tell me when I'm getting close, okay? At that, Darren squinted at last. I don't like the way you said that. What? I just repeated what you said earlier, Rhys said innocently. Az rolled over and batted his chin, yawning in amusement. It's not my rear, it's the rear. But it's your library, right? Yes, but it sounds odd when you say it like that. I'm sure I don't know why. Are you sure you aren't polluting my innocent words in your corrupted mind? You know precisely what you're doing. I'm just repeating your words. If you don't like them, then take more care with your phrasing, Rhys said primly. I will, take that under advisement. They reached the library's rear. A few cases stood around, none of them quite as dusty as the one that had held Darren's false body. Rhys took everything in, then paused. He walked over, leaning toward one of the cases. That's not what I brought you here for, Darren stated. I know. Rhys set Az down, only for the cat to swiftly hop onto his shoulders. He opened the case and pulled out the gauntlet within, holding it gently in his hands. There's one of these in the void. There should be. That's the other half of a paired void manipulator gauntlet. The gauntlet in the void is the match to this one, and does whatever this one does. Darren paused. I couldn't think of a good use for it, so I abandoned it. Rhys slotted it on his hand. He flexed it, and in his mind's eye, he saw the void around him. The gauntlet there flexed as well, moving in sync with what he did with his hand in the real world. He raised his brows. I saw this in the void, and I was going to take it out. Good thing I didn't. That would have rendered it entirely useless. Rhys flexed it a few more times, then shrugged and put it in his storage ring. Unlike Darren, he could think of lots of things to do with this gauntlet. If Darren didn't want it, he'd keep it. If you're quite done. Right. What did you want? Darren gestured toward another case, and Rhys followed. This one held a ring. A gold band held an ostentatious ruby, nearly as big as a robin's egg. The ruby was natural cut, with a slightly irregular shape and planes that emphasized its size. A glyph floated in the center of the stone, plated in gold. That. Bring me that. Rhys paused. He cut a look at Darren. Would you like to say that more like an imposing final boss? What? I just want you to get the ring. What's so final boss about that? And what's a final boss? You're a final boss. And that's bad. Usually, yeah. Darren crossed his arms. He stood there for a few seconds, then gestured at the ring. Well, are you going to get it or not? I'm going. I'm just worried it's booby-trapped, now, Rhys said, eyeing the ring. He extended his mana senses at it, then his curse senses, but detected nothing. Still, he frowned. Final bosses didn't tell people to retrieve rings unless there was some kind of trick, trap, or curse involved. Why would I booby-trap my own treasure? Darren asked. So other people won't take it. The only thing getting in here is that, pest on your shoulder, and as horrific a beast as he isn't interested in rings. I left it here so I could get it later, with the expectation that no one else would enter this space without me. There are no traps. That's exactly what someone who'd trapped their ring would say. Darren threw his hands up and turned away. God save me. Why did I have to get found by this useless human? People say that about me a lot. Rhys took a deep breath, then reached out and gently touched the glass case. He paused for a moment, waiting for something to trigger. Nothing triggered. He hesitated one more moment, then, all at once, like pulling off a band-aid, yanked the case off the pedestal. Rhys yanked the case off the pedestal. The glass lifted away in one smooth motion, revealing the ring. He held his breath, his senses completely extended, ready for anything to lunge out at him. Nothing. Silence filled the room. Darren sighed, putting a hand to his forehead. What did I tell you? I didn't trap the things I left for me. It was a reasonable thing to worry about. I stand by that, Rhys replied. He'd be a fool not to expect a trap in a dungeon, especially when the final boss had made such a fuss about that particular item and pointed Rhys toward it in particular. The gauntlet was whatever, Darren had said he couldn't use it, and no one bothered trapping their trash. The ring, though, Darren had drawn attention to it, asked Rhys to retrieve it, and then been mysterious and foreboding about it. True, the man was mysterious all the time. It was his hobby. But for most people, acting mysterious meant there was something evil about what they were doing, or about to do. On top of that, Darren was the Demon King. It wasn't strange of him to suspect the Demon King of being up to something when he suddenly started acting mysterious, even if he was the kind of guy to act mysterious all the time. Not only that, but it was a ring. Rings were famously cursed, trapped, or otherwise. In trashy media, rings would always devour one's soul, or poison them, or cause hideous damage in some insidious way. Rings were the quintessential, don't touch, item. Sure, rings could be completely safe, and they often were, but if anything was going to be cursed, it was going to be a ring. Plus, the big ruby, the obvious glyph, it looked dangerous. He wasn't the weird one for taking it seriously, Darren was the weird one for thinking it wasn't worth worrying over. He picked it up. The weight of the cool metal and ruby fell into his palm, and he rolled it around there. If the ring wasn't meant for a mage, he wasn't sure it could have functioned as a ring. At the end of the day, the ruby was a big rock, and the gold wasn't light either. It weighed enough that he was pretty sure mortal him would struggle to lift his finger after he wore it. Once he was holding it, he could feel the powerful mana flowing within the stone. It traced the form of the glyph, which bound the mana to the gem. There was a flavor to the mana, though he couldn't really put his finger on what it was. If he reached out to it, he was pretty sure he'd be able to identify it, but he wasn't about to prod the mysterious ring the final boss wanted with his mana. If it had a secret activation, then that was definitely the trigger. So, what do you want this for? Rhys asked, tossing it in his hand. It will help revive me. Oh, so I'm reviving you, huh? Are you not? Still haven't decided, honestly. He caught it out of the air and turned to Az. Any good reading in here? Any good, every essential tome a mage needs is contained within these halls. I have secret techniques from fallen sects and rare tomes the world hasn't seen for centuries hidden away here. What do you mean, any good reading? Az hopped off Rhys's shoulder and patted behind him. There was a soft noise, and the human Az stepped out from behind him. The library is a bit light on fine literature, but there's enough to get by. Rhys smiled and offered Az his hand. It's good to see you again, man. Az shook his hand somewhat delicately. I am glad to see you survived the Empire. I would have missed you, if you did not return. Good to hear, man. There was a big library over there. You would have loved it. Az lowered his head. I don't doubt that. Rhys tilted his head. If you're so strong, why were you afraid of the Empress, anyways? Who said I'm strong? I'm a mere tier 4 mage, a weakling, Az stated haughtily. A moment later, Rhys felt an adjustment in the air, and suddenly, he could sense Az's tier. As the man said, it was only tier 4. Rhys sighed. At the end of the day, he's a cat. He couldn't expect Az to want to exert a lot of energy or effort for something that didn't directly benefit him, or even for something that did directly benefit him. Az didn't personally want to intervene in the Empire, so he hadn't. End of discussion. Besides, who knew? Maybe the Empress's technique could threaten the core of someone more powerful than her. It didn't seem likely, but then, he could fight a level above his tier. Maybe the Empress could steal cores a tier above her. Though, I think the most likely explanation is that Az just didn't feel like it. Who were you talking to? Az asked. Tell him nothing, Darren hissed. Sorry, man, I trust him more than you. And yes, I know he's a cat. Az, it's the Demon King. Darren. He's kind of an ass, and he's been saying really nasty things about you. Az blinked. Oh. Listen, between you and me, how bad would it be if I revived the Demon King? Rhys asked honestly. Tilting his head, Az considered. You would make an enemy of everyone in the Alliance. What if I'd already done that? That gave Az pause. What did you do? Rhys waved his hand. Oh, you know. Just killed the Emperor and sent all her cores back to the people they belonged to, rather than handing them over to the Alliance. You know. Real scumbag stuff. Az's brows furrowed. Who disliked this? I wouldn't think the Alliance would turn on you for that. This guy in purple named Virgil. He seemed to have the Sword Saint under some kind of control. Have you ever heard of him? Virgil Agnatius. Rhys shrugged, spreading his hands. I've given you all the information I have. If he was in control, then it's likely him. He is the current leader of the Alliance. I did not anticipate him taking the reins, but he did nonetheless. I was struggling to understand why he was able to take control, but if he was able to control the Sword Saint somehow, then that explains how he was able to seize power, despite his personal somewhat low-tier and middling-level political maneuvering. The Sword Saint is not the Sword Saint of old, but he does still represent a large portion of the Alliance's strength. Az paused and put a hand thoughtfully on his chin. For a moment, Rhys thought he was going to continue, but at last, he shook his head and lowered his hand. Worthless beast, Darren muttered to himself, unrelated to anything Az had said. You knew the previous Sword Saint? Rhys asked. Az gave him a look. Do you think the Sword Saint had time for libraries? No, but I knew of her. It was hard not to. She had a reputation as a drinkin', smokin', hard-ass son of a bitch. Rhys repeated, though he used a certain down-home accent when he said it. That is not how it sounded when I said it, Darren refuted, crossing his arms. A slow blink was Az's only reaction. After a moment, he ducked his head in a sort of nod. I suppose a certain uneducated kind of person might describe her so crudely. Uneducated. Uneducated. Do you know, I spent my days in the company of philosophers, discussing the very fundament of this world. Damn, how'd you know? Rhys asked, a little impressed. At that, Az cracked a rare smile. There was something evil in it, as there always was, when a cat was self-satisfied. I knew that Demon King of yours well. Darren pressed his lips shut and crossed his arms. I see how it is. Teaming up on the man who doesn't even have a body. How pathetic. He's trying to make us feel bad because he's dead, Rhys reported. Imagine, being so weak you die. Rhys gaped. He turned to Darren. Are you going to let him get away with that? Haughtily, Darren turned away. I refuse to engage with you idiots any longer. With that, he vanished. Wait. You didn't tell me what to do with the ring. Ah, well. Rhys tossed it into his storage ring for later. He could pester Darren about it later, when they were in a better place for serious conversations. If Darren tried to talk seriously now, Rhys and Az would just tear him apart for the lols. They were just in that kind of mood, and there was nothing Darren could do about it. Has he gone? Az asked. Rhys shrugged. I can't see him. I'm never sure if he's actually gone or not. Az hummed. You should take care. He was overthrown for a reason. His sparkling personality. More than just that. Rhys nodded. It was a worthwhile warning. Darren had become known to him, and he struggled to view the man with fear. Honestly, he struggled to not taunt him, most days. But Az was right. The man had, at one time, dominated the Alliance through might and tactics alike. He was a formidable opponent, if he became an opponent, not someone Rhys should look down on, even subconsciously. Whether history remembers him as evil or not, someone who claimed that much power is a formidable figure. Az looked directly at Rhys, as though he were trying to impart something. Rhys blinked back at him, lost. What on earth is he trying to say? Something about me. About himself. Or, is he hinting at something I should figure out about Darren? Az kept staring at him for another long moment, then harumphed and looked away. In any case, let me show you his finest selections. They walked on. Behind them, Darren re-materialized and wandered in the opposite direction, weaving through the shelves. A little more sure that they were alone, Rhys nodded at Az. Earlier, I asked you about Mouse. Do you know anything about what happened to her? Or Lyra or Sable, or any of them? Az inclined his head. Your actions were misconstrued to the Alliance. Your followers are unloved, but on the run. None have yet been captured. As for Mouse, he trailed off. Misconstrued how? What did the Alliance say about me? The questions burned in Rhys's chest, but he knew Az would tell him exactly what he wanted to, and nothing more. Asking extra questions would only derail Az from answering the question he'd decided to answer. Az paused. He looked Rhys in the eye. It was the same exact effect as a cat who'd been walking alongside you, suddenly stopping and making eye contact, and Rhys froze, suddenly a little on edge. As for Mouse, she is safe, but you should worry for yourself first. What? Rhys asked, frowning. What did that mean? Az looked away. You should leave. No one has touched these books for too long. I'm going to take them with me. Rhys nodded. Turmoil brewed within him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Instead, he took a deep breath. Are there any good books on the void here? Or the beasts within it? No. There are, however, many bad books. Would you like those? Rhys considered, then pulled out the small red book. How did they compare to this? Az took the book from him and flipped through its pages. He nodded. This is superior. Then I'd like them even more. He still didn't understand the book completely. He still intended to spend more time trying to comprehend it with Darren's help, but it was only one book. 1,000 bad examples and poor perspectives would give him a better view of the void, even if he had to read 1,000 bad books to equal one good book. Besides, holding several different perspectives inside his head would let him mix and match perspectives to discover the truth, especially when he was struggling so hard with what was essentially the graduate school level book. Everyone had to start at kindergarten to eventually understand grad school. It was just a fact of the world. Az chuckled. He waved his hand, and books flew from across the library into a neat pile. He handed the stack to Rhys, then leaned in. I also included a few pieces of choice literature. As a service. Thank you. I'll be sure to read them. It was especially amusing to know that the Demon King had previously enjoyed them, Az said, then strode away, perusing the shelves as he went. Rhys made a quick circuit of the library, sucking up its dust and filth and picking up some of the less distinctive-looking artifacts to sell for Alliance gold, then returned to Darren's side. Come on. It's time we headed into town. And leave that beast alone in my library. Darren said, shocked. You're free to stay behind, I guess, but what are you going to do to Az? He can't even see you. Darren glared at Az's back for a moment, then harumphed. You should take more care with who you befriend. You know, funny thing. Az just warned me of the same thing. Rhys walked for the door. Darren glanced over his shoulder at Az one last time, then reluctantly followed. Rhys stepped out of the Black Palace, and immediately, icy winds and heavy snow assaulted his body. He flinched, even though his high tier meant he barely felt the wind or the cold, then blinked the icy precipitation out of his eyes and squinted around. White, as far as the eye could see. Ice and snow clad the earth, clinging to the skeletal branches of hibernating trees, piling thick on evergreen boughs. His breath clouded on the air, and ice crystals sparkled high in the atmosphere, forming a pale arc around the sun. Rhys clapped and rubbed his hands together, taking a moment to look around, then looked over his shoulder. The black palace protruded from the earth like a scar, a black mark upon the endless white. It glistened amid the snow, its darkness made more stark by the bright white surroundings. A grand black and gold facade was edged in white, heavy piles of snow weighing on its windowsills and roofs. Marble pillars held up a shallow overhang, leaving the remaining stairs slick and unprotected. Rhys's footsteps alone marred the snow on the steps. If Az had approached from the entrance, there was no mark of his passage, though, if he'd come in cat form, Rhys wasn't sure he'd see his prints, as the falling snow quickly erased his own. Darren gazed back at it, but said nothing. Rhys set off, and the two of them headed into the white. They walked, and walked, and walked, Rhys following the tracks of mana he could sense here and there in the air and ground, all of them pointing the same direction. As he walked, to avoid wasting time, he perused the new books on the void. Darren read over his shoulder and scoffed aggressively from time to time, but Rhys mostly ignored him. This was to get perspectives that weren't Darren's, not to hear Darren's take on these mediocre books. From time to time, he also fed the mini-straw cursed energy. Now that he'd learned Darren's technique, he still needed to find a trace of straw, but on the other hand, he had a trace of straw right here, didn't he? A little time and some cursed energy, and maybe it would reach out to the original, and he'd be able to trace it back to straw. It was a dim hope, but it was better than randomly wandering the Alliance as a wanted man with no destination in mind, so he kept at it, even though he had no proof it would work. At last, a large settlement loomed on the horizon, ringed in by a barrier and a wall. Well, large by mortal standards, but relatively small by mage standards. It was more an outpost than a city or academy, ringed by reinforcements and surrounded by high lookout towers. Mana pressed against Rhys several times as the lookouts scanned him, but if they noticed anything abnormal, no one raised the alarm. Not that Rhys expected them to. Unless they were high-ranking members of the Alliance or had spent time at Purple Dawn, they wouldn't know his mana signature, even if they were looking for him in particular, which meant that he was basically just another mage. He stifled his mana core down to tier 3 and burned his trash core at its minimum, which made it all but undetectable. He didn't look like himself, either. There hadn't been much to work with at the Demon King's Black Palace, but luckily Rhys brought his own supplies. He still had all his disguise gear from the Empire, and now, he wore a short blonde wig under a bucket hat, with heavy black eyeliner and a little bit of dark brown eyeshadow under his cheekbones to sharpen them to transform his face. It was a bit hard to find liquid water in a frozen wasteland, but he made a mental note to buy a room with a bath when he had a moment so he could lock the changes in with a little body transformation. Even without the full-on transformation, he kind of looked like a certain Justin who'd been a child singer on a bender as an adult, but without the thousands of fans lying to him that he was still handsome. It wasn't his best look, but the important thing was that he didn't look like himself. He walked up to the gate. A guard flew down from the wall to greet him, riding on a small metal apparatus. He hopped off, and the apparatus appeared, not an apparatus at all, but a spoon set with small blue gems. Rhys stared, but before he could completely get over the flying spoon, the man spun his hand, and the spoon flew into his back pouch. He looked Rhys up and down, eyes lingering on Rhys's somewhat heavy-handed eyeliner. At last, he spoke. "We don't get many visitors, up here on the border. What brings you to this city, stranger?" "I'm here to trade, and hunt monsters," Rhys tried, not really sure why people came to the city. "I want information on how poor people's opinion of me, the Alliance's current public enemy #1, is, and specifics on the fates of my friends who were also branded criminals." Didn't seem like the way to go, so he was grasping at threads. "A traitor, eh?" The man eyed him and his visible lack of goods. Rhys flashed his storage ring. I carry very little, but what I have is valuable. If that's the case, you might not find many buyers. There aren't many rich mages in this city. Consider it more of a scouting endeavor. The two of them stared at one another. At last, Rhys cleared his throat. If you're going to turn me away, I can find another place to sell my wares. I thought I'd be welcomed up here, but if that's not the case, I can. If you have no ill intentions, then I have no reason to turn you away, the man said slowly. Rhys shook his head and spread his hands. I can assure you that I possess no ill intentions. I don't even carry a weapon. The man eyed him, deeply unimpressed. Nor am I that good at hand-to-hand combat. Or magery, Rhys added. He hadn't really practiced the forms since he was Tier 1, maybe 2. Compared to actual Tier 4 hand-to-hand combat specialist, he was sure he'd be found lacking. Probably even a Tier 3 hand-to-hand combat specialist could wipe the floor with him, given that he was pretending to be Tier 3 right now. As for spells, well, they didn't need to talk about that. His traditional spells were truthfully somewhat lacking. His magical offense, on the other hand, he'd taken down the Empress, after all. He hesitated another second, then stepped aside and gestured for Rhys to enter the city. Rhys tipped his hat and wandered inside for. As he passed, then man flared his mana, surging up to the peak of Tier 3. Don't make any mistakes. Rhys put on a scared face. Of course not, sir. At that, the man gave him an even more suspicious look, but having been given permission to enter the city, Rhys scurried in, leaving the man behind. Damn paranoid-ass gate guards. Just let me in. I'm not anyone dangerous or suspicious. Okay, I am the Alliance's most wanted, but I'm not going to do anything bad here. There's no need to get all worried about me. The city inside was idyllic, in a quiet, cold kind of way. Steep pitched roofs and A-frame houses clustered close to one another, with snow piling up on their eaves and rimming the edges of shingles. Chimneys poured smoke into the sky and gave the entire city a distinctive wood smoke smell. The mages that walked around the street wore thick robes with heavy fur ruffs and cuffs along with tall, waterproof boots, which were far more necessary for the Tier 1 and lower mages that followed close at higher tier mages' heels than for the higher tier mages, who seemed to be mostly doing it for fashion's sake. They could wear heavy robes and fur in the north, so they did. Still, it meant Rhys stood out, in his lightweight clothes and cloth shoes. He made a quiet note to visit the local dump and see if he couldn't muddle together a set of winter clothes later in the day, but first, to launder some money. He would have done the clothes first, but there was no hiding the fact that he was new in town with a few nice threads. Sure, he could go disguise himself as one of the residents, but the story would uncoil fast when he knew nothing about the city or the area, or what that person's daily life was like. It was a totally unnecessary risk when his rockstar-esque disguise already hid his real identity, and there were no laws against coming to town from afar. He might as well lean into being new in town instead, rather than trying to disguise it, and use his newness as an excuse to ask the locals the things he wanted to know. The pawn shop wasn't hard to locate. The shop itself was cold inside, the owner acknowledging that mages didn't much worry about changes in temperature at this magnitude, and Rhys directly approached the counter. Magic bits and bobs hung from every surface and piled on every shelf, absolutely lighting up Rhys's senses to the extent that he had to rein them in, or else go magic blind from all the items all around him. A pretty, slender lady sat behind the counter, and she sat up as he approached, pasting on her best customer service smile. What can I help you with today? Rhys paused to go through his inventory mentally, then drew out some of the less recognizable stuff from the Black Palace, the stuff made of precious metals. I'd like to sell this. Not pawn it. No, sell. Is that a problem? No, not a problem. Let's see. She drew out an eyeglass and examined them, then clicked her tongue. I can give you 200 gold for the lot. 2,000, at least. 2,000. You're mad. We're flush with loot from the Black Palace, and don't think I don't recognize it. Take it down south, and you could get 200. Here, 50's the best you can get. Rhys clicked his tongue. At least 1,000. You're driving me broke. Listen. The two of them went back and forth for a few rounds, until Rhys finally walked out with 700 gold. It wasn't much, especially for a mage, but he only needed enough gold to make it around the village for a few days and not stand out, so he wasn't that worried about getting a good price. He was still rich in Empire gold, and as soon as he got a moment to sit down and melt it and recast it, it'd be as good as Alliance gold, but until then, this quick and easy solution would have to do. It wasn't ideal, but it got the job done, and he was all about that kind of solution. Gold in hand, it didn't take him long to locate the tavern. Rhys ducked inside, and was immediately overwhelmed by the warmth of the hearth. It even emanated to the space he stood in, a kind of mudroom with a thick rug to absorb the cold and wet, and a heavy hanging curtain to capture the heat inside the tavern. He paused to dust the snow off his hair and shoulders before it could melt into his clothes and stomp the snow off his shoes, then ducked through the curtain and into the tavern proper. At this time of day, in the early afternoon, the tavern was mostly empty, but there was a man nursing a mug at the counter, and a couple whispering in the corner. The building was very large, and the tables were spaced well away from one another, with big aisles and gaps between them. In no rush, Rhys settled at the counter, ordered a mug, and pulled out a book to wait for someone chatty to spot the new blood and decide to get the first scoop. For some reason, the bar was tall enough that he had to climb up 2 steps on the bar stool to sit at it. Rhys glanced around, a little confused, but no one else seemed to find it strange, so he shrugged to himself and put it to the back of his mind. Time passed. Mages flowed in and out of the tavern at a steady trickle, and Rhys kept passing the bartender gold to keep him happy, to avoid having to buy drinks he didn't need. At last, evening came, and the tavern began to fill. Rhys bided his time, waiting and waiting, until, "Good evening. New around here. New around here." He turned, a smile on his face. I am. Just rolled into your lovely town today." His voice trailed off. His eyes widened, and he looked up, and up, and up. The tavern had a high ceiling. He hadn't thought anything of it. It only made sense to have pitched roofs in an area with heavy snow, and a lot of room for the smoke to escape to in the ceiling was pretty typical in cold regions, as well. Sure, it didn't close in around the edges to a low height, the way he'd expect in a fully optimized cold region tavern, and the door was enormous, but at the end of the day, they were mages and had magic. It was fun to act as if they were constrained the same way mortals were, and to dress and build in the style of cold civilizations, but they weren't actually constrained that way, so a strangeness or two in the architecture was ignorable, and besides, mages loved a grand entrance and a high ceiling, so it was really nothing out of the ordinary. But apparently he shouldn't have ignored the strangeness, or rather, the strangeness was actually a hint. The man loomed over him, at least 8, if not 9 feet tall. His proportions were completely normal, like a fully scaled up 5'10" person. He didn't have that stretchy taffy puller basketball player look, or the massive, scary frame of a person with gigantism. He was just huge, like someone had pulled the corner of an image and just made him larger. As if all humans had the option to grow to 9 feet tall, as if they were all meant to become 9 feet, and Rhys was the one who was strange for being so small. His clothes were ordinarily proportioned and ordinarily detailed, as well. It was as if there were an entire race of ordinary, but very large, people up here. "You're big," Rhys said at last. The man clapped him on the shoulder. Rhys almost fell off his seat from the force of it, and had to brace himself against the bar to keep from sliding off. "You're from far away, then, if you haven't seen someone my size before. I've heard the majority of this continent is made up of small people like you, but up here, I can spend all my time around people my size, and it barely feels any different from home." Home being, the northern continent. Rhys guessed. "You've never been, huh? You should come sometime. Though it might be a bit big for someone your size." The door thumped. Another few large people stepped through the curtain, laughing and chatting. They pulled out the chairs at a table, and the table resized itself to fit them as they sat at it, expanding into the empty space around it. "I guess this is just normal for them." Rhys raised his brows, then shrugged. He distinctly remembered a few trashy books that had their protagonist suddenly grow to several meters tall at several points within them. Often, the protagonist shrunk afterward as he continued to cultivate, but he definitely remembered that once, late in one of those series that had to do with sealing heaven, the protagonist had suddenly grown to 5 meters, then never shrunk for the rest of the series. Maybe it was the specific translation he'd read, but he couldn't forget that detail, nor keep himself from imagining the protagonist as a giant among a sea of normal people for the rest of the series, no matter how ridiculous such a mental image got. Though, numbers in those kinds of series are always a little. There was the time he'd read about a protagonist flying on a vehicle the size of the state of Virginia to travel about 100 meters, or the infinite numbers of times the two battlers stood an unclear distance from one another and held a conversation while tossing dragon manifestations hundreds of kilometers long at one another. Sometimes, the numbers just didn't mean anything, especially when they were describing unimaginably large objects. What did a ship the size of the state of Virginia even look like? Speaking of, I should look at my numbers at some point. He had his original core back. He should probably check his stats, now that he was properly connected to the system again. Still, it'd be rude to pull it up in the middle of a conversation, so he turned to the large man beside him and smiled. "What is it you do around here?" The man gestured to the bartender, who slid him a very large tankard. "Huntin'. Monster huntin'. I'm Paul, by the way." "Bunyan," Rhys blurted reflexively. Sorry. That's, my name." He cleared his throat. He hadn't meant to use his own name, but he definitely hadn't meant to name himself Bunyan, either. It was just easier than explaining American creation myths to this man, and he needed an alias, anyways. "Friends call me Bunny." "They do they?" "No, I take that back. Enemies call me Bunny." Paul cracked a grin at that and thumped Rhys again. This time, Rhys was braced for it, and didn't shift on his seat. "What brings you up here, Bunyan?" "Just trying to get away from it all," Rhys said with an exhausted tinge in his voice. It was true, though not the way people were usually trying to get away from it all, or the usual thing people were trying to get away from. "You've come a long, long way." Another weary sigh. Rhys shook his head. "Sometimes, you need to. Ain't that the truth?" Another thump. Rhys got the distinct feeling that his ribs would be bruised by now if he was actually the tier he was pretending to be. "What is there to do around here? I came up blind, just kept walking until I found something far away from it all. Hunt monsters, the Black Palace, but what else?" Paul sat up and pinched his chin, thinking for a moment. At last, he shrugged. "That's pretty much it. I wouldn't recommend monster hunting for someone as small as yourself, though. They grow 'em big up here, and that's me saying it." "Really? I heard the Sword Saint and his apprentice came up here to practice, though, and I should be the same tier as his apprentice, right?" Paul scoffed. "You think you're on the same level as those two? Don't be ridiculous. Even then, they had a hard time. Especially that Sword Saint." Rhys had been waiting for the obvious answer, but at that, he frowned. "Really? The Sword Saint, not the apprentice?" "The apprentice, he fights like a mad dog. Has my respect for it. Honestly, the Sword Saint was the one who worried me. Out there doing fancy sword arts on big beasts, well, it worked as long as he had the upper hand. When he didn't, he was spinning that sword of his around for fun against an opponent that didn't have enough brain cells to think about how to counter it, but had enough muscle to bull on through, if you get what I'm saying." Rhys nodded. It actually made sense. Sword forms were for fighting humans, who could think, and had blades to counter your attacks. That was when it was important to hold energy in reserve for the proper counterattack, maintain footing to dodge or sidestep, and twist your blade right to avoid nicking it. When fighting beasts, though, it was fine to use forms, and don't get him wrong, it would conserve energy, and practice was always important, but the extra bits, the counters and deflections and angles, were useless against a monster that would simply charge in blindly. Of course, as Paul had said, as long as the Sword Saint had the upper hand, it didn't matter, he could pirouette and still win. But if he didn't, If he didn't, then that implies there's monsters here stronger than the Sword Saint, doesn't it? Rhys realized. And then his brows furrowed. But he said Bast didn't have a problem with them. As if realizing what Rhys was about to say, Paul waved his hand. That was the other problem, you're right, the Sword Saint thought he could take on just anything. His apprentice was playing it safe, taking on monsters he could handle. I understand it. There was a monster tide, someone had to take them on. But sometimes, you just gotta let 'em run it out for a while, then step in once they've worn themselves out. I told them as much, but the Sword Saint, he thought he knew better. Apprentice listened to me, and he came out all right. The Sword Saint, on the other hand. What happened? Rhys asked, leaning in. Paul opened his mouth. A loud cough echoed through the room. Rhys glanced over. The entire table of large people were silent, and all of them glared at Paul. Well, who's to say? I wasn't there, of course, Paul said. The other large people looked away, going back to their conversation. Rhys raised his brows. Interesting. He wanted to keep pressing, but with that table listening in, he wouldn't get any more out of the man. He nodded at Paul and changed the subject. You hear about that mess with the Empire? Oh, right. That one guy who tried to make himself the new emperor after killing the Empress. Dunno how he got away, but he's pissed off the Alliance something fierce. Yeah, it's crazy, Rhys said, reeling a little internally. Make myself the new emperor. Is that how they twisted it? He wanted to roll his eyes, but reeled himself in. There was no point getting angry at Paul, or anyone here. They only knew what they'd been told. None of them were there. I heard he had some helpers, too. Couple of girls who wanted to become duchesses, or something. Did he? Didn't hear about them. Huh, maybe I heard wrong. That's the thing about the rumor mill. Rhys shook his head, internally relieved. If they hadn't heard anything about the girls, then they were probably relatively safe. Virgil definitely would have crowed to high heavens about catching some traitors, if he'd caught them. That is the thing about the rumor mill, Paul repeated. If I wanted to tap into the rumor mill, though. Among friends, Rhys hinted. Paul rubbed his chin. His eyes drifted toward the table, but they were lost in their drinks, paying the two of them little attention. I think you'd do well to take a pass by ol' Mickey. Outside town and up the hill, lives in a little shack. I think he'd probably know the most about things. Rhys nodded. He gestured with his drink. So, aside from monster huntin', what do you do for fun around here? Paul brightened up. Oh, all kinds of things. Well, there's elk racin', ice fishin', snow runnin'. The rest of the night, the two of them chatted about various recreational activities in the area. The table of large people remained well into the night, when Rhys finally made his excuses and vanished. He had nowhere to vanish to, but he was tired of talking and a bit overloaded on people, and more importantly, he hadn't found the trash dump yet. He wandered town for a bit, extending his mana, until he finally found an empty lot with a lumpy surface. He brushed away the snow and found it, glorious, wondrous trash. Rhys hummed under his breath, pleased with himself. He burrowed into the lot and hollowed out a space for himself, absorbing trash around him as he crawled, but reserving bits of cloth and fur as he went. Tomorrow, he'd set out in a nice new set of duds, winter-themed to match his surroundings. For tonight, it was time to craft. Report. The sun rose late. Rhys emerged from the trash heap before it rose, wearing his new duds. They were a bit patchwork, and the fur cuffs were made of a dozen different kinds of fur each, but it worked well enough, and he fit in with the other mages way better than he would have otherwise. Honestly, it was kind of a good look, and he put all the scraps of leather and fur in the garbage to use. It was a win-win all around. The icy pre-dawn cold, on the other hand, he was less fond of. His breath crystallized on the air, and the darkness was oppressive. There wasn't even a glimmer of light on the horizon, even though every instinct he had told him it was morning. Rhys wrinkled his nose in distaste and shook his head, then pressed on. Now wasn't the time to complain about how much he hated mornings. He had a hut to locate, and a man to question. He didn't understand why the large people had prevented Paul from saying any more about the Sword Saint. Had the Sword Saints' downfall made them look bad, somehow? Had they been involved in whatever plot had happened? Was it some kind of attempt by the northern nation, or was it just that they didn't want to intervene with another country's politics? He'd been under the impression that the northern continent and the alliance were at odds, but come to think of it, that was only because of the beasts flooding over the border. If the northern continent had nothing to do with those beasts, if this was just a sort of natural migration, then there was no reason for the alliance and the continent to be at odds. Rubbing his hands together out of habit, he set off for the hut. It was a bit of a walk, and not only that, but he had to wander a bit in the white wasteland to find the hut itself. With nothing better to do, Rhys finally pulled up his stats for the first time in what felt like years. Rhys Foundling Tier 4. Title: Trash Born. Skills: Survivalist 33, Pain Resist 79, Scavenging 38, Less is More 75, Sewing 18, Blow Mitigation 37, Self-Regeneration 60, Mana Manipulation 30, Improvised Weapon Proficiency 25, General Resist 52, Alchemy 16, Herbalism 11, Speed Reading 35, Bluff 48, Enlightenment 7, Speed Picking 32, Forging 27, Crafting 56, Disguise 36, Aura Obscuration 31, Body Transformation 5, Path, Trash Intent 50, Trash Body 46, Trash Aura 38, Trash Step 52, Trash Manipulation 75, Trash Enchanting 56, Trash Talk 15. He stared at the numbers for a second, then frowned. Some of them felt way off, like sewing. Why was it so low? Had it not been tracking while he was coreless? He didn't do a ton of sewing, but it wasn't like he hadn't sewn at all. And then there was trash manipulation, which was wildly higher than the rest of his path skills, though he felt like all his path skills had advanced at about the same rate. Did it level faster, or had it somehow tracked better on his semi-functional system? Trash talk was definitely too low, too. He'd had some bangers. For sure. He couldn't recall them, but he was sure they'd happened. Definitely. Body transformation was very low, but then, he'd just learned it, so maybe that made sense. It just felt wrong. All the numbers felt wrong. They were bigger, but not bigger enough, or too much bigger, or bigger at the wrong proportion. It was like he'd been connected to the system over a bad connection, and some of the skills had registered growth, but some hadn't. He pinched his chin. If it's bad connection, I wonder if it's my location that determined whether they leveled or not, like with bad cell signal. Or something else. Either way, it was valuable to figure out. Anything that he could use to gain more information about the system was valuable. He didn't know anything about it, or how it worked. It didn't give them power, obvious from the fact that he'd gained levels, strength, and a tier without it, but it did track it. In that case, what was its purpose? Its objective? Why track everyone in this world's power levels? Come to think of it, the system is a massive invasion of privacy, Rhys thought to himself. He hadn't consented to have his strength monitored. He hadn't signed any terms and conditions. This was completely illegal and nonsense. When he'd thought the system gave power, it was no big deal. Now that he knew otherwise, it was a problem. If it's monitoring our power, why? For who? He looked upward, at the dark sky and the stars overhead, up, into infinity, then away. Just like how the Void Beast was a big problem, so big a problem that he couldn't possibly handle it yet, whatever had set up the system was also a big problem, too large for him to meaningfully consider. Sure, they were both death and maybe existential threats, but it was like being afraid of a giant asteroid smacking the world back home. He couldn't do anything about it, so there was no point worrying too much about it. In another few tiers, though, then he'd have to confront them. Both the Void Beast, and whoever controlled the system, if his suppositions were true and there was someone in charge, and the whole system nothing but a giant monitoring system. It was also possible that it was just something that existed in this world, the way the sun and the ground beneath his feet existed, but he couldn't help but be suspicious. In his world, everyone and their dog had been trying to steal everyone else's data. What was to say the system wasn't this world's equivalent, or worse? But it was a later problem. For now, he could be happy that he had his system back, and go find that hut Paul had pointed him at. Darren had vanished when he'd reached town, and hadn't reappeared. He didn't mind. They were both sick of each other's company after spending those weeks isolated in the void while Rhys healed up and waited for his 5-star crime rating to vanish. He could go interact with other people now, but Darren was still tied to him. The best the guy could do was not appear. Speaking of invasions of privacy, he had no idea how Darren's tie to him worked. Was Darren's consciousness tied to his? Did Darren always see everything he saw, and hear everything he heard, even if his ghost appeared far away from Rhys? Or was he his own being, contained in the ghost, who saw and experienced whatever his ghostly form appeared to experience? Rhys leaned toward the latter, but it could very well be the former, he just didn't know. He couldn't look to trashy literature, either. Ghostly grandpas appeared all the time as badvisors and mentors for protagonists, usually tied to rings or other useful gear, and sometimes even tied to a manual, the way Darren seemed to be, but they were a pretty even split between true omniscient, consciousness centered on protagonist, ghostly forms, and beings elsewhere who had a limited fly-on-the-wall omniscient protagonist-centered perspective. He could at least confidently narrow Darren down to consciousness-centered or ghostly form, but he couldn't narrow him down any further. He could ask, but he wasn't sure he'd believe anything Darren said when it came to, "How do you work?" So there wasn't much point in asking, since he already knew he'd just throw it away. He did some more light reading as he walked, and fed the straw doll more cursed energy. The little guy seemed to really like it when he did, and it released its hold and climbed up to sit on his shoulder for a while, watching the world with little soot-button eyes. It wasn't attached to his actual functional sword right now. All his swords lived in his storage ring currently, so it would be boring for the poor guy to be attached to any of them. Instead, he'd turned him into a belt decoration, and whenever little straw came to life, he could watch the world instead of the inside of a storage ring. Not that there was too much to see right now, just a rolling, soft-edged expanse of sparkling white. It was pretty, but also a little monotone and repetitive. He had marveled at it, as the sun rose and limned the silver ice in a golden glitter, but then the sun drew higher, and it just got bright. He wasn't interested in going snow-blind, so he fished out some wood and a few panes of glass from his trash star. Using trash manipulation and aura together, he fashioned them into a pair of glasses, then took a deep breath in and breathed out, channeling the smoke from the trash star out through his mouth instead of recycling it back into the trash star for once. The smoke darkened the glasses, and Rhys put on his makeshift sunglasses with a smile. The world dimmed to a manageable level. Perfect. Like true cheapskate glasses, the pure trash kind handed out at theme parks and that provided 3D effects at theaters, they didn't fold, but that was okay. He could just store them in his storage ring. He walked on through the snow, straw perched on his shoulder, occasionally glancing over the rim of his book to look for the hut. Since he only had a general direction, he'd made his own waypoint, the top of a nearby hill, where he could climb a tree and get a look at the entire expanse around him. He could run, or otherwise speed up the journey, but he didn't really mind a slow trek so much. After the constant rush of the Empire, he needed a little bit of a break, and a hike through a peaceful, snowy valley was just the ticket. He kept thinking back to his stats as he walked, and the strange discrepancies in the numbers. He didn't know what he'd expected. Bigger numbers. More consistently larger numbers. It had been so long since he'd seen them that he could barely remember how they used to track. They didn't go up very quickly, which was probably because he was trash and could only gain trash levels, but it didn't feel right. Maybe it was right. Maybe it had just been too long since he'd seen them. But it didn't change that it felt wrong. A second later, he startled. Wait, is this an advantage? If he was right, if the system was to monitor growth, not handle growth, then didn't that mean that whoever was monitoring the growth of everyone on this world wasn't tracking him correctly? If they were tracking people for nefarious purposes, and is there a non-nefarious purpose to track people? The best option is advertising, and that was already hella annoying back home, and definitely not happening over here, then they had the wrong numbers for Rhys and Rhys alone. He alone possessed the power to surprise that person, or group of people. It's not really relevant until I encounter that group of people, probably when, or if, I ascend this world, if that's a thing that happens, or at worst, when/if I reach the heights of power for this realm. But, that being said, maybe I should decouple myself from the system more aggressively. They were still tracking his tier, after all. If he could unlink that, he'd have a massive advantage over those people that he imagined existed and also imagined were tracking him via the system on no evidence except that he'd grown stronger with no system, and the system, upon reappearing for him at last, was somewhat wonky. He considered for a second, then shrugged. Kinda trashy logic, but I can roll with it. He'd tuck that idea in the back of his head for later, and see if he saw any hints in that direction as he continued to explore. It really wasn't relevant for him yet, even if it was true, so he had plenty of time to figure things out. To go full paranoia, it was probably better if he pretended not to notice it for a while, in case they were monitoring people figuring out that the system was a tracking device, too, but he'd left his tinfoil hat at home, so there was nothing he could do about that. At some point in his walk, he'd found a path, and as it wound through the snow, it entered a forest. He turned a corner, and at last saw a hut appearing out of a hollow in the woods. The hut was very large, with a large door, so he squared his shoulders and approached, ready to meet another large person from the northern continent. The door swung open. A normal-sized person, comically small against the massive door, stepped outside, an axe over his shoulder. Oh. Rhys stared, taken aback. Rhys stared. The man stared at him. They mutually shared a stare for a long moment, in the silent snowy woods, with snow drifting all around. "What have you come out air for, then?" the man demanded, pointing the axe at Rhys. It wasn't a very imposing axe, more a woodcutter's axe than a battle axe. Rhys paused, examining the man with his mana to see if it was a threat, but there was no mana or intent in the tool. The man was just pointing it at him to be rude. "I came out here to see Mickey. I heard he needed a hand, and I had labor to offer." "Oh, did ya?" The man sniffed and rubbed his face, then lowered the axe. "Well, ya heard wrong. I'm busy. You're Mickey, then." The man looked around dramatically, then gestured at all the nothing around them. "Don't see no one else it could be." Rhys raised his brows, then nodded. "Fair enough." Mickey looked at Rhys for a long moment. Rhys stood there, waiting, half expecting to be run off. He could see the thought pass through the man's face, and then he shrugged and slung the axe over his shoulder. "Come on. I got some trees to fell. You can keep me company and share the work." Rhys nodded. "Do you have a second axe?" "I didn't bring one with me." He could fashion one if he needed to, but it was always easier to ask. "Comin' out here without an axe? What are you thinking? Kids these days." Mickey shook his head. He lifted his free hand to the shaft of the axe and picked it up. A copy stayed in his hand, but a new one appeared in his free hand. Rhys raised his brows, deeply impressed. "Holy shit. What kind of path can do that? Object duplication glitch path. Oh no, I was reincarnated in another world but my only cheat skill is to duplicate items. Becoming a billionaire in another world with my object duplication glitch cheat skill." Mickey tossed the axe at him, breaking him out of his admirative mental spiral. Rhys focused, and the axe seemed to slow. He snatched it out of midair by its haft and spun it around just for fun. Mickey snorted, unimpressed by his little display. He stomped off into the forest, gesturing for Rhys to follow him. "What do you use the trees for?" "Once they're felled," Rhys asked. He wanted to know about Bast and the Sword Saint, but that wasn't the kind of thing you opened a conversation with, and besides, he was curious about the trees, too. The little ones for firewood. The big ones for ships. The special ones for artifacts and ornaments. And the normal ones for houses. People need wood for all kinds of things. Rhys nodded, feeling stupid. Now that he thought about it, there was no reason mages wouldn't need wood for ordinary stuff like transport and houses. It wasn't like their ships were crafted from magic. They magically manipulated the raw materials, true, but they still needed the materials. Same for artifacts and houses and so on. Lots of people needed lots of wood, especially since they built the houses so large around here. It wasn't like eating, where mages stopped needing it, and only did it for funsies. They didn't need shelter either, but everyone loved big houses and flashy ships, not to mention their artifacts and gear. Abruptly, Rhys felt a little inadequate. He didn't have a ship or a house, and that place he'd been renting in the Empire had probably defaulted to the landlord by now. He'd carved a number of homes out of garbage pits, but that wasn't the same as having an ostentatious yet pointless manor that he never used and barely lived in, but had anyways just for the hell of it. Living in garbage was trash behavior, but owning a mansion for the hell of it was peak garbage behavior. And if it was a McMansion, so no one else respected it either. Even better. I don't think this world has a concept of McMansions, he thought. He raised his brows and tilted his head, slowly nodding to himself. I could always introduce them to it. That was a long play though, and given that he'd just done a long play, he needed a few short plays before he could gear back up for the next one. Like chopping trees. That sounded nice and unstressful. Mickey glanced at him. I take it you didn't come out here to chop a few trees. I wanted to try out the new lumberjacking trend. Mickey gave him a dead look. I was curious what you knew about the Sword Saint and his apprentice. Paul indicated that you might know something about what happened when they came up here. Sure I do. I was the one what found them. Found them. Mickey gestured. Let's get a bit deeper. We're still a bit close to town for that kinda talk. Rhys nodded. The two of them walked on, footprints trailing behind them. Snow began to fall, erasing the only trace of their passing. Silence reigned for a time, and then Mickey nodded at him. That's an interesting thing you got there. Rhys glanced down, and found the straw doll looking back up at him from where it had reattached itself to his belt. Reflexively, he fed it a bit of cursed energy, then looked back at Mickey. He's an old friend. That's so. He's a strange friend. I've had stranger. There was another pause. How do you know the Sword Saint? The way everyone does. Don't we all want to know why he's messed up? Mickey looked over his shoulder at Rhys, but said nothing. He turned back around. If you wanna keep it to yourself, that's your business, I guess. I'll tell you afterwards. Not before. Rhys shrugged. Mickey sighed. Everyone's got their reasons, I guess. No one comes up here for fun. Why not? Mickey gestured at the forest all around them. It's cold, and there's shit all to do. If you aren't here to harvest trees or hunt monsters, there's not much reason to come up here. Skiing, snowboarding, dogsledding, there's all kinds of stuff to do in the snow. You guys should take more advantage of the cold to attract people for winter sports. The hell's all that nonsense? Mickey grumbled. Skiing, what's that? Snowboarding, when we cut down a tree, give some scrap to me. I'll show you, Rhys promised. Mickey nodded, though he still looked apprehensive. He shook his head at Rhys and walked on, and the two of them walked in silence. Darren appeared for the first time in a while and looked around them, admiring the snowy scene. He reached out a hand to touch a snowy bough, but his immaterial hand phased right through it. Looking at his fingers, he sighed silently and lowered his head. Oh, stop acting. I know you want a real body. That wasn't in question. What was in question was whether or not rezzing the Demon King was a good idea. Every instinct he had said no, but on the other hand, he was currently public enemy number one in the Alliance. Why not lean in? Or to put it another way, if he was already their worst enemy, he couldn't make it worse by rezzing the Demon King. Though honestly, that's not really my hesitation. He was hesitating less because of how the Alliance would see him, and more because he personally thought it wasn't a great idea to revive someone stronger than him, whose stated goals did not necessarily align with his, and who might even possess the ability to control him, or at the very least, pull him along with the flow of things, and throw his plans into chaos. He already threw his plans into enough chaos. He didn't need anyone else there to chaos up his plans. As they walked, the trees around them grew taller and older. At first, it was reasonable, as if they were walking from a young pine forest into an old-growth hardwood forest, but then the trees began reaching redwood heights and widths. then truly enormous sizes, so wide Rhys couldn't reach out and touch Mickey's hands on both sides even if he tried, and so tall that he had to crane his neck to come close to seeing the top. Their branches were so broad and dense that there was a patch of bare ground at their bases, even though the snow piled up 6 feet high around the edges. A few winter birds flitted around, singing to one another as they danced from tree to tree. In the distance, a herd of deer looked up from where they grazed at the base of one of the snow-free trees, then went back to chewing their cud, unbothered by his and Mickey's passing. "We're going a long ways," Rhys commented. "Yeah, we are," Mickey replied. He slowed to a halt and turned, facing Rhys. Rhys stopped as well. "Can I help you?" Mickey stomped, and a giant bear trap sprung up from the ground and closed over Rhys's head. A barrier surrounded him, arcing from the outer edges of the trap's jaws to the ground. His eyes narrowed, and he pointed the axe at Rhys again, this time with killing intent. "Who sent you?" "No one sent me. I'm here for my own reasons," Rhys stated, crossing his arms, supremely unintimidated. The trap was Tier 3, and high Tier 3 at that, but all he needed was to flare his mana or trash star, and he'd be free. Then say those reasons or die. Rhys considered. He wasn't sure how much the Alliance knew about him, or how much information they'd spread around. Even back in his world, for example, something like, "I'm the Sword Saint's apprentice's friend," wouldn't be dangerous to say even with everything they'd broadcast about a crime suspect on television, because it was such a specific detail to share. On the other hand, the rumor mill was what it was, and he was pretty sure he was a hot topic right now. If the rumor mill had done its thing, then it was entirely possible that everyone and their mother knew that he was Bast's friend. This was where taking a break and entirely separating from society for a bit hurt him. He didn't know what people knew, and what they didn't. He didn't mind lying, either, but if he could tell the truth, he might as well. Besides, being a friend of one of the interested parties was about the best story he could think of. It conveyed goodwill and positive interest in the person in question. Of course, if Mickey hated the Sword Saint, it could equally be dangerous to express that he was friends with the guy's apprentice. Mickey shook his axe. "Well, I'm waiting. I'm thinking." "1 second, Rhys said. "Less thinking, more speaking." Rhys chuckled under his breath. "You do not know me, do you?" He shook his head, then spoke. "I'm a friend of the Sword Saint's apprentice. I want to know because I'm worried about him." Sure you are," Mickey said. "The truth. Damn, I was so worried about whether to tell the truth or not, that I didn't consider how fake the truth sounds." He pressed his lips together, running his brain at double speed, but still came up empty-handed, so he showed his hands to Mickey. "I don't know what to tell you. It's the truth. If you don't want to believe it, that's on you." Mickey hesitated. His eyes narrowed. At last, Mickey sighed aloud. "You don't seem like you're lying." "That's because I'm not." Crazy thing to claim. Sure would be, if it wasn't true. Mickey crossed his arms and stared at Rhys. Rhys smiled back at him, waiting. "Fine, I believe ya. Or at least, I believe ya ain't got ill intent toward those two." Mickey snapped his fingers, and the bear trap's blue field dissipated. "Do others have ill intent?" Rhys asked, though he felt like he already knew the answer. Mickey gave him a look. "If you talk to Paul, you ought to know that." Mickey had a point. He hadn't missed the sudden, pointed silence at the table next to theirs, or the stairs. The northern region's people seemed to have some strong desire against sharing what had happened to the Sword Saint and Bast, he just didn't understand what it was. That Mickey characterized it as ill intent when Rhys prompted him, though, wasn't a good sign. If the northern region's people were just hiding it because it was inconvenient or embarrassing, that was one thing, but if it was ill intent, then he had bigger problems. Literally, since they were larger people. What happened? Something with the northern region? Rhys asked. Mickey grunted. He gestured for Rhys to keep following him, and they walked on. "Dunno exactly, but aside from those who were there, I probably know best. Saw him shortly after the fact. The Sword Saint was knocked out, and his apprentice was carrying him, running for town. Dunno what happened to him, but my guess would be a beast got. I am, except for," he touched his head. There was something going on with his mana flows. Felt aggressive, almost. Like they were eating at him. And his apprentice? Rhys asked, heart in his throat. Kid was fine, more or less. Well, kid. At my age, you're all children. Point is, they hoofed it back to town, and what did I happen to see moments later but a whole herd of those big guys, chasing after them. None of 'em noticed me, don't think. I was sittin' by the lake, crouched in a bush, waitin' for the ducks to land. This was back in summer, understand. I told Paul about it, and he told me I probably shouldn't tell anyone else. Can I trust Paul? Mickey wrinkled his nose, thinking hard about it, then let out his breath in a great huff. Dunno, kid. Paul don't wanna be a part of it, that's all I know. If you're gonna stick your nose in things and start pokin' around, he might well become our enemy, but I dunno. Paul's always been a bit of an odd duck. I think he wants to be small, like us. Oh, Rhys said, a bit startled. Why? A shrug. Why do some people wanna be tall? He's always been into woodworkin', though, that's how come we're friends. Might be he wants the finer control and more delicate handiwork we little folk have. Meanwhile, I'm jealous of the way he can shape boards with his bare hands and split enormous logs like it's nothin'. Grass is always greener, and all that. We little folk? Rhys asked, smiling a little. Mickey wasn't small by his count. The man loomed over him, with broad shoulders and a barrel chest. If not for the literal giants walking around, he would have called the man a giant. Spend enough time around the big guys and see if you don't start thinking of yourself as little folk. Now, come on, we got trees to fell. That wasn't just a pretense to get me out here? Rhys asked. He'd been kind of hoping it was, though all signs had been pointing to, Mickey wants free labor. What's a pretense? All I heard was a strappin' young man signin' up for some good hard labor. Come on, it'll do you some good. Put some meat on those bones. Mickey thumped him on the shoulder and set off once more. Rhys sighed to himself, then hefted the axe. It had been a while since he did some serious strength training, and he certainly hadn't tested his strength earnestly in a long time. Sure, he'd had battles, but fighting a human with wards, barriers, defenses, counterattacks to worry about, and so on wasn't the same as simply throwing his all against some massive immobile object and shattering it to thousands of tiny bits. Or, in this case, felling a tree. They didn't have much further to go. Mickey stopped before a great tree about as wide around as Paul's shoulders and gave it a thump, then stepped back. He circled around and notched the tree, then gave a cursory swing on this part. Here, cut here, and give it your best shot. Let's see what you can do. Rhys stepped forward. Mickey stood nearby, almost hovering, and Rhys looked over his shoulder. You might want to step back. Oh yeah, skinny boy. I'll be fine. Rhys raised his eyebrows, but said nothing more. If Mickey wanted to stand in the danger zone, that was his call. He drew back the axe Mickey had given him and spun up his trash star, then released his hold on his original core as well. Both of them burned, rushing up to tier 4. Mickey's eyes widened. He stumbled back, shocked, then turned and fled. Rhys released the strike. The axe slammed into the tree. Splinters flew, wood chips flying past his face. The axe pierced straight through to the notch on the other side, carving a huge wedge out of the tree as it flew forth, and in its wake, and the tree began to topple. He turned to Mickey. Got anything bigger? Mickey stared, gobsmacked. What the? The tree hit the ground with an earth-shaking rattle, drowning out his final word. After a moment, Mickey recovered from his shock. He chuckled and walked over to the tree, giving it a slap and vanishing it into his storage ring. Well, if that ain't the finest thing I ever seen. Come on, we're gonna chop a lot of trees today. The rest of the day, the two of them wandered through the woods. Mickey would point at a tree, and Rhys would chop it down. It felt good to exert his strength, and he was able to test different strength levels of his two cores and experiment with how much power each could exert on its own. Overall, his trash star was stronger than the mana core, but it took more trash to exert the same amount of strength as it did mana with his mana core. With the trash star, fundamentally, he was burning trash. With his mana core, he did have to expend mana, but he didn't need to burn it away. It flowed through his body and he used it, but if there was excess, he simply cycled it back into his core. The trash star, on the other hand, once he burned the trash, it was gone. If he burned too much, that was that, he'd wasted that energy. He could capture it into his core if he bothered to translate it into mana, but for the most part, he just used pure trash. If he used both systems at once, it was lossy, since the mana and trash would mingle in his veins and interrupt one another, but he could use them both at once. Using either one at once, though, was far more efficient. It was only if he wanted maximum power output that he bothered to use both at once. He knew he had to optimize them to work together eventually, but for today, when he was just testing his power, this was enough. He had to be careful when he swapped systems, too, or else his mana/trash would get contaminated on the front end, which led to a weak opening blow into a full power medium and late part of the attack. All good things to know, things he was glad he'd had a chance to test out here before he ran into them in actual battle. He felt a little bad about deforesting the area, but Mickey was guiding him, and he was carefully picking out the trees for Rhys to cut down. He didn't know that the man was following best practices, but limited cutting of select trees could be good for a forest, and while he was pretty sure Mickey didn't know what sustainable forestry meant, he also knew that things like sustainable forestry only existed because an industrial society had ruined the local, already for the most part sustainable practices with wood, so this was probably a safe amount of deforestation. Probably. Maybe. Oh well. I can always reforest later with magic and stuff, he thought, shrugging. There were a lot of trees, in any case, and he and Mickey weren't really making a dent, nor was anyone else out there logging that he could see, so he wasn't too worried. This was probably healthy for a forest, or something. He didn't know much about forestry, so it wasn't like he'd know what he was doing whether he was putting trees up or taking them down. As the trees came down, bits of leaf and dead branch fell off. It wasn't the highest quality trash, but it was trash, and his trash star desperately needed more, especially with him testing out his newly upgraded cores on trees. He slurped it all up. Mickey raised a brow, but said nothing. At the end of the day, Mickey headed back toward town, and Rhys continued to follow him, seeing no reason to stop now. Abruptly, Mickey stopped and lifted his hand. Down there. Down there. It's where I saw the sword saint comin' from. Keep goin', till you hit the lake. They were comin' at me from this side of the dead tree, the one shaped like a V, with none of the bark left on it. It'll be stark white, can't miss it. Mickey lowered his hand and walked on. Rhys stared in the direction he'd pointed, locking it in his mind. If there were answers, they would be down there, where Mickey had pointed, somewhere at the end of that long, sloping downhill. Thank you. Nothing to thank me for. Come on. I'll buy you a drink and some stew as thanks, help get that meat on ya. Something pinged on Rhys's radar, and he paused and turned. Mind if I make a quick stopover? Sure. There's nothing down that way, though. Just the dump. Rhys grinned. I know. See you at the tavern at sunset. See ya. Mickey trundled off, and Rhys jogged toward his next garbage intake. It didn't take long to slurp up the town's local garbage dump. He still had plenty of time before the sun set, so he turned back toward the place Mickey had indicated. He didn't know whether anyone would try to cover up what had happened, or how long ago it had happened, and since he'd expressed interest in what had happened to the Sword Saint, he didn't want anyone to suddenly decide to double back and revisit it to destroy whatever remained. He took off at a sprint, snow spraying behind him, and left the town behind. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.